Yo, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing, man? Happy Thursday. Tomorrow, we are like, 2 days away from, we are 2 days away from our playoff game. We are 2 days away from freezing our asses off. Well, at least the Dolphins are. I'm going to be warm in my house. So before, let's get into it when we come back, baby. Let's do this.
I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K. I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K.
What's up, Crypto? Glad you could join me.
What's up? What's up, Shake? What's up, Anthony?
Hey, man. Sorry for the delay. I had some work issues and whatever. Work issues will always arise.
Yeah, you got some shots.
Oh shit, hell yeah! This is my specialty. Now, when it's cold outside, I'm only doing this because it's going to be cold outside. So when it's cold outside, this is my special to drink. As a matter of fact, yo, Nene, what's going on? Hey, welcome to the membership. Appreciate you.
Appreciate that.
You, mi hermano,
Yes.
what's going on? Q. Dolphinier, Mountie Fins. What's going on, man? How y'all doing, man?
Kerry D, you're doing choir practice.
Yeah, this is the best name in the business right here. Dolphinier right here, man. Of course, Raphael Courtwright. Thank you. I'm always gonna thank you for the service, man. Marine, we got an Army, we have a Navy, and man, all we need is somebody from the Air Force. We have the whole fucking military, man, and maybe a Coast Guard here and there. Fuck it, man. We have everybody covered, right?
No, I covered the Army and Navy part. I was in both.
Yeah, but we'll let Nene cover the Army part. You know what I'm saying? She was a cook too, so.
Oh, right. Dylan, there you go, my guy. Come on, shot time, Dylan.
So anyway, This is my favorite drink when it's cold outside. This is apple pie moonshine. You add that in there, and then you follow that with cinnamon whiskey. I use the
Fireball whiskey.
No, not Fireball. Fuck that. Jack Daniels.
That's a hard drink there.
I call it cinnamon apple pie, baby. But anyway, man, look. First things first. I heard this report in multiple sources that Tyreek Hill stayed late doing the jugs machine, which I think is kind of like him kind of self-admitting that, hey, man, I dropped the ball literally and figuratively. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
or it was just pure appeasement. You know me, I could be a real skeptic when it comes to people's motives and what they do.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that too. It could be that too, and it also could be just like what you call it. But then again, everybody said the Tua Jiu-Jitsu was appeasement, and it kind of served a purpose, man. What's up, Dylan? Hey, man. Hey, listen. Hey, Dylan. Same here, man. No, you good, bro.
He said he could not.
Shit, actually, man, you know what's funny? You know what's funny was? When I was picking the hot dogs, right? I was picking the most burnt one.
Yeah, we tried to burn them up.
I like the burnt hot dogs, believe it or not. I'm like, man, you know, I ate the more burnt the hot dog was, that was the one I was going for.
Better flavor.
Oh yeah.
I saw when an Italian sausage, I do the same way on the grill. I have to blacken it a little bit.
Hey Phil, what's going on, guys? By the way, yeah, shout out to Don Julio. Hell yeah. Do some Don Julio, but yeah, this is
Don Julio. Costa Nostra knows what he's drinking. Jenna, bring me the Don Julio so I can salute with my guy Costa Nostra. Yeah, bring the whole bottle.
Oh man, this is some good shit right here, bro.
Costa Nostra, is this what you got over there? Well, you can't see the glare.
Yeah, it's is that the Reposado, right?
Nah, this is the Anejo. I only like the Anejo. I mean, I'll
and you just call me an a-hole, man? What the hell? No.
Just the Anejo to me is
You're that he called you an a-hole.
I don't like the clear.
Yeah.
But no, man.
There you go, John.
But yeah, yeah, so Tyreek Hill was at the Jugs machine, and the weather is gonna be a bitch.
Yep.
I think. But before we get that, man, listen, we always talk.
Somebody's gonna have a big ice tub outside the stadium, and be a lot of skinny dipping in the ice tub outside the stadium. Oh, it's crazy because the ice tub may be actually warmer than the actual outside temperature. That's the ironic thing about it.
Yeah, that's some stuff the Buffalo Bills fans do, though. I don't think Kansas City. They might be. I don't know.
There will be. Some of them do be on the edge like that. Them Green Bay fans too.
Cold temperature crypto. You're right. They'll do some weird stuff.
Right. Have a big old ice tub sitting outside.
Yeah. Or they'll be in the stand with their shirt off.
All I know is this Sunday,
showing a 400-pound belly.
Word, just like that, with letters spelled, but it's spelled the wrong way because they don't know how to spell.
Right. I'll be repping this Sunday, baby. No, but hey, listen, man. I remember one year, when this was in the playoffs. It was the AFC Championship. It was Kansas City, right? It was Kansas City and Patriots, AFC Championship. Obviously, yo, Battlehawk, what's going on, brother? Oh man. Yes, I'm going down on my wife. But anyway, yo, what's up, Q? I mean, what's up, Michael K? But no, I was saying. So anyway, they were in the AFC Championship, and bro, the Chiefs fans were freaking putting laser pointers into Tom Brady's eyes.
Nice.
Oh, when was it? Oh yeah,
in the AFC
doing that last time. Really?
Yeah. So,
I mean,
did they ever catch him, or they couldn't track him?
I mean, it's kind of hard to catch him. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's hard. Right.
That's cold. Now you hurt people's eyes like that, but I mean,
hey, Battlehawk, what's going on? Hey, listen. Hey, this is for Dolphin Battlehawk right here, man. Brian Cox. He's a big Brian Cox fan, just like me.
Best card ever. Battlehawk, that's the best player we ever had right there, man.
Oh yeah, Brian Cox.
That was Christian Wilkins times 100. He wasn't grabbing balls; he was swinging on people.
By the way, man, Yo, Lou, what's going on, homie? Nah, I'm not. See, I heard that he'd get that out of my feet. He's a Bills fan. He loves some Brian Cox, man. See here, I'll put it one more time. There you go.
He's a Bills fan. Oh shit!
Man, much love, hey man. Listen, we appreciate y'all, man, for coming through. Real talk.
What's up, buddy?
But yeah, man, the Steelers, and the Steelers. It's gonna be the Steelers and whatchamacallit at 1:00, and you know the obvious connection there is the fact that Mike Tomlin,
coach, they were roommates. They were roomies.
Yeah.
Who was roommates?
McDermott and Tomlin were at one point.
Nice.
Yeah, so they kind of got a history together.
Yeah, you heard. Look, Michael K. Michael K. I don't know what you're into. I'm a Brian fan, and then you're the last name fan. He's a fan of the last name. Is that what you're saying, Michael K? Is that why you have El Capitan as your avatar and always picturing him in strip poker? I knew that, bro. But listen, I'm not. Listen, this is a judgment-free zone, bro. So, it's all good, man. We love you anyway.
Yeah, the thoughts and views expressed on this program do not reflect the thoughts and views of Larry K.
No, the audience and Larry K. Right? They don't sync up. Right.
Yeah, I got you, Michael K.
Yeah. You're a fan of his last name. You know what I'm saying?
Shakes got you too, and that's why he's shooting at you like that. Shakes knew what you were saying.
He's a fan of it, man. Hey, listen, man. You like what you like, bro. Hey, listen.
That's El Cap picture, Nene. That's El Capitan in his avatar.
I also discovered that Michael K. loves spam sandwiches, but to each its own, bro. That's the official food of Buffalo, spam.
Yeah,
who knew?
They eat up there, huh?
Yeah, I think Buffalo wasn't it? Don't they have Buffalo wings, spam wings or something like that?
I don't know. They got something. They got chocolate cereal. My girl Melanie, she has some dumbest shit I ever seen in my life. It's a box of, I forgot what they're called, man. It's just so stupid, man. Greg, what's up, bud?
Yo,
what's up, Greg?
What's up, Greg?
You in the break room or what, my guy?
What's up?
How you doing, Greg?
I'm break and I'm eating wings.
Okay.
That's what's up. Yeah, but the first game, you already know that.
Greg, I heard you had a heat wave down there in Rhode Island.
Yeah, it's so hot.
Dylan's mom wants to watch you eat, bro. Put your camera on. Shout out Heather.
I think nobody wants to watch me eat wings.
You got the Pittsburgh game. The Pittsburgh game, him and Tomlin used to be roommates. I mean, not college players. They used to be college teammates.
Okay.
Mike McDermott and Mike Tomlin.
If we're talking about the Steelers game, I need all you Dolphins fans to get out of your minds that the Steelers are winning, because they ain't. It might be 50-0 Buffalo.
Yep.
Hey, so
I want the Steelers to win too, but it ain't gonna happen.
No, I don't.
I'm joking about wings.
You know what's funny? As funny as
Mason Rudolph playing, TJ Watt's out.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is
that game would probably be over in the first quarter.
You know what's funny though? Look, it's like if you look at Nick Saban. Remember I was telling you, if you look at Nick Saban and you look at Belichick, right? They're both about the same age. But if you put them side by side, Belichick looks like Nick Saban's dad. He could be Nick Saban's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the same thing with McDermott and freaking Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, they're the same age, and Mike Tomlin. I mean, McDermott looks a lot older than freaking Mike Tomlin does.
He does.
Hey,
They're about the same age, early 50s.
Shout out Q, right?
Mid-50s.
And Pittsburgh Steelers, because I know that's Q's team. So, but the only reason I don't want Pittsburgh to win, I want Buffalo to win. Because, listen, I want to go to Kansas City. I want to do a Giants like they did back when they won their stuff. I want to beat Kansas City in Kansas City, right? Then go to Baltimore, whoop on Baltimore, right? And then go into Buffalo and whoop on Buffalo and go win the Super Bowl. That's what listen. This is the only way that they'll make me feel comfortable giving to all this money. Everybody's somebody's guaranteed to get. Let's go and handle all this business. Let's erase any doubt. I don't want to hear
that. Be the route.
If we go that route and we win that route, that'll be the ultimate satisfaction as a fan. Like, man, there was no easy way. Who knows Rocky? Anybody watch Rocky movies? There's no easy way home. There's no short. That's what we need is like that. I want to go in there and destroy the hardest competition. Something we ain't been able to do all year. You know what I'm saying? Especially on the
road. The problem with that scenario, there's not one JPP on not JPP. There's not one guy that's got similar.
Listen,
all this team. What you call it?
Goddamn Antonio Pierce, believe me.
And our wide receivers definitely ain't catching like Tyree.
No, I feel you on that. But remember, listen, them guys went up into Lambeau. They were the 6th seed, and they went to Lambeau, the frozen tundra. They went to Dallas. I think
they came from the wild card spot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they went on the road.
Atlanta was the other team they beat, I think, or something like that.
Boy, they were on the road and went to some hard places and played the best teams.
Insanity.
They went on down through there.
Would please me more if the Dolphins complete this revenge tour, so I can stick it to the Patriots. Be like, how many Super Bowls do you want this decade?
Hey, but listen, that would be your ultimate. You were the one talking revenge tour, Greg. So you coined the expression. That would be literally the ultimate revenge tour because Kansas City already beat us. Baltimore walked the dog on us. Damn, Buffalo beat us twice. So that would really be the ultimate.
That actually
revenge
would be the
tour.
revenge tour, anyways. Yeah, even that way, yeah.
But I don't want an easy route.
Yeah, that fits into
I want to get it from the mud
theme.
And however it comes, I just want to win. But I feel comfortable going into Kansas City.
Somehow the Eagles make the Super Bowl.
But you have to have the Eagles make the Super Bowl to complete the entire revenge tour against all the teams you lost to.
It would have to be the Eagles, which I highly doubt. But I'll take the San Fran game from last year. They beat us, and that started our downfall as far as I'm concerned. When we played them, was almost like the same thing when we played what's it called this year, and we blew it. It was Baltimore. It was
what would be ironic? What would be ironic? Whatever. If we do this revenge tour. Well, we beat every team that we lost to in the regular season, and then we meet the Cowboys. Son of a bitch.
And then we lose to the Cowboys, right? Damn, Shake. Because that's the team we beat, and then it flips. Then they beat us.
And to lose to Dallas, those are the most delusional fans in the entire league. That would be terrible. Lose to Dallas.
That would be crazy. The reverse revenge tour. Then that team gets revenge on us. Wow. That is crazy. That would be a NFL first.
If we
you
go
face
down,
every team that you faced in the regular season throughout the playoffs and Super Bowl.
With the injuries we have, if we completed a run like that, would it not make us one of the greatest? I don't know if you call it a Cinderella story. How crazy is it that we were a couple of weeks ago?
It will be a Cinderella story because we're underdogs in every matchup just about. So it would be Cinderella story.
That's crazy.
Story ever told.
Yeah, the greatest. Dan, we had to steal the greatest story on the stove from Dan Mitchell. That would be our story. Eat your heart out, Dan Mitchell. Eat your heart out. He was on there with somebody else today. Not Red, White, and Bills, the other guy.
I know you're talking about the guy from.
They had a little round. Yeah, they had a little round table. He was up there with another guy.
Yeah. They, all of them do. The Patriots. I don't think I've never seen the Patriots has one.
No, I haven't seen their version of it. It was a long time because Master Work haven't did anything with nobody else in a while from that Patriots side.
Yeah, he has like
it'll
one
be
or
other
two.
Patriots on the side. Yeah,
they're all.
But Richie done one.
Yep, Phin-Addict. It is happy hour.
Happy hour. Wait a minute. I can't do happy hour. What you talking about, Phin-Addict?
Revenge tour.
What are you talking about, Phin-Addict? He said it's not shake, it's truth. She said it. That's what she said. No, that playing at home is a wrap. That one's in the refrigerator. That's not happening.
Yeah, everyone's out here.
Hard Rock could be open. Hard Rock could be open next September 12th.
The Dolphins.
That's when you'll be playing next time at Hard Rock.
They had to beat the Bills because if they beat the Bills, yes, we have to play the Bills again. We could have beat them hypothetically, and then the Chiefs come to our house, and then maybe the Browns upset the Ravens. The Dolphins had their shot, and they blew it. They blew it like they always do. Now it's time for a revenge tour, baby! Revenge tour! Yeah! Greatest story ever told.
And by the way, shout out to Dylan.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to the channel. Josh Allen is still trash and a cornball. Pittsburgh's going to win. I'll drink to that. Salute.
G the legend.
Oh, yeah, Greg. AKA.
Yeah, mathematically 1% chance. Now, the history of most likely, the real history of 7 seeds in this new format, 7 seed has never came within 20 points of ever getting winning. Most scores is 21 points or more between 2 and 7.
Yeah, I expect the Cowboys and Bills both to roll.
It's never been close.
Hey man, one thing people don't realize: the Miami Heat was an 8 seed, and they went to the finals. I think the Panthers were an 8 a low seed.
Yeah,
hey, Dolphins could do the same
that would have Miami would have never did that. The Heat would have never did that if it was best out of 1 and not best out of 7.
Were the Canes a 5 or a 6?
Unfortunately, Utah can't even do either. So there you go.
Yeah, they've done it.
Weren't the Canes like a 5 or a 4 seed?
We never lost as an 8 seed.
And FAU made it as an 8 seed. Miami likes the underdog role. What can we say?
Listen, Crypto, enjoy all your draft picks because that's all you're getting.
All I know is Miami, the Jazz never lost as an 8 seed. They shocked the 1 seed when they beat the Mavericks.
Huh?
They beat the Golden State Warriors and the Mavericks as an 8 seed. There you go.
I could have sworn I saw the Jazz were like 1 game out of the playoffs.
Yeah, they are right now. They won 17 of the last 21 ball games. So yeah, they're in the play-in now. They playing defense finally. Finally playing defense. Once they start playing defense, the league better watch out. We're gonna win the next 30 games.
Like Dolphinaire said, Crypto, hey Dylan, I never miss anything. Even when I step away, I'm watching on my phone. Shout out. Appreciate the super chat. Josh Allen is definitely a cornball. Christian Wilkins shows that every time he gets a chance, he checks because he knows he's a girl, so he's always checking to see if he grew any man parts yet. But like Dolphinaire said, Crypto, what's your keys to victory Saturday, Crypto?
What's that?
What's your keys to victory Saturday? How do we win Saturday, in your opinion?
Run the ball and use our offense as our best defense.
I'll be honest. I don't think it's in what we do. I think it's going to be what Kansas City do. To be honest with you, because the fact we didn't take advantage of the turnover battle that we won against Buffalo and still lost by 7. Yeah. We probably would need Kansas City to turn the ball over at least 5 to 6 times to win this game.
we need to use.
Damn, Greg, go ahead, Greg. What are you talking about?
We need our offense to be our best defense. If we run the ball and use 40 minutes of clock to their 20 minutes, we're going to win this game. Yes, our defense is all banged up, but it's cold. It's cold, and our defense is banged up. We have to use our offense as our best defense. I mean, I don't care what happens because we're going to win this game. I have a feeling, but I got to get back to work, and that's why we're going to win the game. Revenge door! The Chiefs are upcoming. Let's take the Chiefs down, and then we'll see you in Baltimore. Dolphins are going to win this game 17-9 this week.
There you go.
That's what's up.
Have a good night.
Get back to work. Have a great night, y'all.
At work, bud. What about you, Shakes? What's your keys to victory?
Like I said, we got to number one limit the little mental pre-snap penalties. We gotta. I'm sure we're not gonna eliminate them, but at least keep it to a minimum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the first thing we got to stop doing. Second thing we got to do is we got to make sure that the offense. I mean, I don't look. I understand we can't score on every down, but don't go 3 and out. Go maybe get two or three series. And the reason I say that I advocate for that is because every time you go 3 and out, you're putting your defense more and more in a more terrible position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but and hopefully, look, McDaniel, if he needs to open up the playbook already, if he hasn't, because at the end of the day, it looks like he only has he only used like the first 3 pages of his playbook.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Rob, how you doing?
The problem with that is it's a 4-page playbook.
I don't know.
The playbook is only like 2 pages.
Yeah, but 2-page playbook, right?
It's like the menu at Denny's.
Yeah.
The whole thing about the playbook that's confused me, man, is, and I don't know. I get it. Like they stacked the box, like he said, against Buffalo this last game. They brought down, put 8 guys in the box, yada yada yada. I mean, I understand that, but in past years, you see teams that run the ball efficiently, or when you have good running backs, you run the ball. It doesn't matter how they do it. Then you just run a different way. I mean, I don't know. I'm confused as to how that stops you from attempting to run the ball. Like you get shook because they're bringing guys. I mean, that's what good running backs do. No matter who you bring down, still, that don't mean just abandon the run. Mm-hmm. Like if somebody flinches at you, then you don't, you know what I mean? You fight and fight and fight as long as someone's like this, but then as soon as they swing back, then you just stop fighting. I mean, I don't understand why still attempt to run the ball a couple of times. I don't know. I just feel like they act like just because there's the box is stacked that it's going to be a loss of yards every time. I don't know. Maybe they know. We always say maybe
there has been loss of yards every time.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it works, to be honest. But Horace, how you doing, bro? I feel like just running the ball is going to be a key component, obviously, for both teams. Like I can't remember who it was, pardon me, but she said stopping Pacheco, obviously, would be Phin-Addict. Stop Pacheco. That's key. And I know Pacheco's kind of nice, but Pacheco ain't like Achane or Pacheco ain't like Mostert. Pacheco ain't really that guy to me. I mean, maybe I could be wrong.
He's
nice. I'm not saying he's trash by it. And
it's the reason why they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
instrumental part.
Yeah, he was, but I don't know what his stats look like this year. I haven't heard about him much. Last year and this year, 2 totally different things. I haven't seen Kansas City. I don't know. People say their defense is good, and we're used to seeing Kansas City being a powerhouse. And bro, they're doing a lot of things that we're doing. They're dropping way more passes than we are. They don't really have that guy at receiver, which is allowing teams to zoom in on Kels more. I mean, I feel like they're not the same Kansas City Chiefs this year. I'm not saying they can't be. Obviously, Andy Reid is going to be a phenomenal game planner. I mean, who in the league right now besides Belichick?
What's the guy in the center that is the tiebreaker in that scenario? Their drops versus our drops. So who breaks the tide? That's always
what I mean.
Of it. When all else is equal, who's the guy that breaks the tie?
Who's the guy that breaks the tie? For me,
whenever everything else is equal. Nah, who's going to make the play? Who's going to extend the play? Who's going to do this? Who's going to make an extra effort to get out of bounds or get that extra yard?
They got
That's
Andy
what
Reid.
It comes down to.
They got Andy Reid. That's light years.
Yeah, Andy Reid can.
When we're talking about playoff experience,
sometimes that's what it ends up being. Comes down to.
This guy's got, besides Belichick, who's got more experience in the playoffs than Andy Reid? I know he fell short a few times, and people clown him for that. 5 straight NFC championships, and the one Super Bowl appearance, and he lost that. But still, in these early rounds, this guy is a champ. And that's what I'm more concerned about. Our defense with their injuries, and Andy Reid. This guy can game plan.
Effort plays. Who's
He
gonna
can
make
game
the effort
plan, bro.
plays? Who's gonna make the effort call?
Right.
Or the
We got
gutsy
Bruce
call?
Irvin, and who's the other guy? Justin Houston. I mean, these
I'm just glad
guys.
we're not playing the Lions because they be going for it on fourth down and fake punts and fake
They
field
they
goals.
do what Mike
At least
McDaniel
Andy Reid
does.
don't do stuff like that, right?
Nah. Andy Reid
This
keeps
is
it pretty
crazy.
legit. But
Yeah,
we just signed a
we
couple
might
of
not have
guys
to
that
worry
look
about
like
that.
Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence at the end of the movie Life. But hopefully they could get it
Oh
done.
yeah,
Bruce
from
Irvin.
Life. Oh,
Yeah,
Martin Lawrence is suiting up this weekend.
might as well be. You ever seen Life at the end of the movie?
Yeah, I seen it.
The upper
Yeah, I seen it.
room when they look like that.
The upper
I mean,
room.
that's how
Right.
Justin Houston looks in the picture I seen him in. And then Bruce Irvin. These guys are pretty old, but they might at the same time they might be like, this is our last hurrah. Let's give it a shot. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Run that ball. Play. It's cold for everybody. I don't even though they're up there. It's still cold, but once you're out there, I know from experience, man. I was in some super cold weather, upstate New York, which gets like this. And the years that I was up there broke the record for most consecutive days in a row with a negative. It was with the wind chill included and the minuses. And man, there's a bunch of them days I played handball. And bro, it's cold when you get out there, but there was times, man, where I'm wearing my sweater and I might take my sweater off at some point like an idiot because I feel like I'm getting hot. When you're out there and your adrenaline's pumping, you don't feel it like that. It's really not. I know to regular people, man, who are just out there, and whether you're going to smoke break in that freezing temperature or you're just walking somewhere, it's like, oh my God. But when you're really active, and this isn't cap as they say or lies. Literally, I was out there playing handball in some maybe not minus 30 wind chill factor, but in the single digits wind chills negative. I was out there, and I'm telling you, when you're out there and your blood's pumping, you don't really. It's not cold like that. So, but your hands is different. Catching. We're slapping the handball. These guys are trying to catch. It's like a brick hitting you. It hurts when the ball hits your hand, no matter what. You try to keep your hands in your pockets until the ball comes, but you don't have that option. But they got gloves on, so we'll see.
It's crazy. I agree with you. Look, it wasn't that cold at Buffalo game, right? Because I was walking, right? And as I was walking towards my seat, whatever, I didn't feel that cold, but I sat down for a long time in that game and I started getting a little cold. Because I had no long sleeves. I'm like, damn, I wish I would have brought my sweater. But at the end of the day, when I was walking to my seat or back to my car, I didn't feel that cold weather until I sat down for a long period of time when I wasn't active anymore. That does make sense, man. But yeah, I think. Yeah, man. This isn't the same Kansas City team as before, Crypto.
No, it's not. No, it's. I mean, it's just one of those things where you personnel similar, scheme is similar, philosophy the same. It's just gonna be slightly different cast of characters trying to implement those philosophies. We were more at full strength then than we are now, and they are as well. So it's just gonna matter who can get off the block first. It's gonna be hard getting off the block because of these weather conditions. You're talking about who's the first team to get lethargic and say, "Oh shit, I'm just trying to get out of here and go home."
Yeah.
The first team that has that mentality set in first would be the first team going home. Literally.
100%, Ryan. So we got to take advantage, man.
Sergeant.
So because after this, the only way we'll play, like I said, hopefully Steelers win their game. I hope they do, because we need them to anyway.
Well, that'll be fun for bragging rights, but if it doesn't happen, then
Yeah, right now, like I said, right now it is 0-0.
Take care of what's in front of us. Sometimes this is the way I look at it. Sometimes you have to be the not the bailiff. What's the guy? The prison guard to your own inmate. If we call them inmates in the division, then we need to be the prison guard. We don't need to hire nobody else as prison guards. We have to run the asylum ourselves and take care of it. You have a bad prisoner, we got to punish the prisoner. We can't look for nobody else to punish our prisoners. Well,
yeah,
since
I'm hoping
we can't say prisoners no more because now that they won the division, we have to take over the prison.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we have to play the Browns.
Yeah, the Browns. No, I don't want to play them. I want to play the Texans. Which means we can't play them until like a championship round because our seeding. We have to play them in the final round because our seeding. Yeah.
Yeah, man. By the way, I was listening somewhere that the Kansas City only beat one playoff team this year. Care to guess who that playoff team was?
Exactly. That's why I was cautioning everybody to don't throw that stat out there willy-nilly and don't go so hard in the paint on that stat. Because it instantly backfires when they announce that one team that they did beat. I heard that, man. I just started laughing, bro. I was like, "You gotta be kidding me!" Dolphin fans will reach it our fan base will reach a claw at anything, not realizing that they'll take that same gun that's pointed directly at them and pull the trigger.
Yeah, Texans are balling too. But there's a reason why you never seen a rookie in a Super Bowl. Once a rookie, for some reason, rookies don't do good. Historically, don't do good in playoffs. Yeah, but there's a first time for everything, right, Crypto?
No, Ben Roethlisberger did.
His rookie year. Yeah, he went to the AFC Championship.
His first full time starting.
Yeah, but he went to the AFC Championship, but he struggled against the Jets, and then ultimately he got beat by the Patriots
because he was like 15-1.
No, 15-1. That one loss came to the Patriots in the AFC Championship.
Right.
And then the next year they
he must have won it in the second.
They won as a 6th seed.
Yeah, when they went to play beat the Packers.
No, they beat Seattle that year.
Oh, the first year was Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, the first year, then they played Arizona.
Right, the Jerome Bettis Super Bowl. It was Jerome Bettis that year, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he went. Yeah, he was undefeated in the regular season, but his rookie year.
Right, because he came in for what's his name and won every game.
And do you care? Do you know who the first team he got his first win against? The team he got his first win against?
Probably the Dolphins, of course.
I thought Ben went to the Super Bowl in his
no, his sophomore year.
Us.
Oh, was his second year?
Yeah, he lost to the Patriots in the AFC Championship.
So he had the same thing that Marino did. Second year, lost the Super Bowl in the second full season.
Yep.
Yeah, Big Ben.
A lot of players got their first win against us, man. Trevor Lawrence got his first win against us. Who else?
Yeah, we've been
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, he got his first win ever, career win against Tim Tebow. There's another quarterback, Andrew Luck, I think. That was ridiculous. There's a lot of quarterbacks that we were the launching pad for them.
Yeah, and then launch their ass into infinity. We need to launch Patrick Mahomes out of the playoffs this week. That'll be the only redeeming quality of the season. I saw somebody put a thing up saying it was a matter of fact, shout out Dan, my guy, Finstones. Put a thing, how would you grade the Dolphins season? I see a lot of people putting A's and B's, and I'm like, man, what are you guys even talking about? An A or B? To me,
yeah, they will be the college professor that gives you a ridiculous curve where the highest grade A is a 15 out of 100.
Bro, it's wild, man. Because I listen, this is one of the better seasons that I've had in a long time. As far as we won a lot of games, and we blew a lot of teams out, and it was nice to finally see us win games that wasn't like a struggle win. Like, it was nice to actually, like, a game's coming up and like, man, I'm not even worried about these guys. And when we were down 14-0 in Carolina, I never even batted an eye. I was like, it's the Panthers, bro. We're gonna, and we did, and that was all cool. But then it all came tumbling down in the end. I mean, when it really mattered, and it's like, bro, how could you grade this season? And people are happy, and everybody's different, so some people, I don't know.
To be my college professor.
Yeah, but it's like,
tough grade.
Yeah, it's
they
like
that generous on the grading skills.
We made.
I was like, remind me to hand you my term paper.
It's like, man, who cares? I mean, not who cares, but for me, I'm the type of person. If you don't have a shot at winning the Super Bowl, if you make the playoffs how do you think Cincinnati Bengals felt the whole time they had Andy Dalton? Yo, they make the playoffs, they lose. Make the playoffs every year.
What I keep saying.
Make the playoffs,
you have
lose.
To avoid the Andy Dalton.
Make the playoffs, you lose. Who the hell cares about that? I don't care.
That's why Tony Dungy got fired. He was making the playoffs constantly.
Yo,
from Tampa Bay.
What your ultimate goal is, that we make the playoffs? I mean, I know that we have.
That's why I call them the great occupiers. They always occupied a playoff spot, but never did anything with them. They were the great occupiers.
Who cares if you make the playoffs?
That's what I nicknamed that Bengals team, the great occupiers.
It's crazy.
They was only serve one purpose: is to occupy a playoff spot and do jack, with it. With it.
Which is wild to me. And people are happy.
And I'm not trying to be the Cheers version of that.
Nah,
only there just to occupy a playoff spot.
If we don't make the playoffs, or if we make the playoffs and lose the first round, so what? You got one extra game.
Then we are the big.
Is it really that?
Yeah, that's all that means. You just played this 18th game. Right. You had an 18-game season, and everybody else had a 17.
I'll take what the Philadelphia Eagles did with Andy Reid. Now, them straight NFC championships in a row. At least you're getting up there and you're contending every single year, and you fall short. I mean, that would suck. It would suck, but at least you're going every year with a shot at
the Super Bowl, right?
Right, as opposed to
if I'm losing Super Bowls versus losing first round exits, that's different. Yep.
See, and some people would say, "Oh, it's the same thing," but I mean, shoot, at least you're in there, and it's like you're fighting through the playoffs, and you're
right. At least you're in the final game.
Right.
Ain't no other games after your game.
Something, man.
See, in the playoffs, there are other games after the first round. So there's no other games after the fourth round.
As of right now, because this is our last show based off the regular season. Shakes, what would you say you would grade our regular season performance? We ain't counting the playoffs, just right now, regular season. How would you grade regular season?
I'm gonna have to give it a C- because of that collapse.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
that's my grade.
That's yours.
C-.
Yeah, I said D.
Regular season grade.
Okay.
D plus, C-. Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Mine was
Same
a D.
frame.
So we're all in the same C-.
Same
Like you
about,
say, Crip, if you got a friendly teacher, instead of giving you a D, they'll give you a C-. But it's the same damn
right.
thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But
I get that
like I
D
said,
plus. As long as it's a plus on the thing, I'll cover up the D and turn it into another letter grade.
it would have been a B. Look, if we would have beat Buffalo,
put a thing in there.
if we would have beat Buffalo, it would have been a B plus. It would have been a B-. You know what I'm saying? But
right. Yeah, that's C-. That you lose an entire letter grade.
Hey, listen, Dylan. I don't know if you're still in the chat. Bring me some of that Buffalo Trace Shakes gave me. I'll take a shot of that. They were all out of tequila,
Buffalo
but we
Trace,
got some 12-year scotch and some Buffalo Trace. My main man Shakes gave me, and I'll do that with you.
This is the other one.
That one's good right there. That is right over. Remember, drink out of the bottle. What are we doing over here on TV? Hey, Costa Nostra, I don't know if that was all the Red Rifles' fault or not. You know, what was the coach's name? Hugh. Who was that?
Who?
No, you talking about Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis.
Yo, he had some dirt. Listen, he was like a Jason Garrett for Dallas. This guy had dirt on their owner. To have that many opportunities to fail and be mediocre was just crazy. I mean, maybe he's a nice guy. I don't know. I never saw him again after that with a head coaching job.
He definitely knew where the bodies are buried in Cincinnati.
I mean, that was crazy. But I think it might have had a lot to do with, I don't know.
By the way, Buffalo Trace is the same company that does Pappy.
They had TJ Husmanzada. They had Chad Johnson.
Yep.
Shout out to my guy from Miami.
Chris Johnson.
Yo, they had a lot of good players.
They had a lot of.
I seen a video today when I seen
Woods.
I seen a video today where Belichick and Nick Saban were on the Nick Saban was one of Belichick's coaches.
Hugh Jackson. That's what it was, Costa Nostra. I knew he had something to do with it, but I couldn't tell what. And shout out to everybody giving me the ups on all the good whiskey, but I don't drink it. I'm just doing this because my guy Dylan. Shout out to you. Yeah.
Right.
It ain't terrible though.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not that. The only thing is it's hard to come by, but it's not like when you it's like $20-something. It's not that expensive.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't want to be those teams. Is the moral of the story? You know, that's one and done every year. Who cares? I feel confident. Listen, I'm nervous about Mike McDaniel. I've been tough on him all year. I just feel like his game management is terrible. Like he's good in some areas. His play calling, like his designs of plays or whatever, they seem to be like, you know, next level at some points. But there seems to be a minimal amount of plays that he runs. Now, I don't know if that's due to the talent we have at said positions. Like when they stack the box, if he stops running because he feels like Mostert only gets these yards and Etienne only has these yards per play or per run.
Goddamn.
Listen, I'm not a huge fan of him, to be honest, but I'm willing to give him a pass. I feel like our guy at quarterback is limited to what he can do, and he does the best he can to appease him and his capabilities. So I can't, I don't know what to say about McDaniel because I feel like Tua is a shortcoming when it comes to an all-around quarterback. Tua is limited in his abilities. Not saying he's trash, but I'm just saying there's only so much he can do. And those concussions, I feel like really limited Tua, because Tua wasn't that guy before those concussions. Tua could extend the play before that. Tua would get on the move and extend. I watched it with my own eyes when he first came in the league. The hip injury, everybody was worried about that at first. He erased those concerns his rookie season with the few opportunities he had. I watched it. And then after the concussions happened, I feel like the focus went more on let's figure out how we can prevent these concussions as opposed to how we can prevent having to get rid of the ball so fast. And I don't think that necessarily it comes down to Tua can only spot throw. He can only do timing routes. I think the concussions that he sustained made it where he's so susceptible to getting another one that they're like, we need to figure out how we can get rid of this.
Hey, thanks for the $1 donation, Ryan. Appreciate you, brother.
God bless you. Don't ever disrespect me with another $1 donation.
And Ryan, I did call the Texans winning as my brand new team. Every year I pick at least 1 to 2 brand new teams to make it to the playoffs. And the Texans, I called that one. So yeah, Brian. Yeah, Ryan.
Nice pick.
That was one of my calls.
But I just feel like that's what happened. They did that, and then so they said, okay, step one, we're gonna do this jiu-jitsu. We'll probably step one is bulk up, get you some weight on. Step two, we'll do this jiu-jitsu so you can learn how to brace yourself to fall. And they focused on that. And listen, credit to him and to whoever's idea that was, it worked. My guy hasn't missed a game all year. So that worked. So I can't knock that or be mad at that. But what you traded to gain that, I feel is the shortcomings that we see. It's like, okay, on top of that, couple that with McDaniel and his genius, and this I ain't mocking him, was genius is we're going to make sure we get, and this might be hiding the deficiencies of our offensive line too. We're going to get rid of the ball faster than you can say Punky Brewster. Boom. So in order to do that, it has to be a spot throw. It has to be a timing route. There's no other way because you can't wait to see where people are going to be. It's just going to be, look, I got 0.2 seconds and I'm throwing over here. 0.4, I'm throwing over there, like that. But all that sacrifice, there's no extending any plays. And then when guys don't run, when you got guys like Claypool that don't have the rapport that the other guys have, and even when it does,
Oh, shit. Shout out to Ryan. What's up, man? Appreciate you, brother. $20 donation, man. Much appreciated, brother. Thank you.
Twice. I just told you, don't ever disrespect me with a donation and not saying shout out.
No. He said he
no, just listen.
No, you good, brother. No, we you didn't have to, what I'm saying? We appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man.
$20. Get your broke ass out of the chat.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Much love, man.
All righty.
Yo, somebody that had my guys counting and sending all this money. That ain't even Ryan. Somebody. Yeah, that's peace, man. That's my brother right there. But yeah, who knows? We'll see. Well, I just hope that Mike McDaniel has a playbook that is he's just been waiting like this, I can't wait till we make the playoffs. And I hope that he drew up one for the frozen tundra instead of just having one for down in Miami. Because we're gonna be in the 60s this week, and then they'll be down there in Kansas City in the negatives.
So Michael K, this question's for you. Yeah. When you guys lose to the Steelers, which assistant coach are y'all gonna fire this time?
Or somebody got to take that fall.
Is it going to be the offensive coordinator? Is it going to be the defensive coordinator again? Is it going to be the special teams coach? Is it going to be the lady in the cafeteria because she didn't give Josh Allen enough tater tots?
Nuggets. She didn't give him enough Dino Nuggets.
Yeah, she didn't give him enough tater tots.
Ryan, Josh Allen's diet is like Abel's. You know, this guy eats macaroni and cheese and Dino Nuggets. That's it. We'll see what happens. I'm wondering if Mike McDaniel's gonna wear "I wish it were colder" shirt. You know,
I don't think he's going down that route.
Hey, listen. I hate to say this. I hate to say this because you know how much I fucking hate Buffalo's. I mean, sorry. You know how much I hate Buffalo's guts. McDermott is a hell of a coach, man. McDermott is a hell of a coach. I can't lie on that, man. He is.
He has been coaching down the stretch. You know, win, lose,
draw. I like his demeanor.
He made some decisions.
I really do. I like his demeanor. He kind of reminds me of Stone Cold Steve. He has that. I don't know if that Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Don't ever disrespect Stone Cold Steve Austin like that. He's not that guy. My guy.
No, he has but he has a good demeanor, man. He has that. He has that.
About his demeanor.
No, he has like a front, like he's business demeanor, but he doesn't seem like that a-hole. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Stone Cold seems like that a-hole.
Yeah,
yeah. He reminds.
He doesn't. Whatchamacallit? He doesn't. You know. Yeah, he's a hell of a coach.
Well, see, thing is, we know Stone Cold's an a-hole.
Hey, Costa Nostra said it will be Michael K for serving spam over corned beef. Oh shoot! To his daddy, yo. You know what's crazy? On the ride home from Miami this weekend, right? So I was listening to TD, and someone sent a super chat saying, "Don't worry, TD. Josh Allen's child support is on the way."
That's funny.
Wow.
I don't care who you are. That's funny.
Yo, that's funny, right?
No, that's brutal. Child support's on the way. That's brutal.
That shit had me dying. I was like, man, but that's cold. But how can you argue that, you know?
Right.
Nene, they made him a robot to keep him healthy.
And shout out to Nene with the $5 dono.
Appreciate that, Nene. I'm with you. I mean, it's and listen, it worked. Because listen, even me or anybody else who doesn't necessarily believe Tua's like the second coming of Marino, one of our main concerns was, can he stay healthy for a season? Yeah, that was everybody. And the front office or everybody, that was the main concern. So you'd be lying if you said, and not you, Nay, I'm saying, and generally speaking, you'd be lying as a Dolphins fan if that wasn't your top concern with Tua, you know. And they did what was necessary. They took the necessary steps, and it worked. My guy hasn't even breathed the injury report this season. It worked. It works. But what did it cost? You know, like that meme they have on Facebook with what's the guy from who has all the rings, and they say, you know, oh, you gained whatever, but what did it cost? I mean, that's what happened. So we gained him being healthy, but it cost us everything else, man.
Yeah. So, but you know what? The bottom line is, like Stone Cold says, crypto, you know, I started making content in March this year. I started doing my own thing in March on this channel, thanks to Larry.
Right.
Larry's the catalyst that made me do YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Get my own platform. You know, he was the first one to believe in me, and you know, help me, you know, get started. Then of course I joined over the Finn's Tailgate. Shout out to El Capitan, man, for allowing me. Shout out to El Capitan and Larry K for allowing me to use their platforms to voice my opinions. But being that out the way, the one thing I harped on, crypto, and you could attest that the reason I am not going to give the Fangio any passes. Oh, we have, because our defense is depleted. Our defense was depleted last year, and they made this guy Josh Boyer the scapegoat. The reason they said, the reason they wanted Vic Fangio was because if we had this many injuries, we need a seasoned defensive coordinators to mask the injuries. So here we are, perfect example. So at the end of the day, we had almost as many deficiencies on defense than we had this year.
But
the only difference is our secondary was nowhere near as good as it was last year.
But I'm going to tell you this:
we had practice squad guys on our secondary.
Okay, now hold up. Now to what you said, look at the injuries we had going into this game against Buffalo. Our defense played the best they could have. I mean, minus a shutout, our defense did mask those injuries. Can anybody in the chat or on the channel argue that?
No.
Could they have played better? I mean, of course, a shutout obviously would have been better. And a couple of plays they blew. But I'm saying,
the Buffalo offense is not the Jets.
Oh, thank you.
That's a tall task.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. A red hot Buffalo team that's on a roll, man. These guys were on a roll. Battlehawks, you're out of control.
But appreciate you coming through, Battlehawks.
I hope you win this week because I want to see you in the championship. So I hope you win this week. I'm rooting for the Bills. I don't give a damn. I'll say it on this channel. Michael K, special shout out to you, my guy. I'll be rooting for you guys this weekend. I want you to win because I don't want an easy way out. I don't want no easy way out. I
want to go through the gauntlet.
Or send us home.
You got to go through the gauntlet.
That's it. I want to welcome to the jungle.
It's like the gladiator.
Man, I need to see.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
Let me see my head coach, how he handles adversity on the road. Let me see our quarterback, which I kind of already know what to expect from him. But maybe this is where Tua throws caution to the wind. Who knows? Maybe this is it. Like maybe Tua has been cautious, and maybe Mike McDaniel has some plays drawn up. He's like, you know what? In his genius mind, he's like, I can't call these plays because we can't risk getting hurt. At this point, who cares an injury? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is one or done.
This is ride or die. This is no, we're worrying about next week.
Mm-hmm.
This time, it's every game is the end of you. This is it. So, I mean, come on, man.
Right.
We're not going in here expecting a season.
Every game is the potential last game, right?
Yeah, this is it. So there's no more worrying about, because McDaniel out of his own mouth said, I did certain things thinking about the end of the schedule, and I managed players, and he mismanaged players. Larry brought it up on Tuesday, where we can't bring certain guys back from the IR because of how he mismanaged players. Well, that is over now. Now it's pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes. So maybe we're going to see something, and this is what I'm holding out hope for, that maybe we've held some stuff back that we're going to see now. It's all the caution is to the wind, and now it's all gas, no brakes, and let's see what we got, because that's what it is. And if we come out there and you see the same stuff that you saw these past 4 or 5 games of the season right now, and the same play from certain positions, and you see even Tyreek, and that's my guy, and I support him, but even with him dropping passes, Waddle too, I ain't giving Waddle a break either, man. Waddle's dropped some passes too, and Waddle dropped some last year. I ain't forget about that in the Buffalo game, and in the damn San Diego game, or whatever the hell they're called, the Chargers game. We had some drops in those games that mattered. Clutch drops. I ain't forget about any of them. I keep receipts on that too.
Yeah.
But my whole thing is now I want to see everybody against the best. So then we know who to give the money into, who not to give it to. Kind of like Christian Wilkins in the way he played against Buffalo. See?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I gotta give him his props on that Buffalo game.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Because I remember the week before I said, now listen, here we got a game coming up against Buffalo, and my guy's Christian Wilkins. Let's see what he does. I say pay him, and there's people who say Tua, and let's see. And my guy showed up.
I would say he gotten from 17.5 to 18.
Okay.
He earned an extra half a million.
I know where you guys stand, but again,
I'm willing to give him. I'm willing to give him 22.
I'm just saying. Listen,
Nah,
that play that he made, and listen, there's a bunch of other plays. That was just a that everybody could see type play. But listen, man, that with the checking to make sure Josh Allen's really a man before he commits. I mean, this type of stuff to me is worth the money. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen's nervous every time he sees Christian Wilkins, man. That's worth the money. Because we know Josh Allen ain't going nowhere.
I wouldn't say that much.
I'd say it. I mean, this guy's constantly worried about this guy, man. He's worried. This guy's going to do something weird. And that's what he's thinking about when he sees him coming.
What's up, Shelby Jordan? What's going on, brother? Hey, make sure y'all hitting the like button and subscribe if you're new, man. I appreciate y'all. 24 of y'all. Please make sure you hit the like button, man.
Hit the like button.
Yeah,
like, right, comment, subscribe, guys.
That, and it was the second half of the game. They were on the field the whole time, Shelby. You're right. But they got it. I mean, this is it.
Yeah. No.
We'll see. Christian Wilkins, hey, what kind of game does he have to have, Crypto, for you to say pay him what he wants this game against Kansas City? What would you like to see?
Maybe about 5 sacks, 2 fumble recoveries.
What else?
2 fumble recovery and maybe a couple of interceptions. No, I'll take that one.
A pick six. Pick. Yeah, a pick six. We need a pick six. Listen. Zach Seiler did it, so can he.
Exactly. Zach Seiler did it. But he got to give me a pick six.
Of my leg, he said Zach Seiler did it. A lot don't care who tells it, boy. That's one thing about it. Zach Seiler did it. Giant Turkey ain't never had 5 sacks in a game in his life, man. Get out of here.
Hey, but you notice, somebody was mentioning this. Have you noticed that just about every player that got featured on Hard Knocks got injured?
Man, listen, I've been saying I don't like the show, man. It's terrible.
Van Ginkel,
terrible, man. It's
Jerome Baker.
You're putting your game planning out there for other people to see. I know you're not putting literally your game planning, but you're putting your thought process out there for other opposing teams to see. If you think that other teams' minds or, people that they pay attention to stuff like that ain't watching, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, listen.
It's a distraction, man. It's a distraction, and it ain't no good, man. No good, mediocre, nothing show.
You know what's funny is, here's the thing. Brian Flores, when he first came to the Dolphins, he was very vague in his answers. And he says, why are you Joe Shad asked him, not Joe Shad, Hal Habit from the Palm Beach Post, because I remember this vividly, asked him, why are you so vague when about answering? He goes, because I know other teams watch these press conferences, and I don't want to put our team at a disadvantage.
Come on, man. I mean, it's really plain and simple, man. They had people, they paid people just to pay attention to that, and little snippets that you might not think. But I'm telling you, bro, these teams are like the CIA. They got money. Excuse me. They got money to just give away. That's it. They pay somebody. Hey, I want you to pay attention to everything on social media.
Hey, speaking of owners, speaking of giving money away, did you see about that owner David Tepper from the Panthers throwing soda on a fan?
Nay, thank you. That's all I need to see too, girl. What'd you say, Shake?
David Tepper, the owner, he's worth like almost $20 billion. Yeah. And they gave him, and listen, they gave his fine was less than the fine that the guy's giving 2 middle fingers. I forgot who it was, but
I don't know.
That fine that he got from the NFL was like freaking he found under his couch cushions, bro. $300,000 fine. Yeah, he found that under his couch cushions, bro.
Oh, $300,000, which is still.
He's like, hold on, I think I got that on me. You got change?
Yo, I mean, listen, I'll be honest with you. I don't.
Right.
You gotta be diplomatic. That's a little bit excessive. I don't know what the guy said. I'm always that person. I don't know what was said. I don't know. Maybe the guy was out of control. There's some people that are out of control, man. Bring something out of somebody and then, be like, oh, who knows? Maybe he deserved it. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. I don't fault the guy. You say something wrong to me at the wrong time, I might dodge you too. If it's spicy enough,
Yes.
I don't feel bad.
I'll never forget. There was a report that Ross was having a board meeting, right?
Yep.
And he told one of the he got into an argument. He told a person, "Mother effer, this ain't the NFL. I run this over here."
See, I mean, it is what it is. I don't feel bad, I got to hear the whole story before I pick a side.
Well, yeah, Ross is a bad dude outside of the he's another one that's a bad dude. You know what I'm saying? Not like a bad guy, like he's a scumbag. He's like a
bad mamma jamma.
Yeah.
This guy created the Tom Warner Center, man. This guy's he's a guru. That's what I'm saying. And people say football, whatever, but business is business. If you know how to run a business and you're a guru with a business, there's a good chance. I'm not saying you're guaranteed success, but there's a good chance that you can, So we'll see. I like Stephen Ross. People hate him. I like him.
At the end of the day, man, you listen. Can you imagine?
See, Ryan, thank you. Hold on, Shakes. Hold up. So that game when he did that was in Jacksonville? Is that when that happened?
What game you talking about?
The Tepper situation where he threw some drink on somebody.
Probably.
Ryan says he was in Duval. I don't know if he was referring to that. Mm-hmm. But let me tell you something. Mm-hmm. Jacksonville is full of people that are out of control. Full of people that are.
I remember you told me that you overpaid. Not only did you overpay for a pretzel, but that the pretzel was garbage.
Oh, trash. And I'm gonna tell you, listen, I brought a couple of guys. I was with a couple of guys that I was embarrassed to be with. Where I left the game early and went and sat back in the van and said, man, I don't even these guys. And when they came, I had to check them and say, hey, enough with that already. So if it was the two guys I had with me, these are people I've known my whole life, but and they're not even malicious with it, but they're obnoxious. So let me clear that up because I don't hang with just anybody. These guys are just obnoxiously annoying with their banner, but they're not malicious. They don't say out of line things, but they're annoying enough that I don't want to be around them. So if it's one of these guys that I'm with, and if Dylan's in the chat, he knows exactly who I'm talking about. After this, I said, I'll never go anywhere in public with you guys again. And he threw a drink on them, they should have to pay the fine. If it's guys like that, yeah. I mean, get out of here. I don't feel bad for you at all,
But here's the thing. Here's the thing about Ross, though. The only thing I don't like about Ross, look, this is what I've been saying for a long time. This is the Dolphins is his side hustle. And the reason I say it's his side hustle because you're like, for instance, I got a main job and then this comes secondary. If I had to go to work and if I had to be at work until 8:00, I want to be able to do this show. If you had to, you know what I'm saying? Same thing with, crypto couldn't, everybody has.
Yeah, but that's why you hire a right general manager. Yeah, listen, but you're the general manager of Larry's.
But still, but hold on, let me finish my train of thought here. So the reason Stephen Ross is in New York because his main money is in New York. His real estate businesses and stuff like that, all the stuff that he cares about is actually in New York. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where his main money is coming from. That's why he's able to put $500 million on a freaking on a rebuilding and do all these fun things for the Dolphins.
Yeah, but that's what he has a GM for, so it's a little bit different.
But still,
You're the GM of Larry's channel. Let's keep it 100. Larry might be the creator of this channel, but without you in this off season, what would have happened to Larry's channel while he was handling his other endeavors? That is how he takes care of, like you say, that's his main gig. This is his side stuff. If he didn't have a stand-up guy like you to take care of, what would have happened? Numbers would have plummeted. Things would have went down. He'd have came back after the offseason. It would have been nothing. So that's why it's important who you get to manage the team. You got to have a strong
It would have
team.
been like, it would be like if Pete became the general manager of the Dolphins.
Pete.
That's how the channel would have went down.
But I tell you what, man, Larry on his own, he does great. He does really good numbers, man.
I love Larry. He does fantastic. But what I'm saying is, this whole offseason, what would have happened? When he had,
now what I'm saying? Think about it. That's food for thought. What would it be like if the Dolphins were managed by Pete? I really would like to know that.
Skylar Thompson will be the head coach. I mean, the starting quarterback.
What was the question?
What would the Dolphins look like personnel wise if Pete was our general manager?
I don't know who Pete is.
He's
you don't know Pete?
No, you talking about a Tua hater. If you look in the definition, he is definitely one of those Tua haters.
Oh yeah, see, I don't know.
Man, we got to get schooled on Pete, and
just remember, never
once
forget.
You get to know him,
listen to me carefully.
Yep.
Listen to me clearly.
Listen to me clearly. Never forget.
Cosa Nostra, my guy.
Put it like this.
Like that. He's not.
Put it like this.
That kind of attorney, my guy.
No,
he ain't chasing ambulances over here.
No.
He's not that attorney.
Put it like this. He's a fan favorite.
He's a criminal. He's a criminal lawyer, not
that kind of attorney. Don't ever disrespect my guy Larry K like that, Cosa Nostra.
Put it like this. Pete is the glue of the Dolphins fan base.
And
ain't that right, Shake?
My guy ain't that guy.
Man, Larry's the legend,
it like
bro.
this.
I love Larry.
I know, Cosa Nostra.
Don't worry, Anthony. Don't worry. Once you get to know Pete, you will understand that he's the glue of the Miami Dolphin fan base. He's what keep it going.
The glue. What he means by glue. What he means by listen.
Is that the big guy?
And listen. And what he means by glue is glue. It's that stuff that you sniff.
Hold up.
The
big guy?
Amherst glue.
Is Pete the big guy?
No.
He's a small guy. He's the opposite. He's quite the opposite of the big guy.
That he's got the red hair. I want to say he has glasses, and he flips out, man. He flips out.
You talking about Hank the Tank?
No, I don't know if his name is Hank.
Yeah, he's from Barstool. He always throws temper tantrum. Man, he's also a Mets fan too.
Oh,
I don't know if that's
no.
him. Last year, he's like, "That's it.
Mets?
Christmas is ruined." He picked up his little tree when we lost to Green Bay, and he's talking about he went crazy on Tua. He's like, "That's it. I don't want to hear about any more left-handed quarterbacks."
Yeah, that was Hank the Tank. Whatchamacallit. Actually, Larry knows him. He worked with him for a while.
Kind of looks like Larry, low key. Shout out to Larry. Larry's got a guy.
Man, Greer's chasing ambulances to put the team together. That's brutal, Nene. He's chasing ambulances. That's brutal. Greg,
that's Greg. Hey, listen, Joe, that's what I was gonna say, Mike. Listen, Larry got Greg. That could be like his long lost son. He's got this guy I'm talking about. Maybe could be his
Hank the Tank.
Mother.
His name's Hank the Tank.
The red hair gene is strong with the Larry connection. You know what I mean? My guy.
Oh man, dude, you should have seen
Braveheart connection.
You should have seen when last year when the Mets was fizzling out towards the middle of the year. Oh man, he was freaking going nuts, bro. Well, the Mets spent all that money, bro.
Up so tight. He's a Mets fan. He's a Dolphins fan. He's been disappointed in his entire existence.
Now, Reason isn't a redhead though, but shout out to Reason. He's a good.
Right, he's not redhead. He's Canadian.
Yeah, he's a
fellow Dolphin
content creator
from the north, from Canada.
From Canada, he's a good. I got to give him his props. He's a very good content creator.
Right.
He's
a great content creator from the north.
He said from the north, the northern regions.
The northern regions of North America.
As a matter of fact,
in the Caucasus Mountains.
As a matter of fact, Michael K. He loves Canada.
Does Michael K have red hair? I need to see a picture of Michael K.
That's Michael K's favorite country. It's Canada. Yeah, that's his favorite country.
I think he said Michael K says Canada is like his second home or something like that. I think that's what Michael K was saying.
Yeah, he said it's his first home. America is his second home. He loves Canada so much.
I mess with Greer. I'm one of the few people, man. Listen, I co-signed Stephen Ross. I co-signed Greer. When I saw that Stephen Ross went behind the scenes and tried to do what he could to get us a Brady and and he was shooting for us to get, I co-signed that. He wanted Lamar. Man, the guy wants to see us win. And then when it ultimately came down to Tua, he succumbed and said, whatever. He supports the team. But he's always there willing to do what he could do, right, wrong, or indifferent, to make things work. And that's what it is, man. In business, all these teams cheat. I don't give a damn what you think. If you think that there's a team in the NFL that is 100% square business and doesn't cut any corners, you're a damn fool. That's it. Canada's is worse than me. You're right around the corner. You said tripping. These guys said tripping on people. That says Greer is a Tom. I ain't gonna go that
Don't let Michael K fool you. That's his greatest nation. Matter of fact, he loved Canada so much he used to sing their national anthem backwards. He was that good at it.
Yo, I gotta say this. If Greer was a Tom Nene, then I don't think that he would have. When we wanted Lamar, we'd have got Lamar, because the beat on the street is he wanted Lamar, and he would have made it happen. He didn't. Matter of fact, he sided. He took
a pass on that one.
He did, and he sided with Flores, who's his people. So that kind of ixnays that whole thought process.
Greer,
Nene, you're my girl. I like it, but yeah, that don't even sound right. I ain't co-signing that because he sided with Flores. And I know ultimately they had a falling out, but ultimately he went against the grain and did what Flores. Flores didn't call the shots. Ultimately, it was up to Greer to make the final decision, and he sided with Flores. Ultimately, not in necessarily the drafting, but that's a who cares? Flores is gone. All that's dead and over. I ain't co-signing. He's a Tom.
He'll be in Seattle. He'll be the next coach for Seattle.
Yeah, I ain't co-signing that.
No, he's gonna be he's gonna be the next coach of the Patriots.
Oh, the Patriots. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's gonna slide right in. Yeah, he's got Drake May as his quarterback, and yeah.
Hold up, Flo wanted Lamar, but he wasn't. This didn't happen until this offseason. Flo was gone, so. I mean, right now we had the opportunity.
Now you're talking about before the draft.
Yeah, before the draft. But I'm saying right now, recent times, we had the opportunity to get him, and that wasn't the call. So, But who cares? Enough with the Flo talk. Let's get out of Flo. Flo's gone. He's out of here. Let's stop talking about Flo. We always bring up Flo. Damn Flo. He's a rat. Let's get rid of Flo.
Yeah, we'll disagree on that.
Yeah, it is what it is. We could talk about that Pinky Ring podcast, Shakes. You know what I'm saying? We'll have that conversation there because that's what that'll be about: real men and women, and funny stories in life and just But this ain't the place for that. Flo's gone. I don't want to hear any more Flo if I'm on the show. He's out of here. Let's talk about what's happening now.
Yeah, it's like bringing up Adam Gase. It's
exactly. It's a dead issue, man. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Peace be to him and his journey. And we don't wish bad on nobody, but we're moving on to
unless they're playing the Dolphins, of course.
That's right. Or unless it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Q, you're my guy, but I want Buffalo to win, bro, because I want to see him again. I need to avenge our
Not
loss.
me, baby. I'm gonna have this
terrible
Sunday.
towel.
I'm gonna be rocking this terrible towel, baby.
Hold up, Michael K. If you're making pizza and you're talking junk, it better not have pepperoni and it better have pineapple. You know what I'm saying? What do we got? She really wants Greer out of here immediately. You know, that's a good opinion for you, not for me. People hate on Greer. I like him. My guy made some great draft choices. We've got some Dolphins. We've got some players recent times, man, that look like they're going to be in the ring, the Dolphins ring of fame in recent years. We've made some good signs. You know, does everything work out perfect? No. But everybody, and these people hate to admit, and then I'm gonna put you on blast right here. You posted something where he said, you know, it seems like you guys are more worried about it than I am. And like you mocking that, right? About the offensive line situation. But when you look at it, what has our offensive line done this season? It looks pretty good to me. Tua ain't been beat up the whole season. He might have took a couple hard hits. Who in the chat or who on this panel could tell me how many hard hits you saw Tua take this season? Hard hits. I remember one that stands out against Dallas. Michael Parsons hit him. That's the only one I really recall. When have you seen Tua take a hit like, oh, damn, and you're worried if he's going to, like, sustain the hit? And look how great any running back. This kid, Achan, is averaging 7.8 yards a carry. I mean, come on, man. The guy, I mean, what else do you need to see? We got a receiver that led the league in yards. We got a quarterback that led the league in yards. Where did you see our offensive line play bad?
I think you can lead the league in yards without having all of that if you get rid of the ball quick enough to the fastest guy. I'll look at it this way. If Devontae Park just change one element, okay. Devontae Park is wide receiver. He's not leading the league in yards. We got to stop ending that.
Yeah.
Both go hand in hand.
They do. I agree. And listen, it's no coincidence that Tyreek Hill led the league in yards after catch too. I'm with you 100%. But what I'm saying is, when have you seen Tua take crazy hits?
And by the way,
what would you grade our offensive line?
He ain't taking crazy hits.
All right, let's we could do that after the season's done. But listen, we're gonna close the show in about 15 minutes. I want to end at about 9:00. So I'm gonna drop the link for anybody who wants to come up and chop it up about the Kansas City game.
Hey, Cliff D, I'm with you. Yards ain't wins, brother. I'm with you on that. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about offensive line play.
Offensive line.
Aaron throws ain't got shit to do with the offensive line either. And these interceptions at inopportune times, them shits ain't got nothing to do with the offensive line.
No, you can't blame the line for that. No.
Who's blaming the line for interception? Sometimes you can when it's like, and you just panic and throw the ball.
That was no pressure on the last game.
Yeah, you know what
What's
I'm saying?
Up,
that was more than 4 seconds
I
gotta through the
come
ball.
up here and talk to my main man Lucci. So here's the thing: what I would say to you about what you're saying. The offensive line. Let me do it this way. What job do you get hired for when you only have to be efficient for 2.5 seconds? Like I'm not giving nobody no golden star because you had the scheme, right? Let's talk ball here. I'm taking the feelings out. One of the reasons why that offensive line is somewhat productive is because of the scheme. And it's another reason why we are vulnerable, right? Because if your offensive line was either healthy or can guard for long periods of time, you wouldn't have to conspire an offensive scheme to where
Miss Finn's in the building.
to where you're not going through your to where you're not going through your progressions. So I get it. And that's what I don't like about this version of this team. Everybody goes after the fluff, but I'm looking at the product, right? The product that gave up a 3-game lead, a product that every game we got somebody on the cart or on the stretcher or head. It is something to constructing a team with the right components. And that's why I go to Christopher Aloysius III, because for all of these guys that do backflips and the kumbayas, I don't see no dogs. I don't see no dogs. And that's his responsibility to bring them into the team. This is why I'm on him, Lucci. I didn't know him from Adam. But when we tanked for Tua and we got all those draft picks and we got all that money, I have never seen in any sport a general manager that had a perfect reset. Normally, it's one or the other. Normally, you either have the picks or you have the money. He had it all. And he overpaid people to the point that this summer, no matter what happens this year, we in a pickle because all of this money was allocated improperly, part one, and it didn't prepare for what you got. Not everybody's going to be on a rookie contract their whole entire year. You gave all this money to Hill. You gave all this money to Ramsey. You're going to have to give some money to Tua. What's going to happen moving forward? And that's why you may like him, but I have a problem of the overall thing that he had, because he had a perfect reset. A lot of these general managers, they don't have those accessibilities to have to all of those draft picks. I think we broke a record on how many won.
Hold on 1 second. So you say he gave all the money to Hill, he gave all the money to Ramsey. Now let me just ask you this: did not those both players put up their money's worth?
But what I'm saying, Lucci, what I'm saying to you is this:
pay these people these days. Hold on, I'm asking you.
Hear what I'm saying?
Did you or do you not think that those two players you named he gave all the money to lived up to the expectations?
What I'm saying to you is you still have to allocate for the future. You cannot just you cannot limit yourself.
You ain't answering my question. You named two players
I'm
that gave boatloads of money to that somebody else would have, and they would have got them instead of us.
This is why I'm answering the way that I'm answering, because for this moment you look okay, but it looks bad at the same time because you spend all that money and you in the same place that you were before, possibly a one and done. So you have to be better with your management skills.
I'm confused with your argument, Nene.
Well, no, I'm trying to make it clear.
We gave it to people that
did passed on a lot of people
in the league, and you ain't happy with that. So I don't know what would make you happy.
Let me ask you, Lucci. Let me ask you.
We got two other people up here. Let's see.
I just want to ask you one more question.
Okay.
Ask yourself why Kansas City didn't pay Tyreek Hill what we paid him.
I don't know.
It may be what we're seeing now. Because I saw a gentleman, when his team got his butt kicked, just walk off the field.
Yeah.
And talk about freaking video games and all this other foolishness.
I'll tell you what I saw, though. Since you asked me that question, I'm gonna answer it. I'll tell you what I saw. That Super Bowl run that they made when they won that Super Bowl with him came from Tyreek and his one catch and one run, and he made that whole play happen.
But why Kansas City?
Yeah, one person leave already. Let's let them.
But why they didn't pay him?
I don't know.
I can't tell you. That's what I'm saying.
How do they look this year? Listen, now I know they won the Super Bowl last year. What do they look like this year? Do they look like they wish they'd have paid him?
But they won a Super Bowl without him.
Yeah, they did.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Are you looking at the flash in the pans? Or are you looking at deeper details about these people? Another thing, you're drafting all of these people that don't even touch the field. That's on the GM.
Yeah, that's on the GM. Is it on the GM?
Because if he's dumber than a sack of rocks,
I'm asking you, is it on the GM?
Yes, it is. Because if they dumber in a sack of rocks, if they're dumber than a sack of rocks, and you still draft him, that's on you.
I guess
it is.
On the GM, okay.
Everybody can't be stupid that we drafting and they don't know the playbook.
All right.
Or they can't control themselves off. Because look at the one guy we just got.
Patrick is just the prime example I showed somebody we drafted that was too stupid to play and then went over there and balled out in Pittsburgh. But let's let these other people talk because he was too stupid to play too, right? He went over there and had a damn crazy career season. You know,
well, that will be on the GM for not getting it.
How he picked him?
Wait a minute, who are you talking about?
He wasn't productive.
He's the guy who he picked over. He's the guy who he picked over. He picked over Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Well, Minka didn't want to be diverse.
Okay.
Minka didn't want to be diverse, and that's why he was moved. But I mean, and then he went to the Steelers, and after that, they actually asked him, "Hey, we're gonna need you to come into different positions." And then he's like, "Okay, I'll do it." But that's exactly why Flores wanted him, for him to be diverse in that secondary, but he didn't want to do it, and then they got him out of there.
And he ended up playing for Flores the next year, which is crazy. So it was never about that. Y'all fall into the smoke screens too much. He went right and played with Flores and didn't have one problem with Flores.
Was not the defensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers, man.
Yeah,
but he was still a part of that organization.
You better look up his position. I know what I'm talking about.
He wasn't the
Don't make it like
he was in the defense.
Wilkins broke the record for the most tackles, and everybody called me a damn fool, and I don't know what I'm talking about. He was not.
What I'm saying to you is
Steelers. So
what
let's
I'm saying
to you is the linebackers coach.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he was the linebackers coach.
Yeah, whatever.
But I didn't say he was the defensive coordinator.
Linebacker coach, absolutely.
All I'm saying is all of that stupid stuff that the Miami media feed y'all people listen to because he went to Pittsburgh and didn't have one problem with him, not at all.
Man, listen,
not one.
So who's? But we ain't even gonna. Let's just talk about what's going on now because this shit is the past. We keep bringing up.
Let's talk. Forget about. We could talk about Greer and all his. Let's talk about Kansas City. Let's talk about Kansas City. What are your keys to this game, Nene and Miss Fins for today?
Well, my key is what I was just saying about having a dog. Like you can't go in there with that all the little dance routine stuff and all the little foolishness we doing. You in a situation where this is win or go home. And like people get upset when I bring it, but you gotta have the right players that's gonna will that mentality. You know, that's not a coaching thing. That's on the players. Like if you can't get up knowing that you had the second seed opportunity, the AFC championship opportunity, or you going home or you going to Cancun after this if you don't win, I think that's the key. I think it's beyond X's and O's with this team at this point because and everybody talks about Tua, but I see it with the whole team to a certain extent. When that pressure starts, building, it's like they give up on themselves and that's why when people say, "Oh, well, we beat ourselves," to me that makes it worse. Like it wasn't that the competition was better, is that you were
that argument.
You were mentally weak to beat yourself. So I think it's beyond the X's and O's. I don't think it has anything to do with the weather. I am not throwing a pity party every day, putting what the negative degrees are for that game. You had the opportunity to be hosting the game on Sunday in Miami-Dade County, and you went out there and folded like a lawn chair. Just call it what it is. Tua, I mean, I just hope that he's focused in what he has to do, and then if an adjustment needs to be made to Mike McDaniel, damn it, do it. Like, I don't get this. We're going to ride till we die with these plays that, let's be honest, even the national broadcast is calling our plays as it happens. So if that ain't predictable, I don't know what is. So my key is, go in there mentally tough, compete, right? Because let's be honest, this Kansas City team so far hasn't been the Kansas City team of old. It looks like they're breaking up for what overall
defensively compensated.
The whole thing is the record. I don't have the same fear for Kansas City like I did last year. I think it is a possibility that we can go in here and still win, but it's beyond X's and O's to me. I don't think it's a particular scheme. I don't think they have to mentally, and it ain't about what clothes you wearing. That's what pisses me off with this team. They tell me, "Oh, I'm not wearing gloves," or "I'm not wearing." You really caring about that after what y'all did in front of those fans? Like, you really caring about what clothes you got on? Go out there, play football, because we seen it when you play with on both sides of the ball with the same mental toughness. It usually come as a dub. So my key is beyond the X's and O's. They got to go out there and be men, and they got to be out there and fight, like punch back. Like, to me, even if they lose, if they just punch back, I'm happy with it, and I land my plane.
What's up, Miss Fins? What do you got on this?
I mean, this game, I'm not. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for coming up.
Of course. Actually, I have a different perspective for this game. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see my show this morning. I had Nick Needham's mom, and she brought some insight.
Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty good. Congrats
thank you for
on
coming in. Thank you. I know it was awesome. But she had some insight on the players, and which is exactly what I wanted to hear. You know, obviously, I guess they really do hear us. They are paying attention to what we say and what we do. But it's the fact that they actually are being laser focused. And I think that what's most important for me is for them to see it as there's nothing else that matters except this game. Period. And whatever external thing that may come about, as in social media or other teams, nothing matters. The whole point is to just focus on this game, and that's it. I think that the Dolphins in the last few weeks, we have had that pressure of this is it, this is the game, and we haven't been able to always capitalize on the opportunities. But now that we have this one, it kind of led to this game coming up, and yeah, we dropped the ball by not going and winning at home, obviously, which is very frustrating. But I still think that it's gonna be a very physical game, a ground game. I think that's kind of a given. But don't be surprised if you see the ball thrown more than most people expect, in my opinion. So I think it's gonna be a physical game. It's gonna be a defensive game, low scoring. But what I like the most is her insight on the players are focused, and they really are looking to bring this home, and one game at a time. I mean, when she told me I just dropped them off to practice, I was like, "Oh my god, this is so cool!" So it was pretty awesome. But I think that's my main thing, is just to stay present and stay focused, and that's it. The only thing that matters is Kansas City, and let's keep it moving.
Hey, what's going on, Todd, man? What do you got on this?
I've been talking to my girl, man. She's up there about a half hour away from the stadium. And, man, I'm getting video chats. I'm looking at that snow. She's like, they're talking about it's going to be dangerous. There might not be a lot of fans going, she told me. So it might not be as loud as what would have been. She knows a lot of.
I don't know if you've seen it, but they have tickets as low as $48, and I mean, like half the stadium, it's available.
They're trying to sell them. Yeah, they're trying to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of people aren't taking that chance because of the weather. She said it could hit with wind chill. It could hit in the negative 20s to 30s.
Don't care.
That's crazy, because
it'd be almost like another ice bowl.
Degree below freezing,
She said that's why a lot of the fans aren't going to the game, because they don't want to sit there in the crowd and get in that type of weather.
Yeah. Listen, I hate this, because this ain't the first game that had these kind of conditions. Like 3 or 4 games. They just had one with the Cincinnati game. We got to stop laying down the excuses, man. They put themselves in this position. But they put themselves in this position. I'm not having no empathy for it. Not at all.
I'm not having any sympathy for Miami either. I'm just saying that's what I'm hearing about around there right now.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Kansas City fans.
I think they'll tough it out for them 3 hours. They're gonna change their mind.
Now they gotta dig themselves out.
I think the fans that got tickets, They gonna brave it for them 3 hours. Something
And I'm
telling me
Yeah,
they
they
gonna
had a
stick
chance.
to it.
Listen, they had a chance to be the number 2 seed. They ain't blew it.
and I'm
That's
sorry,
what I'm saying. It's
you
just too
know,
much
Yeah,
dialogue about this weather thing. I don't care
yeah,
nothing about it.
yeah. They did
No,
have
that
a shot. It
then
was
you're
sitting there
you're
for the
not getting
taking.
where we're coming at. We're
I
not
I
talking about the
get it.
team. We're
Well
talking
the
about the
fans got
fans being in there.
well the fans got to use common sense. If the governor put out there that it is to stay at home, you still go to a football game. I don't feel sorry for them neither.
Well,
So
they put
that's
themselves
what I'm
at a
saying.
certain level of risk.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you right
like come
now,
on, like you got to use your brain. Like if the governor of Kansas is saying stay at home and you still go and take your raggedy butt out there to sit and watch a football game, that's on you. I don't feel sorry for them neither. Not at all. We all got TVs. It'll be a
Yeah,
peacock
they about to layer up,
explosion.
get that Antarctica weather gear, cause that's what they gonna need. That Antarctic gear,
Because you know why I'm
Vortex.
aggravated, Miss Fans? Because I think people just want to politic and say, oh, well, just cancel it and put it in a dome.
No,
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 you did
absolutely
that to
not.
yourself.
No, yeah, we can't put it in a dome.
oh, I'm
It's too
not
late
saying
now. It's a
anything
little
like
bit too
that.
late.
I
I'm
didn't
not
say
saying.
you
It's
said it.
way too late.
I just
It's
said
way
why
too late at that
I'm a
point.
little agitated with hearing it because you hear it all day.
Well, they're thinking about moving the Buffalo game.
That's
No,
where
see,
I'm
that
going with it.
pisses me off.
But they're
That
Well, that
not.
won't
that's
because
ridiculous.
That's not
that's different,
true. That's not true. That's
and
Dolphin
it's not
fans
true,
being
right?
Dolphin fans. They clearly said they're not
Yeah,
canceling any game. That's Dolphin fans being Dolphin fans. Because it was a Dolphin
yeah.
fan that put that lie out there. They're
And
not
plus, they got the
canceling the
snow
Buffalo
trucks
game.
already plowing the streets and stadium. The stadium
I,
would be clear. The field would be clear.
I will say this: if I'm the owner, I'm putting my hands around McDaniel's neck if he did what he did in Buffalo. 101 yards rushing in the first half and 3 carries in the second. That ain't cutting it in this weather.
Well, listen to me. I keep saying it, and y'all not listening to me. It would not be surprised. I'm not surprised if Mike McDaniel is giving directions for everything that he's doing, and he's listening to those directions because it wouldn't be the first time that our organization has told the coach how to coach.
That's true.
Like
Mm-hmm.
everybody keep
That I don't deny.
Like
But to
Mm.
everybody
say
keep like
that,
just acting like this man wasn't a running
Right.
back coach. Like he don't know the game of football. Like, come on, like it be making me want to shake people. Read between the lines. You're not stupid. Like the first half he showed you he could call running plays. And I'm not saying like conspiracy theory that I just think there's certain things that this organization wants to promote. And I think that's why you hear about that 2,000 yards. You hear about all of the offensive milestones. I think it's a direction because I don't think this man is dumb. I don't think he's I think sometimes he outsmarts himself, but
yeah.
I still think it is a
Mm-hmm.
quantifiable argument that nobody is talking about that Mike McDaniel is just following what he's being told to do.
Boss man in the
So
building. What's
showcase our
going
guy.
on?
Mm.
What's going on,
Yeah.
Larry?
If he being told how to coach,
Yeah, it
then
wouldn't be the first
that's
time.
eerily. It wasn't even the first. Yeah,
It wouldn't be the
that's
first time
eerily
with these
familiar
same
to
two.
what was going on before, huh?
This is
Yes.
the
Dude,
reason why I believe it. Because all of a sudden you start right before the Baltimore game. It started with Big O, then Omar, then Joe Shat. You could just list it. Adam Beasley. All of a sudden we went from loving this man, saying how smart he is, how he's the
Mm-hmm.
quarterback whisperer for Tua, to now this man is on the hot seat. Like, like it
Yeah,
doesn't make
it
sense.
happened like almost overnight when it came to the Big O.
Well, I mean,
I
I'm
think
not
the
gonna
big
speak
Big O
about
putting
other
that propaganda
creators or
out there.
nothing.
I'm sorry. This game we have to with that type of weather, you have to run the ball 40 times plus.
Yeah.
I get it, but he's not the
Yeah,
guy
you
that's
might have to do that.
combative. He's not a guy that's combative and gonna tell whomever no. Because here's another thing. Y'all watch Hard Knocks? Because Tua said something that makes me believe this ideology. After the first drive, Tua went to his bench and said, I, I guess this is gonna be this kind of game. This is how we're gonna do. And that further was like, okay, even if Tua is saying out of his own mouth that this is how we need to play this game, and you do the complete opposite when you had the lead at halftime, it makes no sense.
So okay, see, you talk about conspiracy theory. Now you're trying to tell me it's a conspiracy that he tanked on purpose so we can go to Kansas City. Like, come on.
I wouldn't say I'm not those words. What I am saying to you is there are certain things that I think they want Mike McDaniel to accomplish with this team
Well,
and how
hopefully
they
now.
Which
want
is
it done.
losing? Like that makes no
No,
sense.
what
That
I
will
don't think
be
Like
I
that will
think
literally
the
makes
be
no
at
sense.
arrogance
I'm
is
sorry.
at the
I think the
behest of
arrogance
losing the
is that they
division.
don't think it's going to affect winning. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, hopefully now that the playoffs are here and there's no regular season records to do, hopefully they get off his neck if that's the case.
Yeah, there's no more regular season records to
Hey, can
obtain
we
no
There's-
more.
give the lead to this Coast
It's all in the
Costa
boot.
guy, Costa guy, whoever this guy is? Shake, you know who this Costa guy is? Cause I got time today. He always got
Yeah.
something flippity flip to say, and I ain't the one to joke with. You don't know
Hmm.
me like that, sir or man, whatever you are.
I would go with Sir Ma'am because I don't want to
Oh yeah,
judge.
yeah, yeah. But it's people like that that bother me because you do all the talking in the comments. You got time to be Twitter fingers or keyboard fingers, but you ain't gonna grab a
I
mic.
ignore them. I ignore them.
They ain't gonna grab a mic so we could talk or land a plane together.
Ignore
Make me land my
Yes, and the
plane.
big O does look like Ron Jeremy.
He does.
Splitting image.
I know today
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
good.
I
I
brought
know
that up one
today.
time. Yeah, he does. I remember. I did. Yeah, I said that on Larry K's channel. Not Larry K. Larry L's channel.
So Shake,
Yeah.
how much celebrating have you done the last 2 days?
Is what?
How much celebrating have you done the last 2 days?
Why is that?
You have no more
For
Belichick
Michigan?
you have no more Belichick and no more Saban.
Well, Belichick,
Right. They both went
I
out.
wasn't worried about. We've been beating them,
Yeah.
so I didn't care about the Belichick. The Saban, I mean, we still got freaking Kirby Smart, but whatever.
Kirby Smart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
but
Georgia.
at least that should get you some more prospects. Some more.
Yeah, a lot of them are going to FSU. So yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but Miss fans, I'm not saying that they're tanking. I just think that there's a couple of individuals and if you need proof, the Van Noy, like he does a podcast. He talked about his time in that locker room and that
By the way, real quick though, Nene, is anybody aware familiar with the Drew Carey show?
I heard of it, but go on.
Yeah, Jake. Yes.
Okay, good. Because I seen Big O without his goatee. He looks like Mimi from the Drew Carey show. He looks like a male version of Mimi.
I forget who that character is.
You know who Mimi is? All right, I'll show you now. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah, but that's the only reason why I said it, Miss Fence, because Calvin Noy, he mentioned that there was a war going on in that locker room between ownership and the
Yeah,
coach.
it had
And
nothing to do with the players. It
no,
was.
but
It
what I'm
was.
saying is that's your boss. If your boss tells you to do something, then who are you to say no? I want to do it my way. That's what I'm saying. That has everything to do with the players in the game. If the boss comes down and say, "I get y'all running this ball, but we need to get this ball to Tyreek. We need to get to we need him to be more the vocal point." I don't see McDaniel saying no. We're gonna keep running the ball. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if anybody decides in that front office to say pass the ball in this weather, I'd be telling them you don't know football. I'm sorry, that's where I draw the line.
And that's where
I
the
don't
other
care.
guy had his issues because he told him, "No, I'm the coach. Let me coach this team." And that's why it wouldn't surprise me if it's a part of it because I don't think McDaniel is that stupid. I just can't think. I think he's an easy target. Like he's a first year or second year head coach that was never a head coach. And you could easily, because look how people have turned on this man. Like I've always been a little skeptical but the way people are turning on this man, that from praising him as this savior to now he is the problem.
But who are those
And
people?
he's on
Not
the
don't
hot
send me
seat.
names. Just the general atmosphere of those people because I feel like it's those who have personally been very what's the word I'm trying to look for? Um, very ultra. No, not. I don't even know what the word word would be, but it's also see nothing wrong with super supporting your team, which I personally don't think there's nothing wrong with that, but I do believe that you need to look at your team objectively. You know what I mean?
Let me
It's
ask
not
you,
about just blind faith. There you go. Not
what's
having
the
blind
total
faith.
points? What's the total points for this game as of right now?
I don't know. Over under, I think it was 44.5 last time I checked. I have to double check. I have it.
So crypto, real quick. Yeah, listen. Just
Okay.
picture Big O with shaved his goatee, put on a little
Mm-hmm.
makeup, and this is what it kind of looked like.
And while y'all look at that, Dan B, I ask
Damn.
people like Dan B, you see what I'm saying? And it's not wrong with Dan B's comments, but when we were winning, nobody had a problem how this man wasn't changing his stuff.
I mean, I still called out a few stuff, but
Yeah, I mean you're objective, but the majority of the fan base, you was in the spaces today. They out there blaming Tyreek Hill. They out there, these same
yeah.
people that they were praising just maybe a couple of weeks ago are now the big problem on why we had the
Mr.
December
Polk in the
January
building.
collapse.
Right. Yeah, the same guys are being praised as being crucified now. Mike McDaniel.
I mean, I
I,
get
Wow.
where you're coming from,
It's
and I
crazy
think
how
you're
fast
right.
they turn.
It's pretty
Yeah,
much.
appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
By the way,
I,
man,
I
make sure
just
you hit the
think,
like button and subscribe if you're new. Listen, man, we about to wrap this show up, man. I appreciate everybody. We're about to hit the 2 hour mark. Because I want to make this strictly 2 hours. You know what I mean? Not to go overboard. But any final thoughts? Who wants to go first with their final thoughts?
I mean, I could go first, honestly.
And by the way, thank you, Miss Fins. And make sure, do me a favor, Miss
DM is
Fins.
not a
Drop the
legend.
link to your channel tomorrow. To your channel, man. Make sure. Uh, of course, I tune in at 8:30 because I'm watching the Locked On Gators at 8. But after that, I'm tuning in Miss Fins every morning, man. I always go in there and tell her how beautiful another beautiful day in Zamunda.
That is true. Honestly, I appreciate you guys' support. Everybody that becomes a member, everybody that donates to the channel and comes and views the channel. It helps to, bring in extra stuff like, having Richmond Webb a couple of weeks ago and having Miss Needham today. So the more support, the more stuff we're able to go ahead and do. But I appreciate that, Shake. And yeah, you can catch me Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday. Just Dolphins content, AFC East content, and league wide content as well. As far as this game is concerned, this team is not what the Super Bowl team was. They have chinks in their armor, and they're definitely beatable. The point is, are we going to be able to take advantage of those mishaps, if you will? And I think that this team, the way that it's constructed, because I don't give no excuses whatsoever to injuries. It's all about next man up. I do believe that we have the team to be able to get this W, and I expect us to get this win because of how this team is currently constructed. So hopefully that's what we see, and we're able to go ahead and take care of Kansas City. Because once we do, we'll be able to start that revenge tour, if you will, like we're all talking about. But hey, man, I have full faith. It's the one team that I felt the most comfortable going up against because we almost beat them when we were really good, and they haven't been really good. So I'm very confident
And
that
that's
now.
the reason why I'm not as confident.
Well, you know what? You would think so, but
We
no,
were
man.
at our best then, and they wasn't still,
Yeah,
and we
but
didn't even come close.
we're resilient, man. We're resilient. You know what I mean? And that's what I like about this team. That's why, for me, I feel like we are able to go ahead and still beat them, even with the missing pieces. So I'm all for it. I'm ready to see this team rise to the occasion, and for both offense and defense to work in tandem. and coaching as well. So I'm excited for it. But I think it's going to be a Dolphins W, and then we're on to Baltimore.
Mm.
I thought it was the winner of the
I don't know. I guess
Buffalo.
I'm built different.
No,
I thought it was the winner of Buffalo and Pittsburgh.
no, because
No, the lowest seed play the highest seed.
yeah, exactly. Remember, Ravens are the number 1 seed.
Hey, listen.
So
all I know is,
but we the 6.
If
exactly.
if the Steelers win, right? If the Steelers win
the
and they play
Browns
the
game.
Rivers, they beat the Ravens, right? And we beat we both win in the divisional. It's coming back to the Hard Rock.
It's true. Essentially,
that's the only way it goes to the Hard Rock if it's the 7th seed in the final round.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is a
tall order, that's for sure.
Who's the 5th seed right now?
Cleveland. Cleveland is the 5th seed, so they're going up to Houston.
They're on the road.
They are slotted to win that game. At least they're favored to win that game. So they're the 5th seed. Then you have Steelers, Bills. If Bills do win and we beat Kansas City, then second round divisional round. It'll be Ravens hosting Miami.
I have this weird feeling Pittsburgh could end up upsetting the Bills.
Oh yeah, black and yellow.
Not a chance.
I know. Hey, you never know. Any given Sunday, baby. I'm all for that.
I mean, when are we gonna stop doing this? We've been doing this when the Bills were 6-6. I have a feeling that the Bills are gonna lose this game. I have a feeling the Bills are gonna lose this game, and the next year, they're holding up the AFC's title. I mean, how long are we gonna carry this on?
For the rest of my life, Crypto. For the rest of my life, Crypto.
Thank you.
For the rest of my life.
Okay.
Let me be a fan.
God.
You know what? Because this is it. If I'm gonna be in misery, well, let me be in misery after the fact. Let me at least be happy now and believe in my team.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. My Super Bowls the last 3 years have been the Buffaloes getting eliminated. That's have been my Super Bowls the last 3 years.
I still don't think if Pittsburgh wins that we are going to Baltimore. I don't think that's right.
No. If Pittsburgh wins, then they go to Baltimore.
They're the ones that
and then we go to Cleveland. That's how that would work. We would go to Cleveland.
Cleveland or Houston, whoever.
Or
whoever's
or
the remaining
Houston.
lowest seed play the remaining highest seed.
Yeah, that's
how
it would be.
after each round.
Yeah, so if that happens, then we would go to either Cleveland or Houston. Out of those winners, which I feel very comfortable with that. And then from there, it would be Miami going to Baltimore.
And Pittsburgh swept Baltimore this year.
They did. So it's going to be hard for them to beat them again.
I know.
No team beats a team 3 times in the same season.
That third time is always the one that always gets you.
So that's why I have faith.
I have faith too.
Well, I'm going to grab my final thought, and I still send that invitation to Carson to grab the mic on any platform. I am available until Tuesday when school starts. But I just I just think it's hard to think what we're going to see, to be honest with you. I every time I watch my fans, my objective is that they win. I don't care how they do it, just win. And I just don't know with the injuries, with all of the other stuff. But let's be honest, we probably paying the perfect candidate because they've had injuries. That team hasn't looked as dominant as it normally has, and we just hope. For me, my prediction is just I hope that this is the game for Tua and that entire organization to get a playoff win after January 6, 2001. Just get the W, man. Because we on Spaces. Some of y'all we on Spaces for hours. Then we go to YouTube for hours. Then we take a nap and we at it again. So I just want my team to go out there and get the win. And I just, for me, I hate all the propaganda and all of the hidden agendas and smoke screens to make excuses for a lot that's happened this season. So I apologize if I brought that in here, but I want the W. And that's really my thoughts whenever I come on a post is I want them to win, but I'm not going to be blind as to what I see.
Exactly.
And I land my plane.
No, I agree 100%. I don't think there's nothing wrong with being objective about your team. Calling it out, whether it's a win or a loss. Hey, I'm glad we won, but you still got to take care of A, B, and C. You know what I mean? Or, oh, we lost. Okay, we still got to take care of A, B, and C. There's nothing wrong with you calling that out. I think that's being objective about your team and still, loving your team. Because if you're not seeing where they can where they can improve, then you're never gonna understand what's going on with the team, in my opinion.
And I would just counter this is, we for me, I saw some of the things that happened in Buffalo loss, Tennessee loss, and in Carolina's win. There was just these letdowns that they and even with the Jets, right? We kept making these silly mistakes, but we were playing those bad teams, so we were able to pull through and still get the dub. And I was telling people about that. I said we got to fix these things with these dead possessions or these pre-snap penalties or not getting to play in or wasting your timeouts and not having good time possession or going down there and getting 7 instead of 3. All of those things were mentioned, and I was told like to enjoy the win, and here we are. Fast forward now, you play teams like Buffalo, you play teams like the Ravens, you play teams like, unfortunately, even a sorry team would get you if you keep letting them in the game. And that's, to me, where the season went wrong, was the Titans game. Like, you win that game, and there's totally different
Yeah,
conversations.
we're the number 2 seed
Facts.
right now.
Facts.
So like for me, that's my frustration is, when I was seeing these things, and obviously I was being fair. You got a new DC, you got a second year coach that finally got his quarterback playing game after game after game. You got a lot of other different entities, right? But it was just these certain habits that were bothering me. And I was like, if we don't clean that up, when we go into the deeper part of our schedule, those games that you pulling out as wins are going to be losses. And I hate to say it, it's exactly what happened. So for me, the playoffs are a whole nother season, right? Everybody is 0-0 at the playoffs. It's just one person is hosting and one is away. I just hope that they took this seriously, and because I feel like the team just jokes too much. It's too lax for me. I don't like it. Maybe it's the military in me, but like, I don't want them to be mourning and depressed. But damn it, act like you got to care about this more than me, and I'm a
Where's the
fan.
fire?
So from that perspective, I look at it. I hope that, they have this saying, I hope you learned from this. Like, watching those Buffalo Bills fans celebrate in your house, watching Josh Allen prance around like he was a president of
God,
royalty,
I couldn't
waving.
stand.
That should have been your practice all week, just playing that over and over again. Like, we can't let this happen. And I hope on Saturday we have a space or a platform where we're celebrating finally a playoff win.
Yeah, I can't deny
because
it.
because God forbid if Detroit Lions win a playoff win, then we're gonna be the longest playoff win drought in the NFL.
God, that would be the worst. That would be the worst because we had
That
so
will
many
be a hell of a
opportunities
tell.
and we didn't capitalize. And I get the frustration with the fan base. And I know you're trying to leave. Sig money.
No,
I'm
no, no,
sorry,
you're
but
good. You're good.
yeah. Uh, I get the frustration with the fan base. You know what I mean? Because we see the potential there, and it's not being realized. But like I said, they hear us. They really do hear us. They're paying attention to all of this, and uh, they're focused, man. They really are focused. At this point, it's just completing the task
Wait a
and
minute, Miss
executing.
Fans. Are you confirming on here on Wax that our players have burners and they're listening to our spaces and platforms?
I
Are
can
you
neither
confirming this?
confirm nor deny. All I can
I'm
say
sure.
is
It wouldn't shock
horses.
me if Tyreek Hill has a burner because he is really invested with.
No, they do listen to us though. I'm not even joking. That's one of the things that we talked about this morning on the show. And again, guys, if you really want an awesome inside look into the locker room, check out the show from this morning on Miss Vince with Nick Needham's mom. But she did say it. Like they actually do pay attention to what the fans are saying, and it gets to them. You know what I mean? And you know what? They're humans. They're not machines. That's one thing we have to remember, which is why I always say be kind to the person. You know what I mean? Um, because it does affect everybody, whether it's a fan or whether it's a team. So hopefully this is, they're able to put it together and get us this W. And I really do believe that this is a team for us to get right and for us to be able to get this W. And you will see the fan base coming back together and being able to
I hate to
rally
say that.
behind
I
the
don't
guys.
know.
And,
You
and
know,
by
we
the
like
way,
to
and
be
by the way,
scrappy.
I don't know if you know this, but Casa Nostra is actually Chris Greer's burner account, so that's probably why he's
Yeah. He
That makes sense.
had me take off my jacket in here. You know, I love the Lord, but I still got these. You know what? I'm just gonna leave that.
Oh, that's funny. But look, guys, this is a team. We got to ride for a team, and yeah, it's they're they're focused, man. That I can
Shelby
tell
Jordan.
you.
Hey, Shelby Jordan, you call me. This is actually two. I know.
This is my burner. That's funny. But yeah, no, they're focused and they know what they know what they got to do. We'll see. I mean, we got four more. We got to go 4-0. This is our. You know how in baseball and how in basketball and even hockey, they have series, the best of whatever. So it's essentially the best of four. You got to get to four. Whoever gets to four, they get the race, the Lombardi at the end of the season. And we have to continue to take it one game at a time. And I think the team will do that. I'm telling you, this team definitely knows they want to be able to take advantage of what we've been able to accomplish. So that would be very beautiful to capitalize this with a Lombard. I mean, okay, Nanny. Sorry, Shake. I gotta ask her this one question.
No, good.
Uh, let's say we do get to the Super Bowl,
Mm-hmm.
and and for whatever reason we come up short.
Oh
Would
shit!
you say this is a letdown of a season or no?
No, and the reason why is because it's just like when the Miami Heat went to the finals and they lost. I didn't call it a letdown because you at least gave me and the rest of the fan base something to cheer for. Just year after year, just getting to the game, and then unfortunately, like in football, it's just one game. At least for other sports, it's a series. So that's very disheartening, especially that we had that cushion, those 3 games. Like, and I was listening to Miss Fans, ironically, to you and Crypto, who's on the panel when we were getting ready to face the Raiders, and this was Crypto's question.
Legend in the building. EM.
This was
What's up,
Crypto's question
Who?
about the
The legend.
letdown and the collapse, and people was on
hmm
his neck saying that he was wrong. So, to your answer your question, if they get there, I am celebrating. I am jumping. I'm probably missing deadlines for papers because school will be in next week. I will be extremely happy. But to go another, I think for me is I did drink the Kool-Aid. Tua was healthy. They in spaces. I'm in there every day. It was like being brainwashed. Best team in 20 years. Best team in 20 years. And when they got to 11 wins, I said, well, you know what? Damn it, I'm wrong. This is the best team.
This
So
is the best team, yeah.
I just don't.
And then I immediately had to bring us back down to earth and
I'm
say we
telling you,
reached Chad Pennington status.
Sunday, I was devastated. You would have thought I was a walker on the Walking Dead. That's how much I love this team. I was just distraught because I was like, damn, what is it about this team? So to answer your question, yes, I would be very happy. I would say
Even if we come up
give
short.
give his money and food stamps, but still give him his money.
What's the question? What was the
Food
What's up,
question?
Louis?
stamps.
I was asking Nene that
Damn.
let's say we get to the
Well,
Super
food
Bowl
stamps is 28 million.
and for whatever reason we come up short. Would you still call this a successful season? And to her point,
Hell
she's
yeah,
saying
I do.
yes.
I would.
To the AFC Championship game?
No, to the Super Bowl. We make it to the Super Bowl, but come up short.
Oh yeah.
Then it's a successful season.
Absolutely. Yeah, for
What if
sure.
it was the AFC Championship and we come
It's
up short?
still it
I
will
still
still be
think that's a
successful.
success.
Agreed.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Because it's something that we haven't done in such a long time. And to be able to get over that hump, and I have to remind people sometimes, that's how you get the experience, getting there. And then next year you can tweak it to where, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna change this, da 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 da. We know what to expect. Our guys have that experience in the playoffs, a deep playoff run. and then we can go ahead and go at it again, because you're not guaranteed a Super Bowl, because guess what? Nobody has won back-to-back Super Bowls since 2003, 2004 when the Patriots did it. That's the last time. It's 20 years. So it's not guaranteed, but the opportunity to get that experience to me is going to be vital.
And I get it. Listen, but I'm gonna be honest.
It
I
is.
hate, and again, I'm not saying nothing towards the question, Miss Fans. What I would say is though, I'm not even trying to talk about if we get to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game, because the fact is that would be a success, right? But if you lose on Saturday night, it's a failure. You see
I
what I'm
have to
saying? Like
agree.
this,
Yeah.
this season, if you lose on Saturday night, it's a complete failure. In my opinion, it's a waste. I don't care about what we did. I don't care about all the accomplishments. I don't care that we had the leader in passing yards. I don't care about Raheem Mostert's 21 touchdowns. I don't care about Tyreek Hill's 1,800 yards. I don't care about none of that. You can't go. You can't tell me that you were sitting 11-3 with 3 games left. You have a 3-game lead. You finish the season 11-6, and all of a sudden you're getting bounced out of wild card weekend. No, that's a failure. So
I definitely agree with that. Yeah, that's
I can't
monumental.
even
You
deny
ain't
Yeah,
gonna
that.
get
that's
no pushback from me.
you
And
shouldn't get any pushback on that because that's the definition of failure right
but
I
there.
was about to
Lou,
say.
That's
Lou,
quintessential failure, but
you're a strong voice in this community. You
yeah,
know that's not what people are gonna say. They gonna hit you to death.
that's
They
true.
doing it
They is.
now, hitting you to death with all. And you know what? They fall into the media because what did the Miami Dolphins do when we crap the bed? They started posting all of this. Tyreek is number one in this and two. I said, take all of it down. Take it down. Take it down. I don't care about that. I trade all of that to keep those 3 wins. I would have rather him have maybe just a normal, healthy, good season if we win those 3 games. But some people like those stats because it quantifies their point that he is him.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd rather
true.
have the wins if you want to say
But
trade out the
I will
wins
say
and
this.
not have a collapse at the end of the season
I will
in
say
the way
this,
we
and
did.
it's a super tiny minor mix, pushback. Um, I personally think there's nothing wrong with mentioning what has happened so far. You know what I mean? But to your point, you have to call it both ways. You know what I mean? You gotta call balls and strikes. You gotta call it balls ways. So if there's certain things that are happening that is good, absolutely talk about those things. But if there's things that need to be improved, you absolutely need to go ahead and mention those, because that way we have an understanding as a fan base of what's going on in the team. You see what I mean? So I think it's both ways. There's nothing wrong. The issue is some people only focus on the super really good stuff, or only focus on the super bad stuff. And to me, I was brought up, you got to be objective, balanced. You got to be able to bring both sides to the table. And that's where I will put that as. Some people
Well, I
just
just
go
think
extreme.
like I think Miss Fans, I was a recruiter for 3 years. So I know how marketing works and how we keep a audience. And instead of, talking about the Kansas City game, what's currently in front of us, they threw all these different stats and I'm like, okay, maybe at the end of the season, but right now our focus is Kansas City. It's to me they're still a little distracted because those things, yes, they're cute, but they're not your goal. Like when Mike McDaniel stood in front of that podium, I think week 4, Lewis, you could correct me, and he started talking about February because I know they mentioned it in the space that he was talking about. I think his injuries that he was, there's a bigger goal in hand, and it's February. Then were you talking about your travel plans to Cancun? Because clearly you weren't talking about competing for a championship. If this is our approach, like, what is your goal, right? I think Miss Finn said, somebody said it when they mentioned about the 2K, the 2,000
Oh
yards.
yeah.
I think that became more of their focus than actually winning the game, which is crazy to me, right? It's like you're so focused on getting this guy this accomplishment, you're not noticing that you're throwing in quadruple coverage and people are running around wide open that you could just easily throw it to them. So that's where I'm at with the whole. I know a smoke screen when I see it. And to me, the Miami media throws a lot of damn smoke screens and I don't like it. Let's call it what they say, call it a beam. call it 100 or whatever metaphor. We are in a wild card game. To me, that's what that's what we're talking about right now. All that other lot of that stuff. Because you know what happens? Lewis will tell you. You get these dumb fans that will bring up those stats to take away that we collapsed in December, January.
To salt the wound, to not salt the
Yeah,
wound, to soften the
yeah,
blow of the disappointment. That's what that is. But I did say it. I got pissed the second that Tyreek got here or Tua got here, and it was 2,000 yards MVP. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? 2,000? It should be playoffs. AFC Championship, Super Bowl. That's what we should be talking about. And I know 2,000 yards. If you gotta shoot for the moon so you can land in the stars. If our goal is to get to Super Bowl and we don't get there, but hey, by doing so, Tyreek hits 2,000 yards, Tua becomes the MVP, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. But you can't be just straight up coming in, 2,000 yards. That to me just rubbed me the wrong way. And that really frustrated me because it's not putting the focus on what it should be, which is getting into the playoffs, getting into the dance, and then doing a deep push. So that's where my issue was with that one.
I'm gonna shut this down. Lou, remember when I think it was you and EM, who I respect highly, was talking about that interview that
Who?
Here we go.
Mike. Every time they do that, I'll be wanting to say Mike Jones.
Right? Me too.
Mike
I told you every
Jones,
time I bring up EM or CB, Lewis does his impression of an owl.
Yeah, I have no idea who those two gentlemen are.
Well, the gentleman you don't know happened to be on the panel, and y'all was talking about this interview they did with Mike McDaniel, and I said it, Lou, if we lose, they're gonna turn on that man like the bubonic plague. Am I right or am I right? They done turned on this man, and
they turned on him.
They turned on him. Like that whole narrative and good joy and happy joy, and we what you say, eat our Lucky Charms. You go to their meetings and everybody smile. That whole thing went from that to he is in a hot seat. And I hate that for us because it makes us look so bad. If you're gonna pick this guy, then you gotta give him time, to do what he gotta do. But here's the other thing. He got to get corrected too if he doing stupid stuff. Like if it's just really Mike McDaniel out there being stubborn, like somebody got to come down from their box or they jet or do an airborne jump and have a conversation like, hey, look here, brother, this ain't it.
Damn.
We we got to do what we got to do to win.
Nene, you saying we got a bunch of Judases in our fan base? Is that what you're saying?
Listen, they'll turn on you like the play. There's certain people that's safe, but when I hear the stuff I'm hearing about Tyreek Hill, it makes me sick because I'm like, just like for the Tua conversation, if you're going to remove Tua because you don't think he's it, then who are you going to replace Tyreek Hill with?
Yeah.
If you can't get it right with Tyreek Hill, then who?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this fan base is like NASCAR.
Yeah,
always
you can find the same thing with Tyreek.
Hey,
right?
You hear me, Crypto? This fan base is like NASCAR, always turning left.
Yeah, right.
That is true.
Listen, Miss fans, I
Right.
told Lou in the space, and I don't want this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start bringing up that Mike McDaniel is drinking again. Don't be surprised.
Oh yeah, I won't be surprised.
Stop! Don't do
Don't
that,
It's coming,
man.
Nene. It's
Don't
coming.
do that, man, like that. You know what?
If
Let me
we
tell you.
lose, give it 48 hours.
They
Don't
nasty
do that,
work
man,
over
like
there.
that.
It's
Stop.
coming in 48
Hey,
hours.
So you're telling me we have an angry black man to an alcoholic now?
I'm
We
telling
can't
you.
handle that.
And Miss
Stop.
Finn, when is the last head coach that was fired was left in good standing without
I
some
can't even
character
think.
assassination? Huh?
What's once that? I think
I'm talking
maybe.
about under Ross.
Not one.
That's what I'm trying to
Actually,
tell
you know what? Adam Gates. I was gonna say Adam Gates, but he ruined his own career. Fuck that.
Adam Gates, bro. No.
But Miami media destroyed him. You remember those pictures of him at the press conference just looking like aloof? That was in constant rotation. What I'm saying to you, Miss Fans, and we on wax, if something goes array, because they brought it in Hard Knocks to me subliminally, bringing up the alcohol stuff again. Do not be surprised if you find a picture of him at the bar something to tear this man character. I don't listen. I don't trust them guys over there, man.
I just gotta stay away. I think what I'm gonna do is start staying away from panels and Twitter and stuff like that. Because what I'm tired of is kind of to the point of the conversation, bro. There's just so many casuals. No matter on both sides, whether you're a Tua guy, right, or not even. Let's not even make it about a specific player. If you're just one of these people that it's all about the team, we bleed the team, we'll make every excuse. Oh, that's
blind
casual.
Blind faith.
Right, like a blind faith. That's casual to me. And if you're just one of these people that are never happy, you're never satisfied, nothing matters to you, it's always, something else to move the goalpost. That, bro, you're casual too.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Like,
that's a fact.
Yep. It's just so aggravating. And Nene knows because Nene's in these things with us every day. Usually, Shake Money pops in, crypto, Miss Vince. We see you as well. But for like me and Nene, bro, we go in these Twitter spaces every day. We're in these things for 6-7 hours. And some of the arguments that you have to have on Twitter, it's just like
you ain't lying.
That's why Nene always tells me, and I know we're on Larry K's channel, so I won't cuss like I usually do. But that's why I come off mute and I'm like, bro, what the F are we talking about in here? Bro, what are we? Bro, we were arguing today the debate if whether or not we're costing games or throwing games for development. And my stance is
no.
My stance is, so you mean to tell me you can't win and develop at the same time? Is that what we're talking about here? Like, how in the hell does that work, bro?
I don't even know.
It's the
that was that at the beginning, Lewis, today?
Yeah,
I missed that part.
They took a question and it went out of control. Only thing I was saying, like, some of the great quarterbacks were able to sit under another quarterback for a while. I brought up, Aaron Rodgers. He was able to sit by Brett Favre, Steve Young, Joe Montana. Even Tom Brady didn't go straight in there. He sat.
Pat Mahomes too.
So that was originally my whole thing was technically Tua didn't really get to sit because the guy they put in there was a journeyman for him to learn from. So I asked that question and it turned into Mike McDaniel is throwing games in order to develop Tua, and I just put myself on mute.
What are we talking about? That has to be.
Hey, by the way,
games.
And look, even Tua's burner account thinks it's toxic.
Man, I mean,
has anybody seen Roger Goodell's burner account? I haven't seen him in a while.
Not once. I haven't seen him in weeks. But Louis, I can't even believe that you would say like that really happened because to me, see, now you're like off the cliff. Like we just like anything but, you know what I mean? And it's like you can hold people accountable without being ridiculous like this. Like how are you gonna? Like, it just makes no sense. That I don't even want to entertain it because that literally just makes no sense. I'm glad I didn't hear it because I would have had to been up there and be like, really, is this what we're talking about? This is now what we're saying.
Well, again, and that's my point, Miss Fins. When I was in there, so when we were sitting 11-3 2 weeks ago, right? Were we throwing games for the cost of development?
Exactly.
I didn't hear one. There was never no one that ever brought that up. But all of a sudden, we lose 2 straight games, and now we're throwing games. Like this is the shit that I'm talking about.
It's as if this team hasn't had controversy or adversity. So we're just gonna make controversy and adversity. Is that what we're talking about?
And you know what's funny is everybody keeps talking about Tyreek's 3 drops. At the end of the day, look, thinking about it, not every receiver has 100% completion percentage. Just like not every quarterback has 100%. He's missed some throws too. So at the end of the day, yeah, Tyreek Hill missed had some drops or whatever. But at the end of the day, he also had some misses. Tua also had some misses. So if he would complete,
Hey, Shay, can you do me a favor if you're by your computer?
Sir. What's up?
Can you tell me how many pass attempts Tua Tagovailoa has on the season? I don't need completion percentage. I'm just saying, how many times has Tua threw the ball this season?
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
I
Okay,
got you.
thank you, sir.
I got it.
Because the simple fact is, right, we were sitting in a Twitter space again today, and then
560.
so 560. Thank you, Miss Spins.
Mm-hmm.
So out of 560 attempts, right, the Miami Dolphins,
Mm-hmm.
and shout out to Color, he put it out here, right?
He
Because
surely did.
everybody wants to talk about the drops, right? Oh my God, the drops are such a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, we have 23 drops as a team this season. So out of 560 throws, there's 23 drops, and we're really complaining. That's what we're doing. We're gonna blame the season on drop passes. Like, come on, bro.
Let me add to that real
somebody
quick.
else that.
Let me add to that real quick. And I did this when I did my mid-season review, and I was like, I don't know why people are complaining. This was mid-season. I'm like, we're complaining about drop passes. Do you know that we are ranked 24th in the league when it comes to drop passes, meaning we don't drop passes? And on top of that, too, the number one team with drop passes is the Super Bowl reigning champs, Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City. Yeah, it's Kansas
City. And guess what? They
Absolutely.
still managed to win the division and get 11 wins. Like, what are we talking? Or 10 wins? What are we talking about? Like, so I just can't take anything but. That's it. Those are the extremists. I now call them anything but. You know what I mean? Like, it just makes no time.
Good point, Miss Fins.
It makes
He
no
said
point.
it's a time frame of the drops.
I understand that
there you go.
drops will have
a time frame. There you go.
Which I understand. You know, specific drops do affect the momentum of the game, the flow of the game, the productivity in the offense. I understand that when those drops happen. So are we just gonna negate the fact of all those touchdown passes that we did catch, and all those yards that we did run when we caught and Tua led us into all them touchdowns? We're just gonna negate that. Is that what we're doing? Like, come on, man.
But one of Lewis's points, and they don't know what to say. They start rumbling papers, or they put themselves on mute. One of the points that Lewis is saying is that you can't go and wins and say that Tua makes all these guys better. Eichenberg, there's a person in the community that said we have a Tua, right? But then we lose them same people that he made great are the reason now that we lost. So where did the leadership go? I can't say on one hand he makes these guys better, and then when we lose, it's like, no, it's their fault why we lost, not him. Like, hold on, like you can't do that. You can't have it both ways.
This is another topic that I just can't understand from the fan base, because I've shown time and time again, this is one of the best O lines. And shout out to my coach of the year, Butch Berry, for having the second most O-line combinations in the season and still managing to have Tua be one of the lowest sacked and hit quarterbacks the entire season, which led to him being able to play all 17 games. So the fact that we're going to say that, the O-line was bad or Tua didn't elevate it, guess what? One thing that I have given to the props and the props that he's developed every single year since his rookie year, he has gotten better at managing that pocket. Yeah, he's been a little bit jittery in the last few weeks, and I get that. We've all seen it. But overall, in the last, since he was a freshman, every single year he has improved, and they marry each other. The fact that the O-line, it's helping out Tua, and Tua helps out the O-line. That's how we've been able to keep him upright and give him enough time to go ahead and still throw the ball, even though I know we let it go really quickly. So,
and to EM's point, those drops are critical, but also the turnovers are critical, the interceptions, the fumbles, the pre-snap penalties, the not getting the play in, the use of the clock. It's a list. I just don't want to just go after this one particular area because we got a loss. But in the W, we're exemplifying, and I'll be honest, as a person, I don't know who Tua is. I never met him and probably never meet him in my life. But some of his fans make you critique him a little bit differently because of the outrageousness on their takes. It's like, come on now. Are you a fan of the Miami Dolphins, or are you a fan of Tua?
Well, I know one thing, Nene. All right, because I'm with you. I've never met Tua, right? I don't know Tua, but I do know one thing for certain. That boy's scared of Halloween. Because when he seen Leatherface in that building in Houston, That boy called for security and got off that field quick. So I know.
I knew I should have did that.
Hey, I'm just saying,
Yeah, I knew he was going.
I know one thing about him, Nene. That boy's scared of the dark, boy. Ever since that game in Houston, that boy's scared of the dark.
Yeah, we play Houston again next year, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I believe we play him at home, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's and that's
That
where
drop
I
by
respect.
Tyreek was that the
That's where I
last,
respect.
very final play of the game,
Hey, Shake. There's
or
some guy.
what?
I don't know. I don't know who it is, Shake. But there's some guy in the chat asking for the link. I don't know who it is.
I'm gonna wrap the show up soon, so.
Y'all kill me
But
without
we're
who this
cooking
guy
though. We're
is.
cooking though. But we're
Shake. So
cooking
Sounds like
though.
Shake, you saying you're
Shake
not
doesn't
dropping
want the quality of the program
Shake,
to go down.
Shake, are you saying you're not dropping the link for casuals? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he said he
Hey,
tried to keep the quality of the programming up.
you said EM wanted the link, not the coconuts, not coconuts. I'm not dropping it for coconuts.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know coconuts or whoever that guy you just. I don't know who that is. I'm just saying. Are you saying that you don't want casuals up here on the panel? Is that what is that what I heard, Shake?
Hey, who's a cat? Nobody's a casual. What are you talking about?
You know what, Lewis is
a legend.
I swear, Lewis, you the biggest instigator.
Shake's trying to maintain the quality of programming is what he's doing. He wants quality programming.
Well, you know, it was bad when CB was calling people peons and peasants. Now I was just like, okay, that's what we do.
I think that if you call people names, then you lost the argument, in my opinion. If you can articulate your point without having
But I think he was joking. I just thought it was funny.
No, that's not towards CB. I'm talking about in general for anybody. In general.
Right.
Oh.
You attack the argument, not the person.
Thank you, Shake. You hear this every day in my show. Attack the opinion, but be kind to the person. You know, you never know what people are going through. Real talk.
All I know, I don't want to let the conversation go. I can't believe Shake said he ain't dropping the link for casuals. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy.
I think Shake. You know, I know that TFTG and I know Larry K. You guys, specifically Larry K. You guys really love charity work, and I think that we should allow all folks the opportunity to come up here and voice their opinion. So if you want to, continue in the spirit of the holidays and do some charity work, then I think you should drop the link.
Not the spirit of the holidays.
We need the quality. We need the quality of the program to maintain a high rating, and that's what we need to do.
Well, I say this: you also need some controversy too, because controversy does sell in marketing. People don't want to be bored. They like a little mixing it up. But I will say this: I do appreciate when Shake Money runs things. I love Lewis' personality, and crypto will break down a number with color, and you will not be not entertained. But I just think that we can do better as a fan base too, because like I was just seeing that the other young lady Moreno was being attacked on social media. I'm like, come on, man, this gotta stop, man. Come on, we all love the same thing. The Marissa Moreno, yeah, she had to
she
put
was
a
on
post
Twitter
out.
today.
Yeah, she had to put a post out because some people came after her. I'm just like, and that's where I respect Lewis, because he don't put up for that foolishness at all. Like we got to get better in the community with that kind of stuff too.
Well, this is one thing I do say all the time on my show. You really don't know what people are going through, so you also want to be kind. I get being going back and forth, and it's a lot of fun. But when I say be kind to each other, you really don't know what people are going through, so you wanna.
Oh shit! Shout out to Q for becoming a member. Hey,
there you go. You
appreciate you, Q.
Everybody.
Q is a member, dog.
Yeah,
Q is a member, dog. Okay.
Hey, you got great content.
Hey, I dropped the link for EM, man. I guess he's not coming up.
No, you didn't drop the link.
Oh,
you keep dropping. You keep dropping my link, but it's incorrect because you keep missing the S.
Okay, my bad.
But
no, I copied the one you put on private. My bad. Here's the link. Sorry, my bad. I thought I was dropping the link. Here's the link.
I am. You know what? It was me. This is some person.
No, Shake. You should need that. I need that same injury. Don't let these casuals up here, bro. Man, don't let casuals up here shake.
You know what? No, we're doing charity work, Lou. So stop it. Let everyone have the opportunity to voice their opinion over here.
No, because
I like having good
damn, Miss Finn, you
conversation
said
though. I like
charity work.
having
Shit.
good, intelligent conversations. And when I see casuals trying to come up here, I don't know.
Hey
Well,
man,
Miss
hold
Finn's
on.
is saying it's
We got a
charity
legend
work.
up in here. We got a legend.
Yo, here we go.
We got the Texas tornado up in this bitch.
Shay.
What's going on here?
Shake, boy, I was like, man, Shake, that's how you doing your boy, man. I was like, what the fuck? Shake ain't dropping no link. I said, damn.
Hey, yo,
what
please,
the hell is going on?
Hey, make sure, do me a favor, with the F words, please.
Oh, my bad. Did I curse? My bad, Shake. My bad. We on Larry K's channel. My bad. I'm thinking we on the gate. But and then you listen to these casuals like this guy Lewis. I don't know who he is the first time I seen him. But you got these casuals like Lewis up here running his mouth. So, hey, what's good? What's good? Nene, I see you. Miss Fins, how you doing, mama?
Hey,
how
man,
you doing,
love
EM?
you, man. Just
turn up, life. Crypto. Turn up.
Hey, EM.
So hold on. Let's get up here while we. Let's talk about the drop issue. Now everybody is making more of a big deal about. I know he had some drop passes. I know it could have changed the complexity, but at the end of the day, I don't think there was still more plays to be had. So I don't think those were that was primarily the reason why we lost that game. And why is it that people want to make that the scapegoat? I think the reason we lost that game was definitely the punt return. Because, dude, I was at the game, okay? And once we hit that punt return, that the Bills fans were quiet all the way into that punt return. Once they hit that punt return, that's when the Bills fans got new life, bro. And we never got the momentum after that.
Yeah, I agree, Shay. I agree with that. I just thought in terms of the drop narrative that's surrounding Tyreek. Listen, of course, we're gonna have that part of the fan base that are pro Tua. They're gonna try to look in every other area to try to sign the majority of the blame, right, and take less of the spotlight off him in that regard. I understand it, I get it, and then you got the other side too, the haters that are gonna blame Tua for everything that goes wrong, but I think with Tyreek, I mean, listen, Tyreek does deserve criticism. I mean, in particular, the big games, he had significant, he single-handedly, I felt like, costed us that Chiefs game the first time, right? That fumble recovery.
It was that fumble that really,
that completely changed, it completely changed the outlook, the momentum in that game completely. Now, again, there were still opportunities that needed to be made and plays needed to be made for us to really, to kind of come back in that game and take control of it. I get that. But listen, Tyreek is the highest paid player on the team, right? $30+ million a year. We cannot have you in these big critical moments, in these big games. And again, I'm not trying to, take any blame off of Tua or any criticism off Tua. But at the end of the day, Tyreek has to do his job. And you paying this man, he's the highest paid receiver. Tyreek might be he's the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And we brought you here for moments like that. And we cannot have you making, having routine drops at the most critical moments. And again, you can go back and look at every game that we lost, right? And even games that that Dallas game, Tua drops, and again, this is just what happened, right? Dropped a dime, left 7 points on the board, right? In his hands, hit him in stride, whole 9, right? And Tyreek drops the football, left 7 points on the board, because if he catches that ball, I mean, he's hitting his head on the goalpost. So listen, Tua deserves blame, right, for not being the best version of himself in those moments, but again, you need that in terms of blame, there's a lot to go around. But Tyreek, I'm not seeing nowhere near enough where it should be in terms of the criticism with him. I think the season he had kind of, people are a little less reluctant to really criticize him. And again, I get this. He was historic this year. But at the end of the day, we didn't pay you $30+ million just to come here and be first team all pro. We needed you. We brought you here to make them big plays at those big moments, right? To help your team win. And in key games this year, bro, them drops it is a problem. And Waddle as well, but to a lesser degree, Waddle this year. But Tyreek, no, we can't have that. But there's just not enough. I think there's not enough criticism that is sent his way, like it is with Tua and other players on the team.
Now, EM, I got a question for you. When Tyreek and Waddle had the drops in the playoffs with Skylar as the quarterback, right? And I ain't no Skylar or whatever, Skynet, but we can form that argument too that he got a pass or not as much as attention. It kind of went to Skylar was trash. And there was a lot of balls that he did throw when he did get to throw it.
Yeah.
That they dropped as well in that iteration as well. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure.
At the same time, it's also his body of work too. I think he didn't really play good during the regular season either. So I think they're adding that to the playoffs as well. You know what I mean? Unfortunately.
Yeah, and Waddle as well. Waddle since he's been here, and I love me some Jalen Waddle, right? I love the body of work, but again, they now because of they have status in the league. Waddle, Tyreek, so in terms of the evaluation, you're looked in a different lens now, right? Tyreek specifically because he's just his contract alone. We're just not looking at you. Prior to you signing that deal as, just a dynamic playmaker. We need you to be the most dynamic playmaker, right, in the biggest moments because your contract warrants that level of criticism. And, even Jalen Waddle, his elevated status in the league, Waddle is now, 3 years in a row. I mean, he's been the most productive wide receiver, one of the top 3 most productive wide receivers in their respective, first 3 years of the history of the league. So both of them had issues with drops. Both of the issues need to be addressed. But at the end of the day, man, when, there's plenty of blame to go around, but it's just crazy. We're at, the fan bases, they're just on one side and they just want to assign the majority of blame to whatever side that doesn't fit their narrative.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to address the elephant in this room. Do you think this is a problem? Okay. Now, I'm looking the stats up, right? As a team, the team as a whole has 393 receptions. Almost 200 of those receptions are to 2 players. The receiving yards, right? When you're talking about receiving yards, is almost, Tua has over 4,000 receiving yards. 3,000 of those receiving yards are to 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's an issue?
Oh yeah. I've been on record since since Mike McDaniel came here, since we brought Tyreek in. The offense is I felt like going back to last year was too Tyreek centric, and then Waddle as well. That's not putting when the focus, and again, I understand how dynamic the weapons are, right? They should be, the focus of the offense, right? Because they're two of the most dynamic players at their position. However, right, when you get too dependent, because it's a fine line that you have to walk between highlighting your playmakers and being too overly dependent on your playmakers, right? So, to truly maximize, and this is just any offense, to truly maximize the potential of your offense, the ball needs to be spread around. You need to be trying to compromise every blade of grass on the field, right? All 3 levels consistently. Again, that's why I highlighted the most potent, the most effective, the most impactful Tua and the offense, right? That go back to the Cleveland game of last year. Look at how Tua, Waddle, and Tyreek, again, they had like 4 or 5 targets between the 2 of them, but Tua targeted like 6 or 7 receivers in that game. And on top of that, you balance that off with the run game you got from Jeff Wilson and, from primarily Jeff Wilson. And that was the most, up until the Denver Broncos game, that had been the most points we had scored in a football game, was total domination. So yeah, again, it's a fine line that you have to walk. But Mike McDaniel, he's been on that other side to where this offense, in my opinion, for stretches of the year has been too Tyreek centric, too Tyreek focused. Again, you got to divert. You have to be diverse in your approach. You have to be, because if you don't, you're playing right into the hands of the defensive coordinators. Right, you're making their job so much more easier. All they have to do is focus on one guy based off your tendencies. Right, all we have to do is take one aspect of your offense away, and the offense's collapse, and that's pretty much what has transpired in our losses.
I got a little pushback.
But
Go ahead, Luke.
This is where, again, I got the pushback too, Miss Fins. See, there's 2 points I want to touch on. I'll touch on what Ian was just talking about. No, this offense, yeah, we say it's Tyreek centric, and I see why we say it, because we can see on the field sometimes. But a lot of times, bro, again, what gets me is there's still underneath plays to be made. Is it that we are Tyreek centric, or is McDaniel really sitting there and saying, I want this ball to go to Tyreek? Is he telling Tua specifically?
I think both things can be true. I think both things can be true.
And then the other point I wanted to make, right? Let's go by the numbers. Tua threw for 4,700, right? Give and take. Okay, Tyreek had 1,700 of those. Waddle had 1,000. That's 27. If we don't have all these other weapons, right, or we're just so Tyreek and Waddle centric, those are our 2 best guys. So obviously they're going to have the bigger opportunities, the bigger numbers. But bro, Tua still threw for 2,000 more yards, not throwing to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. It's not they got 2,700 and Tua only threw for 3,200. You see what I'm saying? The man threw for almost 2,000 more yards with other guys, bro.
Right, I get that. I understand that, but the perspective that I'm coming from
talking
is
about a
when
percentage, Ian,
I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they're.
What do you go?
Hang on, crypto. I'm talking about when they play in particular in our losses, right? If you go and chart, you put the film up, right? And again, I think both things can be true, right? McDaniel's highlighting Tyreek, and again, I don't want to give the impression that I'm not saying you shouldn't highlight your playmakers, but when you play upper tier competition and the moments get a little, in those pressurized moments, again, it could be Clay calling and it could be Tua. I think, again, both things can be true. They get a little too focused. Like, bro, we was going over two plays the other night at all 22 when I don't even know why Tua, it was an incompletion. I don't even know why Tua, and again, that I think was a Tua issue primarily. But, man, it's just like, he's throwing in a quadruple coverage when you got underneath checkdowns available to you that you could have just, again, it was an opportunity. You were leaving yards on the field because you didn't even look in their direction. Now, again, I think it's both. I think McDaniel's approach, again, he set the tone in terms of the focus being on Tyreek. The first day he met him, when he shook his hand and told him, my bad, Shake, those 2,000 yards, right? First thing came out of his mouth. So he set that foundation already, right? Told the team, the world, everybody listening, well, Tyreek is going to be the focus. We're going to highlight Tyreek in his offense. So again, that's not to excuse Tua when teams take Tyreek away and there's other options available and Tua is still not willing to, distribute the football in those other areas. Well, that's on the player. But I think both things in this case specifically are true. McDaniel focused on Tyreek. He's highlighted him in his offense. This has been his offense for 2 years. And again, he should have because he's the most dynamic playmaker. But you gotta know that fine line to when you make things overly focused on one guy.
Well,
can I add to this?
Wait, before you ask, because I wanted to go after Lewis with this point real quick, EM. And I have to push back a little bit when you say that, because if you're paying this man $30 million, I'm going to use and abuse you. That's the whole point of me getting you. So are we using the same excuse for the Chiefs utilizing clearly Kelsey? And the whole world knows that's the number one weapon. And he still uses him the most out of all of them. You know what I mean? Like, this is something that I don't understand why you wouldn't utilize your playmaker or your number one weapons most of the time. That's why they're your number one weapons. Now, when it comes to drops, hold on, wait, let me finish. When it comes to drops, I mean, I get it. When it comes to drop, Tyreek has 11 so far, so he's second in the lead with 11 drops. He's 26 with his drop percentage, meaning he has way more catches than he does drops. And then on top of that, too, even Waddle, he's had only 4 drops this year, making him 57, and he's only at a 3.8%, making him 86 in the league. So although I get it, we've had a total of 23 drops this season overall from our entire team. We're still ranked 22nd when it comes to overall drops out of all
Right.
these
It's still
teams.
low relative to
So
other people's.
Again, I'm not looking at it from a macro. That's why I highlighted the critical moments in the game, in those big games when the top competition is better, right? That is when Tyreek is not been the best version of himself. This is just a fact. I
but
don't
you know
care
what?
about. Listen, they brought him in turn. Let me address your point about his contract. Yeah, okay. Again, what I said was, yeah, you should be highlighting him based off his talent level and as well as his contract. But it's a fine line between highlighting a guy and overutilize in the focus being over. You know, when you're focusing too much on one guy. There's a difference. So yeah, you bring in Tyreek Hill. It's not just you bring in Tyreek Hill for the numbers, his numbers per se. You bringing him in for the impact on the field, the attention that he draws away from other people, which again opens up other aspects of your offense. So it's just not his numbers, right? His impact on the field. So
and here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's 11 on 11. Okay, if Tyreek Hill has 3 people on him or double people on him, there's going to be a receiver that has none on him or one person on him. So you don't throw to the person with the most people with the most people on him. You throw to the person with the least amount of people coverage. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem that we've had, is especially last year. How many times he's thrown into triple coverage?
And those are low. That's why when you're taught, coaches generally they teach quarterbacks, take the higher percentage throw, right? You hear Peyton Manning talk about all the time at the quarterback position. As long as you keep making a profit, you'll never go broke. And that's not necessarily. When you take the higher percentage throw, you're staying away from those tighter windows. When Tyreek is double or triple cover, yeah, he can make a play, and we've seen Tua make plays, throwing into those windows like that. But why live there? Why make it even more difficult on your quarterback? Why not? It's the coach's job to make the game easier for all of his players, not more difficult. And I just don't understand. I can't really figure out if is it a Tua issue or is it a McDaniel issue. I think it's a combination of both, but I'm trying to figure out who to assign more blame to between those two, because you just can't live in that world of throwing into those windows like that. And we ooh and ah all year long, right? When people put the film up on Twitter and all these other platforms, when Tua makes a just ridiculous throw and make a play, right? But what I kept things in perspective. I was like, listen, I've had private conversations with Lewis as well as other people in the community. And I would say, listen, those windows that we're seeing him making those plays now, as we get later into December and January and we ultimately get to the postseason, those windows aren't going to be there. They're going to be that much more smaller, and the throws are going to be that much more difficult. So what I wanted to see Tua was, don't necessarily force and consistently throw in those windows. Start programming your mind, right, to when the windows have shrank, bro, immediately get off that route and go to number 2 to go to number 3. But we just hadn't seen that, in particular in the games that we've lost this year, consistent enough.
Hey, EM, I got a question for you, 2 parts. I know you watch Hard Knocks. How did you feel when you saw Tua, I think it was after the first drive, sit down and say, oh, this is how this game is going to be played? Okay, I'm going to take with the defense. And I'm paraphrasing some of it because I just saw it one time. But it seemed to me he was fully aware in that moment he was caught on that hot mic or the camera that this game would have to be the way they was playing it in the first half. So for it to transition into something completely different, it makes me lean more to another option, because it's not like he doesn't know, right? Before then, we didn't have no evidence that outside of the minutia they give us during the press conference. They both say the same things that they have to. It's like you can go and repeat it for them. I have to do better. We have to be more balanced. We have to perform. So I don't even want to listen to those anymore because it seems like it's just the same crap. But for Tua's comment on Hard Knocks, and you're aware of the part I'm talking about, EM? I just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So that to me kind of canceled out any assumption now because he's clearly saying it out of his own mouth that this is how we had to win this game.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So for them, so I wonder this, is this another component? When I say this, I don't want the Tua fans to kill me on this, but I think there has been a regiment for Tua this season. Number one, the bulk up, the taekwondo classes, and also program that once you hit that back foot, that ball is coming out no matter what, because these guys are fast enough to catch the ball. Is that regimented robotic style the reason why, to keep him upright, to keep him healthy, which clearly worked, right? Because he got through the whole season outside of a couple of knick-knack injuries. He didn't miss any time as the QB1. Could that be a contributing factor, that the game plan that they had for him, that it looks like this is what this game plan was? We're going to thicken them up. We're going to scheme a offense where the ball comes out no less than this amount of time specifically, and that these receivers are fast enough to be in the area that he needs to be to catch this ball. Could that be the reason why, even though Tua is saying it vocally that this game required this game plan, but he is still doing what has probably been programmed for him to do?
Oh, absolutely. I think, absolutely. And like, I had that conversation months ago. I think Tua, again, it's a double-edged sword because most quarterbacks are taught to be, to get the ball out of their hand fast, right? We've seen Tom Brady, the Patriots different philosophy overall, but the approach was the same in terms of getting the ball out of his hand so fast, right? So we've seen Brady, we've seen other quarterbacks, Breeze, other quarterbacks in the league historically been great at doing that. And for the most part, our quarterbacks are taught that, right? But in terms of the offense, the style of the offense, the play design, with it being timing based, that's his, again, just the West Coast format. If you research about what the exact approach of the West Coast format is, you understand, what the approach is, and that it puts a huge emphasis on timing, getting the ball out fast, right? So, yeah, Tua's been programmed, even going back to Alabama, even going back to college, right? I'm sorry, even going back to high school. His father taught him that, and again, it's a blessing. It's because, again, if you're not able to throw the spots, throw with timing, and anticipate in this league, you're not going to be in the league very long, which is why when you have people out here trying to sell the narrative about spot throwing and, being anticipatory and throwing with timing is not, they don't value that as a skill set. It's mind blowing to me because those are foundational traits that no matter what system you're in, right? You've heard, if you listen to Lewis Riddick's of the world, you listen to JT O'Sullivan's of the world, these are people get millions of dollars and they highlight the criteria for quarterbacks to be successful, the foundational, right, criteria that quarterbacks need to be successful and perform at the highest level at this level, right? These are the things what quarterbacks are taught, right? And it's one of the most hardest things to do for a quarterback to transition into, especially if they don't have a foundation and they haven't been doing that enough in college, right? So with that being said, absolutely. But it's a double-edged sword to that because, again, you got to anticipate what the defense is. What are they going to take away? What about when the defense is disrupting the timing, right? When they take away that first initial window, you got to have a contingency built into the approach to where, and again, that's the coach, that's the coach as well as the player, because nobody's just going to let you line up and just do what you want to do. This is the NFL for a reason. These are the smartest people in the world, right? They all they do is have time 24 hours a day to design, and I'm talking about defensive coordinators, to design a game plan to take away what you like to do as an offense. So, but there has to be a contingency in plan. But there are, right? Because you see the play designs, right? There are times when McDaniel calls, he'll have a play, he'll call a play design, and there's that one read with Tyreek, there's that second read with Jalen Waddle, but there are outlets available to Tua in the event, however the defense is playing you. But Tua has to find, I think his biggest issue is he has to know when to hold the ball just a fraction of a second or a second longer. And he needs to get more consistent at surveying, the other half of the field or all three levels. Because listen, there's a lot of, Tua, I think Tua has taken tremendous strides from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to now to year 4. But there's another level that he needs to get to. And in terms of his processing, his, evaluating all three levels faster. So to your point, I think I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it's just, to me, I added to what I keep hearing them saying about miscommunication, because it makes me wonder if this is what they're running in practice on what he needs to do. 1, 2, 3, bam, 1, 2, 3, bam, 1, 2, 3, bam. And then now you're asking him to adjust on the line, and this is where it comes with being a professional athlete, right? You got to be flexible. You can't just have one thing. It baffled me hearing it out of his own mouth that he has an awareness that was the step, the way they played in the first half was the way that they needed to play to win that game. And he was very confident. You saw him shaking his head. Yeah, okay, got it. So to go and then go into halftime and kind of just, because you were stopped. And I think that's what happened. I think they were rolling with the plays, but once they got behind the sticks, it became 1st and 15. Then there's offsides. Then there's a illegal shift. Once those things happen, it was like, okay, forget what we did in the first half. Let's just throw the ball to the safety valve. And I felt like that's what we're seeing when it gets a little chaotic. The contingency
and that's the whole point, Nene. See, it's easy to acknowledge that and acknowledge that when the heat is not on, right? When the pressure is not in your face. So that is what I mean by, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's what I was gonna hop in here. I was gonna address it. When it's in Tua's issue, this particular issue specifically, it rears its ugly head only in those pressurized type moments. And again, we only know as human beings, right? We're creatures of habit. Whenever there's duress, whenever there's adversity, right? We revert back to what we know best, what we've been taught, what we've been trained, right? So again, I think that is the next level of evolution in terms of his development that Tua needs to get to. That's that other level, that next level that he needs to get to.
Right. And then to me, that's when the coach comes into play to recognize, okay, he's a little jittery. Let's calm him down and do some just basic plays, because let's be honest, we weren't behind against Buffalo, right? I get the punt return. But before then, we were still getting 3 and out. And what I saw was they adjusted to some of our perimeter running, right? And were able to stop, A-chain for losses.
They were conceding the A and B gap. I was like, why aren't they running why aren't they running between the tackles? I mean, they clearly, if I see another toss sweep on Saturday, I'm telling you, I'm gonna go freaking ballistic. I might just shoot.
You're gonna have at least 15 of those.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you probably will, but let me, if you don't mind me getting in here real quick, because one thing that I would say is, and I get it, and I still gotta remind people too, is still developing, even though I know it's year 4, but it's more on the overall offense, and it includes the head coach, because obviously in the second half they're gonna make adjustments so that they're able to beat us. You know what I mean? But it's now you need to make adjustments to their adjustments, and that's where we lacked. In the entire game, our defense gave us 5 separate opportunities to be able to go ahead and score and go ahead. Even if at least 3 of those we would have had field goals, we would have won this game. Out of the 3 turnovers, we only got 1 score, 1 touchdown. but we still had a turnover on down in the fourth quarter. We still had a forced fumble, forced punt in the third quarter. So there were opportunities in the fourth quarter. There were definitely opportunities there for us to be able to score, and we didn't take advantage of it. And that's a whole offense issue. Then this is where I want to harp. Where yes, Tua is absolutely one of the major parts in that, but it's a whole offense where it goes to McDaniel. Where come on, man, like you have so many opportunities. This is supposed to be, from your words, an offensive-led team. So don't be surprised if the defense it's a little shaky. I mean, I'm misquoting,
Well,
but you
I
get what I'm
also
saying.
want to ask
So
EM
it's
the
the
panel.
offense overall.
Canes, Dolphins, what's going on?
I just think in some retrospects, and I mentioned this before, and Crypto and I agreed to it. I think we've come predictable on the best plays that we run too. Like, Chris Collinsworth, I can't stand him. I feel he's like a little pipsqueak. But there was like a 3rd and 7 that we actually executed. And he literally, as the play was going step by step, what was happening. And I was like, wait a minute, that's a part of the problem. If a broadcaster, and granted, he was in the league, he knows the game. But if he's figured that out, then I'm sure, you have specialists that's all they do is watch film to figure out, predictability, right? So to me, this is the other question I have for you, EM. I'm not saying fire Coach McDaniel. Maybe he is a great play designer, but not a good in-game caller, right? In certain moments. And maybe he needs to pass the sticks on that capacity.
I was saying that yesterday, but
so that way he can relieve. Because to me, this is all about pressure. Let's just be honest. That's why people call him soft, because it seems like in the pressurized moments they squat down and get in the corner and don't fight back. So to me, you have to do things to release the pressure. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but he wouldn't be the first coach to realize, you know what? I have too much responsibility on this one side of the ball. Let me delegate some of this authority to someone else, so maybe I could focus a little bit more on some of the objectivity. Because like if you watch the still shots, and I know he's not the most photographic person, like he let's be honest, he looks a little weird. But like whenever they catch him on the still moments, he always looks like he's catching flies. He's lost. He don't know where he's at, and it's like, come on, defense, make a play for me. It's like there's no confidence. So to me, that's signs of someone that may have too much responsibility and may need to kind of just adjust. Give someone else the, like when I used to play video games, Sega, when you lose a game, you had to pass the stick. You had to pass the joystick to somebody else. I think he needs to pass the sticks on maybe some of this offensive side in game. He could create all the plays you want, because I think he's a great game designer, but I don't know if he's a good in-game caller.
Play caller. And Shake did kind of he kind of touched on that. I don't know what happened to Nene. What happened?
She'll be back.
Okay.
Got her.
Yeah, 2 and on. Got up out of here. But I think Shake we kind of touched on this yesterday, and I agreed with the level of concern. I understand that, and I do agree with he it's the pressure that gets to him, right? I'm in complete agreement with you, but where we part ways is when you evaluate him as the OC, as the play designer, as the in-game play caller, the real-time play caller. When you evaluate the complete body of work, I think he's done way more positive than negative, right? I'm as frustrated as anyone else in terms of his situational play calling, but the facts remain, right? Since he got here, his offense, these 2 years, his offense has been more productive, and the most productive we've had in 30 years, right? And so, with that being said, I'm not willing to go there yet to take the play calls away from him, because I distinctly remember a play caller, right, who we all know and not love, but who we all know and we hold in high regard, Mr. Andy Reid in Kansas City, and we're going up against that play caller on Saturday, right? I can remember in his early years in Philadelphia, a lot of the same narratives were presented presented about him. Does he have too much on? He's a younger, right, head coach. Not long as the guy, he was calling plays and all of that. He was the guy, and he had a lot of the same growing pains that Mike McDaniel's now, trying to work through. And I just think, see, the issue I have is people automatically make the assumption that he can't develop out of whatever it is that's plaguing him. Right. This is a guy that's been he's been a head coach. He's never been an overseer over a unit, let alone a head, being a head coach. So you can forecast growing pain. I know a lot of people coming into this, last year when they signed, they wanted to automatically anoint him as this brilliant mind, this genius. He's going to set the league on fire. He's going to be revolutionary and all of that. I cautioned everyone, pull the receipts up. I said, bro, can we wait and see, let him prove himself first. Let's see how this, how all of this, how it looks on the field, right?
No, you were the first one picketing. You said you called him McGenius. I was there.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. But I caution everybody, but here's the thing with Mike McDaniel. Yes, the growing pains are there, but I think it's just the only way you develop out of this issue is through repetition. So he's a 2-year guy in this position. Again, I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but you just got to extend some grace here and hope that he develops out of that. But when you look at the complete body of work, no, I can't take play calling away from him, because the man, again, this is the most productive offense for 2 years in a row, right, with Tua as your quarterback in the last 30-year history of the Miami Dolphins. I can't go there yet.
Real quick. Let me add to that.
But what's the trend, against big-time teams? What's the record? What's the overall against winning teams? What's the average per game? What's Mike McDaniel's track record
listen,
there?
hold on, bro. To your point though, like what you brought up when we talked about, when you brought up Tyreek's drops, right? You said they the problem was in big games and in critical moments. Those what I'm saying, he was dropping the balls. Same thing with Mike McDaniel. Yes, in a macro, yes, the offense is great, but like you said, against in big moments and critical times, he's doing questionable play calling.
Right.
And he's not averaging 30 per game. I can tell you that much.
If you think about it, I'm going to bring up a head coach that I think we all passionately disliked and hated for 25 years, and that is Bill Belichick. He started out with Cleveland, sucked in Cleveland, had a few successes, and then got the nod to be the head coach for the Patriots. But he said in many interviews, the reason why he was one of the main reasons why he was successful is because he was able to work out those kinks and get that under his belt while he was coaching in Cleveland. So to EM's point, I 100% agree that he's gonna have to take these lumps, learn from them, and then grow as a coach. Andy Reid wasn't Andy Reid when he first started, to EM's point. Yeah. And another thing too, it's the same thing that I say about the players.
But it didn't take 20 years for Andy Reid to be Andy Reid either.
But at that, hold on. Also,
what year is Mike McDaniel head coach in? What is this? Is what, year 2, right? Okay.
And he never. Go ahead. And prior to calling plays,
nonsense, crypto.
And prior to calling plays,
what are you talking about?
He never called plays before becoming a Dolphins head coach. He never called plays.
What my point is,
he even said so on Hard Knocks.
Even Kid Cole, who UDFA. The reason why he's been so successful, he's still developing, obviously, is because he got in-game experience. The head coach who's calling plays also needs to get in-game experience too to develop. And you're not going to develop sitting on the sideline and not actually doing it game in and game out.
100%.
Well, hold on. I got a question for that. I got a question. I'm glad EM and Ms. Fins are saying the development. Haven't we haven't been told that this is a 3-year window? So how much time for development are you allotting?
Well, that all depends on what Ross wants to do.
But see, this is what I'm saying to you. I think this is why I told somebody else I was texting this is about pride and ego. Sometimes you have to be honest with yourself, look at that person in the reflection in the window, like, you know what, I'm not ready yet. Let me utilize my staff that may have a little bit more experience in some of these decisions than me. Because if you're saying a 3 year window, and it is a 3 year window, because when you look at some of the free agents and some of the decisions that have to be made, this team is not constructed for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. It's a very small indicational window. So what is our outlook as fans, as you know, and that's why I hate the phrase best team in 20 years, because you think about those 20 years, those were 20 bad years and maybe a all right year here and there. We using that as we're kind of catapulting the intensity on why fans are looking at this as we got to get here. This is a win now team, right? How much time do I have to wait for him to kind of catch up to the moment? Why not utilize some of his staff that is experienced? You have some of the guys on his staff that called Super Bowl games, right? You got some guys that may have a little bit more experience, instead of you burnt. Because I'm gonna tell you something, and I know all of y'all on here is leaders, right? You can burn yourself out trying to learn everything quickly, fast, because of pressure. And in those games, when they go into that game, Kansas City, he's gonna be, as a head coach, they're not gonna give him an unpressurized situation of grace. It's only wins or losses. So to me, when you gave me this 3 window narrative that, you know, this team is ready, that if Tua is healthy, but we didn't predict that Tua would be healthy and everybody else will be injured, right? That's why I said I don't think it's a bad idea. It's not a slight at Mike McDaniel at all. I'm just saying sometimes it may take you a little bit more time and utilize. That's why you have a staff to
But
assist you with certain things.
I think he does, Nene. I mean, he'd be a fool not to utilize. I think he does. It's just, you know, he does, because he's even alluded to it. Frank Smith has talked about it, as well as Daryl Bevell, right? All of them have input in terms of the game plan on throughout the week. It's just on Sunday, Mike McDaniel assumes the play calling, the end. Now, do you mean like in terms of utilization of his staff? Are you talking about on game day? Or are you just talking about in general?
He means game day.
Okay.
Well, what I mean is, when I see Mike McDaniel, it looks like he's constipated. He looks like he's really like uncomfortable, right? And for me, when you're uncomfortable like that, it's hard to think and it's hard to function. Only your body can take only a certain amount of stress before you just become out of it. And I think that's why he goes to a safety valve, because it's just so much going on. Like, okay, a decision. All right, just run a play to Tyreek. I can see that. So that's why I'm saying, when you have this 3 year window, and just a direct question to both Ms. Fins and EM, do you agree that this is a 3 year window, or are you calling it more?
Oh, it's a 3 year window based on the contracts, period. I don't see how people don't see that. It's based on the contracts alone that we've gotten in the biggest pieces. This is a 3 year window that started last year. So this is year 2, and next year's year 3. But to add to your point, we actually really have to look down as who really gets the ultimate blame. And that is, to your point, my favorite guy. Please say his name for me. Please say his name.
Christopher Aloysius Greer III.
Exactly. Because if you think about it, if it is going to be a 3 year window, then you failed by getting another rookie head coach. You needed to get you needed to get like a Doug Peterson, someone that has already been in the dance, somebody that was already established, somebody that already has all this experience, so you can shrink the time it takes of that, development, if you will, because Mike McDaniel is going to be the head coach for 10 years, which is what I think he should be, so he can develop into being one of those guys. But if you're only giving yourself a 3 year window, then guess what? You failed by getting Mike McDaniel, just like you failed by getting Brian Flores, 2 rookie head coaches. You should have gotten somebody that was an established head coach with experience in the postseason, so that way you're not dealing with these developmental issues, if you will.
Why are y'all putting a cap and a ceiling on? Why do y'all?
So you don't agree it's 3 years?
I think again, why is everybody putting a cap on 3 years? Why
But what
can't?
I'm saying, EM, you don't agree with the logic of 3 years. So how many is it for you?
Well, I mean, you can have sustainability. A, obviously got to have the head coach. B, you got to have the quarterback, right? And then you just have to you got to make smart decisions in terms of supplement your roster through the draft and free agency. I mean, again, look at the Rams. They had one off year coming off,
49ers.
Exactly, the 49ers as well. I mean, why does everybody think, oh, this is a 3-year window, then we're gonna go back to what we were for 20 years?
I say it's a 3-year because I've heard that a lot, part one. And then the second part is just looking at some of the decisions that got to be done in that 3rd year. So it does.
But if you look at a lot of the foundational young players that we have on the team, your Christian Wilkins, your Jalen Phillips, your Javon Hollinses of the world, your obviously Tua, Jalen Waddle, Austin Jackson, Robert Hunt, they foundationally, that window is not gonna close. I don't think so. As long
in terms of paying them and keeping them on the team.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you meant from a competitive
not from a talent perspective.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
Well, to still be able to keep the same team is what she's saying. To be able to keep the same pieces around the team. That's what the 3-year part is.
Can I answer a question? Because I've been silent long enough. Again, I hate when we do this. Again, I said it in the Twitter space. Where was all these developmental issues? Where was the calling for Mike McDaniel to stop calling the plays 2 weeks ago when we were 11-3 and playing for the number 1 seed?
So Lewis, you mean to tell me the private conversations we had, you ain't never heard me highlight my concerns about this offense in the midst going back to the Houston game of last year? Is that what you sit up there telling me?
Right, but again, we calling for the man to give up play calling, and 2 weeks ago we were playing for the AFC overall number 1 seed. Mm-hmm. Make it make sense for me. I just don't understand. How do we go from playing for the number 1 overall seed to last week playing for an AFC East division title, which we haven't won since when? 2008.
Yeah,
2008.
But now all of a sudden, we're talking 2 weeks later. We're talking about pull the man's card because he can't call a game.
Yeah, maybe because.
I can't understand that. Oh, I thought you were going in a different direction, Lou. My bad, but I agree, bro. Like that's why I said this is where we part. That's why I said this is where we part ways. When you look at the complete body, man, number 1 in offense the last 2 years, right? It's so much more positive than negative. I mean, I don't get that logic. I don't understand.
Well, maybe the 2 December collapses had something to do with it.
And that's fine, and that's fair to criticize, but to take away
player issue.
Dude, I'm not just saying. I'm just saying that. Again, I'm not saying
turn up.
I'm not saying.
What you waiting
I'm
on?
not saying to not make him be the offensive coordinator and still, again, his game-to-game decisions in critical moments have been questionable, has been suspect. The things that he does in critical moments. That's all I'm saying.
But wait. Is it him? Sorry, Lou, real quick. Is it him? 2 seconds. Is it him or is it execution or lack of execution by the players? Let's say he could only call the plays, guys. I always have to remind people he could only call the plays. If the players are not executing, that's also
you mean the call the plays that the announcers and everybody in the stadium are predicting.
That's crazy.
I love how we're the only one that happens to. Do you guys not watch other games? Come on, bro. We ain't the only ones. We're not the only ones that happens to. Come on.
No. But again,
turn up, Shay. What you waiting on? Turn up.
But hold on.
I'm waiting for Lou. Hold on, I'm waiting for Lou to respond. Go ahead, Lou.
Well, let Shake. And again, Shake's making a valid point. I'm not saying I'm coming at Shake. What I'm saying is, again, we're making this as a Miami Dolphin, specifically Mike McDaniel problem, right? See, I'm a Dolphin fan, but I also watch NFL games. So when Tony Romo is calling the game where Mike McDaniel's not nowhere to be found because he's not coaching in that fucking game, and I hear Tony Romo call out the play that's coming, are we blaming that on McDaniel too? Like, again, bro, these people that are calling the games have played in the league.
It wasn't Tony Romo that was calling the games, though.
But Shake. The point is, though, Tony Romo has played in the league. We're talking about a guy that called out this play right here in this game.
Again, it wasn't Tony Romo calling the games.
Again,
I'm telling you.
Shake, what you waiting on? Put your foot on his neck, Shake. Turn up. What you waiting on?
Hold on, let Lewis talk. Go ahead, Lewis.
But the problem is people, again, Shake, I understand it wasn't him, but it was also Chris Collinsworth. He played in the league. These guys that are calling the game have covered the game for multiple years. You don't think they know? It's like we're talking common sense here, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's like I use the example of Tony Romo just in the example. But I've heard Chris Collinsworth when he's calling every Sunday night game, calling out plays that Mike McDaniel's not in, bro. It's just they understand the game. Just like we're fans and we understand what's coming. Everybody knows, bro.
But I think, Lewis, what they're saying is that if we could sit back here as fans as well, figure out that, this is a deep route to Tyreek Hill, then the other team is going to know it too. That's what we're saying.
Well,
like
it only happens to the Dolphins. It's not
knows
the Dolphins.
You don't think everybody knows that across the league. You think that's just a Mike McDaniel Miami Dolphin issue.
Thank you. Every team goes through that.
What I'm saying is, I get that.
Both could be true. You can't do it with uncanny predictability.
Miami Dolphin issue. Because I know Lewis, he likes.
But it's not uncanny. Well, listen to what Crypto just said though. Uncanny ability. But I hear these damn casuals in the fan base telling me first down, run the ball, second down, run the ball, and third down.
That's true too.
Is that not pretty?
That's true too.
Can I get a name on that?
Well, yeah, that is. That's an EM Dolphin fan. EM Dolphin fan is out there saying, run the ball first, second, and third down.
Oh, really? No. See, but
you know what? And that philosophy isn't just for Mike McDaniel. I've always felt that. Look, if you're gonna be a head coach, be a head coach. If you want to call plays, then you should have just stayed your ass an offensive coordinator. Simple as that. It's not as easy as hold on. Let me finish. It's not as easy as what I'm saying. There are very few Andy Reids in this league. You can think of Andy Reid. Yeah, that's one play caller, maybe Sean McVay, but that's only a handful of 32 coaches in this freaking league that call their own plays and be a head coach at the same time.
But Shake, hold on. No. Let me say this real quick. 2 seconds, please.
Well, hold on, because I just started talking again. No. But this is the problem I have, right? Okay. And Nene, I'm going to use one of your favorite lines, Nene. Big time players make big time plays, right? Ain't that what you say all the time, Nene?
She had some issues, but she does.
Well, in that case, right? When was the last time you heard a big time coaches make big time coaching plays? Like, stop. What are we going to keep doing? We do this all the time. It's been a problem in Miami, a staple in Miami. Every time something goes wrong, it's the coaches. When is it ever going to be time to put the blame on players? Because again, you don't think Mike McDaniel deserves any criticism, Lou? You don't think so?
He does, but not all of it.
I do.
Oh, okay. Giving him all of it.
I do.
Okay. I don't think nobody is giving it all to him. I think.
Okay. What I'm gonna say is right. He does deserve blame, but how much blame do you want to put on again? I'm gonna use y'all's words, not mine. A first-time head coach when his 2-year opportunity, he has led first year a top 6 offense in this league, and his second year a number 1 offense in the league. You really want me to believe he's the problem? Is that what you want me to believe? That a first-time head coach, two seasons in, has 2 offensive seasons being in the top 10 of offense. That's what
we're talking about situationally, Lou. We're talking about We're not talking about the complete body of work, bro.
Cool.
That's why I keep highlighting situationally is the issue.
What head coach is perfect?
I agree. I agree. That's why I said I'm not trying to take play calling from him yet. I'm not willing to go there yet.
I don't want to take it away from him, but I just cannot sit on the sideline and hear this because we talk about Andy Reid and people forget how many years has he been in the league that he's been able to hone in his craft. He's the only NFL coach ever to have 100 game-winning in two different franchises. So, like, you cannot.
But
compare
he's also
apples
been in
to
four
oranges.
NFC championships and 4 AFC championships, so he had success from the jump.
He had experience. Hey, Miss
600
Well,
Fans.
years
no,
coaches.
not
Of
from the
course, you're gonna
jump.
have experience. Like, come
Miss
on,
No.
what
Fans,
are we talking about?
let me ask you this for those who don't want him to delegate some of his responsibility. So what needs to change? So how do you make millionaire grown men execute? Or you're supposed to bench him? What is the solution here?
The only solution is, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. It's experience, Nene. Like if they like, I use Peyton Manning as an example, and again, I'm talking about him as a player, right? And again, I know we're talking about McDaniel, but my point is, it's tied in. So the only way he got out of the funk that he was in, right? The hurdles, the last few hurdles he needed to get over as a quarterback. It was through experience. That's why it took 5 years, 6 years. And again, I hope it happens sooner rather than later. But there's no remedy to it. The only way you learn how to do anything in life is through experience. You know that.
Yeah,
So that's
I'm aware. But
so that's the only thing that's the only thing we can do, Nene.
Okay, so I see this is where when I said early in the year that my expectation was to at least win one game in the playoffs, and people told me we're at a win now. This roster is a win now roster, right? So does that mean, as the message that we're sending on this panel, is don't expect success anytime soon?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all.
I'm on the 2080 plan. We will win in 2080.
Like, so if I'm a Lay fan and I don't know, I'm a Miami Dolphin fan or whatever, and you said, the only thing we need to do is wait. Could we give a timeline of this waiting? How many years is it going to be?
If I knew that answer, I would be a billionaire by having the lotto numbers, Nene. Like,
so we
no
can
one
take
has a
away,
crystal ball.
So, Ms. Fans, is it fair to say that let's take away this title of it's a win now team?
No,
because we don't know.
You have to.
No, you don't.
No, that's trying to have it both ways, Em. You can't have it both ways.
No, because y'all can't predict the future. That man might have. That man.
Of course, somebody can predict the future.
We've seen players go from trash to damn near Pro Bowl status in one game.
Okay,
right?
So let me ask
with
you,
a light bulb clicks on.
All right, so let me ask you. You said you're not at this moment. You're not ready to take away play calling. At what point would you say you would be ready to do that? Make that decision.
If you start, if the issues that's plaguing him right now are not resolved, and also if the overall application starts to decline, right? You see slippage. Well then that's what I'm going to really entertain having those conversations. But
I agree
that
because you know what? Look, at the end of the day, here's the thing.
Okay.
And again, I said take away play calling not as a slight to Mike McDaniel, because number one, I like McDaniel as a head coach. I like the culture that he brings. I like the staff that he built together. He put great guys in the right places. You know what I mean? I think he's done a phenomenal job as a head coach, and I would like him to continue to be our head coach. You know what I'm saying? If that's something that he needs to do to make the team better, I'm all for it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I hear give me a specific, because I hear this situational play calling. Can, like, EM or anybody else for that matter, give me a situation where you thought the play calling, like a situation where the play calling was bad.
You mean like in the end zone, fade route in the end zone like 4 or 5 times?
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So
and also in Tennessee,
he calls it back to back. Okay, cool.
Also, and we talked about the Tennessee game, bro. We argued how long we was on the phone for 4 hours arguing about that. When that team is continuously showing you a 3-high look, bro, right? You ran the ball against New England, right? New England is the one that put that coverage on film on how to slow down the passing game of Miami, right? They put that on film in week 3, right? What was McDaniel's strategy in that game? Maybe Mostert had like 130 yards that game, right? 2 touchdowns.
Right.
So he ran the ball in New England, right? Then you follow that up with the Tennessee game, and they've been showing you that same coverage for 80% of the game. But you don't run the ball, right, as consistent as you should, especially when you're averaging damn near 8 yards a carry, right? You throw. Okay. You're throwing more than running the ball than you did in that New England game. What's the excuse there? That's coaching.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's one game. So Shake gave me the fade routes. Cool, right? Okay, cool. I get that's a valid point. EM, you just talked about the whole game against Tennessee. Okay, cool. Now watch how this works. So we got to get rid of McDaniel. Take everything away from him, right? Cool.
No, I didn't say take everything away
from him. No, who's saying take away from him?
Again, I didn't cut nobody off. Okay, I'm just saying in the scenario, we're talking about things that Mike McDaniel has to change, right? That's what we're doing here. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. How many bad games have we watched Tua Tagovailoa play?
Like bad games, like bad. Define bad. Define bad.
Well, if I see people wide
below
open
Tua's standard he set for himself,
that he's not even looking at, that's bad games. If there's throws that are easy routine throws, again, and Tua, we can make all the excuses in the world. But if the ball's not even getting close to those receivers, right, on out routes like what we've seen lately, those are bad games. I'm not saying Tua played horrible. Tua played horrible in these games, but he's been playing bad here recently, right? Not to Crypto's words, not up to his standards. So where are the changes we got to get with Tua? Where's all the things we got to take away from Tua? You see what I'm saying? Like it's so quick to take away and ask to get all these other things, but then when again we don't do it for everybody. Let's just be consistent. That's all I'm asking. Be consistent.
Well, okay. my approach has been the same, bro. I just told Nene, the only way you get better, you do anything better in life is through experience, through repetition. And that's the strategy I'm taking with Tua. When you evaluate all of the body of work, just like Mike McDaniel, when you evaluate everything in the offseason, when we sit down and evaluate him and dialogue about the season, right? The 2023 season. No. When you, in terms of wanting to continue and move forward with the investment you made in him, as well as McDaniel, look at their body of work, bro. Look at their resumes the last 2 years. There is no way in the world you're going to sit up here and ignore that level of production, bro, based off you just overly, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying people in general in the community. They are just they are frustrated that the season did not happen. You know, we didn't achieve the goal, all of our goals this year, right? And I understand that. Right. But you got to look at this from a macro perspective. But you're not, only thing you can do is hopefully health permits. He just gets with another year in the system.
You use that word a lot, body of work, Em. Are you familiar with the Marvin Lewis standard? Is that what we accepting now for say a measure of success? The Marvin Lewis standard?
Hell no, we ain't accepting that crypto. But let me
Go ahead.
No, but that's what the EM said, dude.
No. But let me ask you this, EM, right? Because I hear about the adjustments that Mike McDaniel has to do and in certain situations here and there. Okay, cool. Well, in the Buffalo game this last week, could you admit, watching the thing, in the second half, Buffalo's adjustment was going from that too high shell, right? For more than half of the plays, I would say in the first half, to a single high safety look in the second half?
Well, yeah, but you got
what do you?
Hang on, can I finish? Can I please finish?
No. But what do you do on this team? The way we're constructed with guys like Tyreek Hill, with guys like Chase Claypool. Remember when we got Chase Claypool? Everybody, the size and the speed, right?
Who said that? Who? I'm gonna need a name on that. I'm gonna need a name on that. Who?
There's a lot of people.
You know what? Yeah.
What do we do? What do we do in this fan base, right? Oh my God, we're the speed element, right? Well, all our fast guys. Well, EM, if you're a coach, right, and you see single high safety and your number one weapon, your $30 million toy, is the fastest player in the league, what are you doing against single high, EM?
Well, you can't just, first off, there's some truth to what you just said, right? They did make the adjustment.
No, I know.
Hang on. Look, can I finish? I didn't interrupt you, Lou. Can I please finish, please? So, there is some truth to what you said, bro. They did make the adjustment. However, Buffalo been terrible against the run, susceptible against the run all year, no matter what formation they in. So just because a team, right, makes an adjustment in terms of like what they did. They brought that extra man down on the box and created an 8-man front. They've still been terrible against the run. So when you watch film on them, I'm critical of McDaniel, right? Where again, this is why I was overly critical of him being too dependent on that toss sweep, trying to win the perimeter. Why aren't you just absolutely destroying them between the tackles? Because they proved no matter what formation they was in all game that when you ran the ball when you went north and south on them, they could not stop our running game.
And absolutely, Ian. And that is absolutely true, Miss Fans, right? But see, what Ian won't tell you is that right there, that take is half truth, right? Because what I heard going into the Dallas game was, whoa, look what Buffalo did to them. They ran for over 250 yards. They ran for over 250 yards against Dallas. We should run the ball and have. What did Dallas come into the game and do? They took the run away because that's what they decided to do, right? The Dallas Cowboys look at them on the road.
Dallas is better. Dallas is better.
Did I cut you off?
So
I didn't cut you off. What
okay,
I'm
go ahead.
Dallas on the road, if you look, and like you said, when you watch the film, on the road, Dallas, everybody runs on Dallas. The Arizona Cardinals ran for over 200 yards on them. So did Buffalo. What happened when they got to Miami? That wasn't working. So
what wasn't working though? What wasn't working? The perimeter run. The perimeter runs in particular. The perimeter runs was not working. No,
they didn't. They were not able to run against the Dallas Cowboys.
Inside, outside, I don't care. Bro, they're two different teams. They're two different. They got different personnel, bro. Dallas might be.
What I'm saying, but
you can't. It's not an apples to apples conversation to have, bro. They're equipped. Dallas is equipped different than Buffalo. What I mean, again, bro, this is ridiculous.
Buffalo has played us twice a year more than Dallas did.
It's not ridiculous.
It is because you're acting like that. Okay, you're saying just because of one team.
It's ridiculous because you don't want to hear it.
No. You're saying just because one team was successful in an area against us, that the other team automatically is going to be the same. You don't know. You don't know the personnel that Dallas has available.
Okay, and cool.
Teams are built different, bro.
And again, cool. That's fine for your sake of the argument. But for my sake of the argument, then you can't sell me because one team did something. That's what Miami should do. Because our personnel is different than the other team. So it goes both ways. You can't.
So you're talking about the game plan. You're talking about the game plan, right? Preparing from week to week, right? That's what you're saying.
No. I'm talking about again. We're blaming McDaniel, right, for all kind of things and not making adjustments. Well, when Buffalo made their adjustment, right, to go from 2 safety look to a 1 safety look, right, and drop an extra man on the box. The adjustment McDaniel made was to put the ball in his top 5 quarterbacks' hands, right? To put the ball in his $30 million receivers' hands,
right?
And Tua shit the bed, and Tyreek shit the bed, and how am I blaming McDaniel for that? Is what I'm saying.
Again, when you look at the analytics, right? If the analytics is telling you, right, no matter what, okay, whether it's too high, whether it's single high, right, in terms of stopping the run in that game, I'm talking about in game. I'm not talking about what happened 3 weeks ago. I'm not talking about what happened a month ago. I'm talking about in game now. When you're going over, when you're trying to you're evaluating the analytics in real time. And they are telling you they no matter what formation they're in, they have been susceptible when you run the ball north and south. Again,
and by the way,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shout out to Irvin Figueroa with the $2 donation. Shout out to my bro Shake
I heard.
Moose.
Salute.
Panel. Appreciate you, Irving. Anytime anybody put some hard-earned money into the chat, I got to address it, bro. So go ahead. Sorry about that.
So yeah. So if it's telling you no matter what format, you stick to that. You stick with what is working, bro. You stick to what is working, and that is what transpired on Sunday. Again, where I'm critical of McDaniel is he was hell bent on winning the perimeter as opposed to running north and south. That's what he should have.
Okay, cool. Well,
running up and south wouldn't have worked, Ian.
When I hear shit up, when I hear shit up though, that sounds like a feeling. You want to know what's a fact? You know what's been working all year? Who's the leader in passing yards?
That'll be Tua. That'd be Tua.
Okay, that's what's working all year.
And
who's the leader in receiving yards?
That'll be Tyreek.
That's working all year. Stop feeding me this bullshit. See, I try to tell people all the time. When you talk to these casuals, when you talk to these other casuals,
okay.
You can play this game with all these other people.
Okay,
okay.
You talking to okay.
You're a casual?
I guarantee you drop that goddamn poll. I guarantee you drop that goddamn poll. You talking about casual conversation between me and you. Where you think that? Where
taking personal shots. I didn't say nothing. I didn't call you a casual.
Yeah, you did. You did. You just said that.
No. What? No.
You just said that. And that's fine.
No. Again, I didn't. No. EM, see, you're not listening. I said when you have these conversations with casuals, right? They'll listen. You know
Andrés Negrón, dímelo amigo.
You know you messing with the best right now. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're calling me a casual, bro. That's what you just did, and that's fine. I find that extremely comical. I find that extremely comical for that to come out of your mouth in reference to me. But that's cool. That's cute.
What's funnier was when Pete called you a panel killer. But here there.
Yeah,
that was horrible.
Damn.
Dad, you only watch highlights.
Call him a panel killer.
So, hey, I didn't take no offense to that. Goddamn it. Hey, man, I've been called worse. I don't give. I ain't trying to hear none of that. But at the end of the day,
I'm not calling you a casual. I say when you talk to these casuals.
Well, yeah. Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, bro. Both things can be true. Like what you're saying is true, but you can't tell me what I'm saying is not true.
No,
like no one had a problem, bro. Again,
Lou, you're not listening. Nobody is trying to deflect any type of blame on Tua or Mike McDaniel. Nobody or Tyreek. Nobody's doing that. But all I'm doing is highlighting areas in this game that Mike McDaniel could have called the game a little different. I think that could have helped the offense overall, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
don't understand what the problem is.
And there is no problem. I think you're in every right to say that. And I agree with that statement. What I'm also saying is that for me, whether that's true or not, and again, I do think it's true, but the bigger problem that I see is more of player execution. And that's why I say player, because people are going to say, well, you're talking about
I'm not going to push back too much on that.
I don't think it's more of a coaching problem. Now, does he have issues? Yes, just everybody has issues. But I think it's more player-driven in this scenario than it is coaching. And that's just where I'm at.
Hey, Lou, I got a question for you. So if it's player-driven, how do you fix it? What's the solution? Because I know you're a solution kind of guy.
I know what the solution is. Get rid of Tua. That's the solution.
You see what I'm saying?
That's most Tua haters' position. Get rid of Tua.
Let Lou answer. What's his solution to it?
I said players. You see how these casuals hear Tua? You see that? You see how the casuals hear Tua? But it's all good. Again, it's all good. Nay.
That's cute.
See, this is where I'm not with everybody else. I'm riding with Tua. I do think Tua is going to get better. I do think that Nene, I said it in the space, right? Like when we're winning, none of this. I think we reach a lot of times when we lose. I think we get in our feelings. I think we get emotional. I think we start reaching for things. It's not. I don't see it for again. It's more player execution. We see
but
when
Lou,
this team is executing, right? There is no problem. We are one of the most lethal teams in the league when we're executing. And just
really, Shake, you gonna highlight that? Oh yeah, it's like that. Okay.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Popeye the Sailor.
The only reason I'm highlighting it because it's a super chat. That's the only reason.
I thought our friendship meant more than money, Shake. So all somebody got to do is drop a damn super chat and you'll turn on me, bro. Oh yeah, okay, that's cool.
I'm not turning on you. I didn't agree with him. I didn't agree with him.
Hey, Shake, can you put that comment again? I didn't see it. Can you put that on one more time?
Louis, you messy for that.
Hey.
Hey, well, now that I read it,
okay, let it be known then.
Hey, in the great words of EM, I definitely approve that message. I just, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to get that out there. But go ahead, y'all continue.
No, but Lou, what I was saying, it wasn't
it.
strictly towards Tua. If the players are not executing right, we just can't leave it as they're not executing right. What's the solution to get them to execute? Like, what is the accountability if you don't execute?
Well, you're not going to bench. Listen, Nene, you're not going to bench your starting quarterback. You're not going to bench your starting receiver. You're not going to. I mean, they just got to figure it out.
So
so how are they going to figure it out? They only figure it out through experience, right?
System.
Well, but that's what. Okay, and that's where EM. I didn't push back on that. I never push back when you talk about experience. I'm not pushing back on that.
I just want to make sure now. I just want to make sure.
I'm not pushing, bro. I've been saying I'm keeping Tua. I'm paying Tua. So that's not me trying to get rid of him. What I'm saying is he has to be better.
Well, I ain't talking about Tua because we talk about him enough.
Well,
I'm talking about everybody else.
Okay, what are we supposed to do? Bench Tyreek? You're gonna tell Tyreek, hey, you just dropped this pass. You just dropped this.
He's on a 7-year plan too.
We ain't benching Tyreek. There is no solution. The solution is getting them to play better. And I think Nene, because I had said this point as soon as Hard Knock came out, and then I heard you say it today, and you're spot on. This is where I do think they're getting coached up. The players, this is why I put it on the players, because they're just not executing. Because after the first touchdown, go on Hard Knocks, 2 assists next to Mike McDaniel. Nene, you said it best. Oh, it's going to be one of these type of games, right? Tua then follows that up with, it's going to be take what the defense gives you. Then you break down the film, you watch the film, their defense is giving you stuff. It's that Tua's not taking it. That's not a Mike McDaniel issue. I
think we all acknowledge that, Lou. My point is we all know that, right?
So then what's
the solution? So what's the solution?
Play better.
How do you play better? How do you play better?
Again, you see how you're trying to make me say something that I really don't want to say, right? You see how you're doing. You're trying to get me to say something that you don't.
I'm trying to kill me a casual. Hey, I'm trying to kill me a casual before I go to sleep. God damn it, buddy up.
Well,
go ahead.
You better find another. You better find another goddamn panel to go to.
I'm trying to get me one before I go to sleep.
I see what you're doing.
Are you trying to put it on wax?
So with that EM and panel, so should we adjust our thought process that this just isn't a win now team, that they're still in the process?
No, I think I think they are still talent wise one of the best teams. Well, with these rash of injuries, maybe not, but on paper, barring injuries aside, yeah, I think they've got top 3, talent and from the roster talent wise, right? But I just think and see a lot something with I think the fan base is not taking into account as well enough is the injuries, right? You're keep and again people think just because you're highlighting right players that you lose due to injury is making excuses. That is no excuse. It's the reason why you got starters. You got second stringers and you got third stringers. The starters tend to be the better players. Generally, if you have better players on the field, right, that gives your coach, right, more, when you have all your starters, the majority, that gives you more of the playbook at your disposal. It's certain things you can call with Connor Williams in a game that you can't call with Liam Eichenberg in a game, right? So I think injuries it has really, really hampered things offensively and defensively. We've seen it, but Fangio, to me, this is where I don't give Mike McDaniel a complete pass, is because, you've had a, mix and match offensive line wise. Tyreek has been banged up all year. He's been playing, but Tyreek clearly is not 100%. Waddle in and out of the lineup, but you can make a case Fangio has way more catastrophic injuries to his defenses.
Agreed.
To his defense, right? But he has made it work in spite of this defense without Chubb, without Jalen Phillips, without Javon Holland for 2 months, right? Jerome Baker goes down for an extended period of time. You can make the players, and this is what coaches do. whenever you are hit with the with this injury situation to the level that we were hit with this year on the defensive side of the football, it's your job as a coach to next man up, and you got to coach those players up and get them up to speed. Vic Fangio has done that, right? They hadn't, with the exception of the Baltimore game, the defense really, for the most part, hadn't missed a beat, right? But McDaniel, for some reason, and again, you can go situationally, you can go his play calling overall. Fangio has shown McDaniel the blueprint, but for some reason, McDaniel has just fallen short in that regard too, as well. I'm not putting it all on the coach.
Right. I was about to say his players are falling. No.
Lou was about to come for your neck.
All of them. No, he can try, but no, all of them.
Well, give me the chance then, because his players are letting them down. See, again, I'm watching in Houston a first-time head coach in DeMeco Ryans, right? That if his players were letting him down, we would be coming and killing him. Man, this guy can't coach. He can't do this. His rookie quarterback, to win the division, is leading touchdown drives when they're down in the big pressure moment, is going 7 for 7 and scoring game-winning touchdowns. Miss me with this coaching again. Oh, we got to do that. Bro, it's players.
So it's all about all the players. So again, this is where I'm critical of you. Again, I'm going to use your words against you, not mine. You just a minute ago, you just said McDaniel deserves a lot of the blame. That's what you said.
No. I said
you didn't say that.
Blame. No. I said he deserves blame. I didn't say.
Okay, well he deserves blame. Okay, well that's fine.
No.
Okay,
but the player. No. But Tua deserves way more blame, in my opinion, than Mike McDaniel.
Okay, well that's fine.
The players on the field deserve a lot more blame than Mike McDaniel. Okay, don't put he deserves a lot of blame. No, that's what you said.
But out of the other side of your mouth, just 2 seconds ago, you just said it's on the players. It's all on the players, is what you just said.
It is on the play again.
So which one is it, Lou?
Well, again,
I'm using your words. I'm using your words. What came out of your mouth?
But again, you're not listening. You're trying to prove a point, but you don't listen. See,
no.
I can hear all the stuff. Everybody wants this balanced attack and this running game, right? We didn't have no running game against the Los Angeles Chargers week 1. We didn't have that, right? The touchdown pass to win the game was a fade route to Tyreek Hill, right? No one had a problem with that fade route. It's just when it doesn't work, when the execution's not there, it's bad on McDaniel. No, it's on the players. Because no one was crying when we didn't have no running game against the Chargers. You know why? Because Tua threw for 400 yards.
So teams can't adjust to what you're doing. Teams can't adjust to what you're doing. They're not supposed to adjust to what you're doing.
So it's a coaching thing. So the coaches are the only ones that have to adjust. The players don't have to adjust, though, right?
No, I'm not saying that. Nobody's saying that at all. No, nobody's saying.
I've never seen a coach make $50 million a year. I've never seen a coach get $30 million a year.
What does the contract got to do with it?
Because Mike McDaniel's not throwing interceptions. Mike McDaniel's not dropping no passes.
So my question to you again, which one is it, Lou? Does the coach deserve blame or does he not? Because you're saying it's all players now. You're saying all players.
I'm saying most of the blame is on the players. I don't know how much more clear I can say it. Mike McDaniel.
Did y'all just not hear him say it's all on the players? Nene, did you just not hear him? Crypto, did y'all just not hear him say that?
It's more.
You said all
on the players.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me clarify. 80% is on the players, 20% is on the coach.
Okay, well that's better.
Is that a good clarification?
Well, that's cool. Well, again, I can only try to figure out and understand what's coming out of your mouth, bro. I'm not a mind reader. Can't read your mind, bro.
Well, that usually that's a casual that says that. So
well that's fine. That's fine. But see, here's where to kind of bring up the Fangio narrative, right? About the blueprint that he's shown in terms of his in-game play calling, his situational play calling, his personnel usage, right? That's the blueprint that he's showing Mike McDaniel. And we sat here and we talked about how we highlighted his shortcomings in the Tennessee game, in virtually every single freaking game that we lost this year, right? He hasn't been, again, and I know it's been a mix and matching with the offensive line. But again, his play calling based off his personnel, based off the time, the timing of games has not been as consistent as Vic Fangio. And I know they're on two different, sides of the football, but at the end of the day, you got to figure it out. You got to have a pulse of you got to understand a complete understanding of the skill sets of each and every player 1 through 53 on the 53 man roster, right? And I just think Mike McDaniel has lost focus at times for stretches during this game for whatever reason. This is a fact. And I'm not, again, Tua needs blame, Tyreek needs blame, but so does Mike McDaniel. I don't understand why there's so much pushback on that narrative.
There is no pushback. I said the exact same thing, but I'll ask you, since I guess me and you are putting each other on the spot, who deserves more blame, the players, EM, or the coach, in your opinion?
Well, I think players do because they got to execute. It's always majority always going to be the players.
So you're saying the same thing I just said. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You know what, y'all?
Clarification on that.
Hey, I want to ask y'all two gentlemen this question. Crypto, you welcome to answer. The one thing I don't want to happen, we lose on Saturday. Another season of first round exit. What do you think the organization will do with that result? Are they taking this in like you guys are saying? Hey,
oh yeah, I'm telling you now, Nick. I'm telling you now, Nene, they're gonna run it. They're gonna use the injury narrative, which I think is valid. Is a valid call it excuse, call it what you want, but I don't understand why people, when it comes to our team, right? You look at the Baltimore Ravens last year. Look at the last 2 years, actually, decimated by injuries. Starters down, starting quarterback down, etc. They limped into the postseason, right? But guess what? This year, they got a lot of those players that went down the last 2 years. Well, they're available to them now, and they've drafted well, and they brought players in that kind of they've hit on. But Baltimore is healthy as they've been in the last 2 to 3 years now. And you're seeing the results of that. And again, we are in the exact same
onto their running backs.
Well, yeah, but again, they've got depth. They got a ton of depth. You know what I mean? So I'm talking about overall, Crypto. So they are benefiting now.
I'm glad you brought this point up.
They are benefiting now greatly.
You may think so.
Hang on. They are benefiting greatly now due to health. They've been as healthy as they have been. I'm not saying they hadn't had injuries here and there, but they had, in terms of injuries, they're nowhere near than what they were the last 2 years.
Well, Ian, let me ask you this. You brought up the Baltimore Ravens, right? And I think this is spot on, but this is where I get, and I'm not going to put you in this because I know you're fair, right? But when I talk to all these other fans, right, and the casuals, let's call them, what do they tell you about when we're talking about, let's say, the quarterback position? What is the number one thing they bring up about Lamar Jackson?
What, playoff victories?
Playoff victories, right? That he only has one, correct?
Right.
But you just illustrated the Baltimore Ravens having injuries, right?
The last 2 years.
To kind of derail. So to derail maybe their playoff chances, correct?
Yeah.
But we don't give that deference for Lamar Jackson. We don't make those excuses, right? We just say Lamar Jackson's not getting it done. We put all the blame on that court. We don't come out and say nothing about John Harbaugh needs to adjust. We ain't talking about the situations of John Harbaugh. We're not talking about the injuries with the Baltimore Ravens. That's why, again, I'm not putting you in this conversation. I'm just talking about the casuals that want to say, well, the word we use in this community is context. Yeah, context for the Miami Dolphins and Tua. But for anybody else, well, shit, Lamar Jackson can't get the job done. He only has one playoff win. They don't bring up the injuries because no one gives a shit about it. They just say the quarterback needs to get it done, right? But when Tua, it's about the injuries. It's about the coach. It's about this. It's about that. It's not fair, bro. It's definitely not fair.
But they do the same with Tua as well. They blame him too. The Tua haters do. The haters do. Again, you're not wrong on what you're saying, but there's two sides of that coin, bro.
But the point
don't act like they don't criticize them too.
And they do criticize them, and that goes to my point that I've been trying to tell everybody. Whether it's fair or not, I'm not here to debate that. But the problem is, it's a quarterback league. Ian, you're my age, right? We're football heads. Miss Fins is a football head. Nene's a football head. Crypto Shake football heads. We've all heard, again, since we started loving and watching this game, if you don't have a quarterback in this league, you don't win. Has everybody heard that narrative?
Yo, for sure.
Absolutely.
But all of a sudden, when we lose, it's everybody and their mama's fault except the quarterback. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? And I'm not saying just to singularly put him out, but this is why he does get the blame. This is why quarterbacks do get the blame, because they're the guys that you're paying $50-60 million to. Those are the guys you're giving $200 and some million in fully guaranteed money.
All I'll ask of you, Lou, only thing I ask of you, you're 100% correct. All I'm saying is I need that same level of energy when the haters are again criticizing Tua.
I give it to him all
I
the
need
time.
that same energy, bro.
I give it to
That's
him all the
all
time.
I ask.
And I give it to him all
I'm
the
gonna
time.
need them toes. I'm gonna need them toes, every one of them.
I'm the most objective person in this community, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Because I'm always 10 toes down.
I'm gonna need them toes anyway.
I'm always down. I'm always 10 toes down.
The reason why I asked, because we know Ross isn't getting any younger. If we go in that office after that loss, do you think he's really trying to hear another year of one?
And that's my biggest fear, Nene.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you see him just accepting it and saying, you know what? Went ahead and cleaned the grapes off the table. We got rid of the toxin guy. We brought in the friendly guy. Tua got injured. Got it. We didn't give him a contract.
All I know is when his team was healthy, when the O-line is intact, and we were healthy, right? We hung 70 points on an NFL team. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Is that do you believe? And I know you're not Stephen Ross, but you think in a managerial, if I'm owning a company, and you say, hey, we missed the mark another year, and it's not Tua's injuries now, it's his supporting cast injuries, that no changes are made. Tua gets that big contract that's going to be enough to suffice that we just got to the first round and lost.
I think they're going to take that into account. You have to take that into account, Nene.
All I know, KP is going off in the chat.
You say have to take into account. We talking about a billionaire owner with a bucket at the end of his room.
Hey, KP looks like he's ready to punch on something in the chat. That's all I know.
Not a bucket.
Yeah.
The behavior of a guy with a bucket at the end of his room that's got all a gazillion dollars don't behave like a young person will.
Whoever that CB dude is, damn. Oh shit. He's saying people don't break down film.
No, I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about whoever that is. I know KP in the chat killing people. That's what I know. I know KP ready to punch on something.
So EM, because I know
KP
you know some people in the organization. You think that the supporting cast injuries?
No, I don't know nobody nowhere. I don't know nobody nowhere. Don't put that out there. I don't know nobody nowhere. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You still have a feeling that with his age, with the fifth year and all of this other stuff, that he's gonna say this is good enough to give to it. Don't let him play out his fifth year. Give him the bag, re-sign these people, and run it back again to see if they could be all healthy next year.
But look at Nene. Look at
I'm not.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But I'm trying to explain the logic behind it, right? Well, attempt to, right? Look at the quality of players that we didn't have, that we lost, right? We can all agree, right? With this mix and match offensive line, when Connor Williams is on the field, right, and when he's not, this O-line is completely different. Can we agree on that? Especially in particular in the run game. We are when this O-line is healthy and intact. I felt like they had the best O-line in football. They were the most dynamic running team, no matter what format it could be. North and south, east and west, right? This was the most dynamic O-line in the league. So you mean to tell? And again, I'm not saying you, Nene, but I'm talking about to the people to the side of the fence, right? That is saying like, well, the injuries, they didn't really mean much. Are you freaking kidding me? That makes, bro, this was, and again, I see somebody dropped in the chat that was a bad team, right? They were terrible or whatever. Bro, that's a team that beat Buffalo in Buffalo and beat Kansas City back-to-back weeks, and we hung 70 on them. All I'm saying is this. You have to take into account, the injuries, the quality of players.
We also lost to a team that lost to the Jets.
So to answer your question though, they're going to take that into account. I'm telling you that right now. They're going to take that into account, right? And they're going to, they're going to try to get healthy. They're going to try to sign back.
Answer this real quick,
run it back.
if you don't mind.
and paid some, because some of these people are up for contracts right now, right? Connor Williams, Christian Wilkins. Do you think that they gave enough sample size, with what they saw positively and negative, to not just consider the injuries but pay these people long term to stay?
And EM, I think
real quick,
the
then
strength of
we got a war
Buffalo
going
losing
on
to
in the
other
chat.
teams
Hang on,
don't
Crypto.
work
We
no
got a war.
more.
Hey, we got a war going on in the chat right now with this guy CB83 and whoever this other KP guy is. We got a war going on. But go ahead. They killed. They let them shots go in the chat. But go ahead.
No,
KP,
that's all I was
listen,
saying.
K,
And
KP is
I'm
part of
just
the
sitting objectively a fact taker.
CB83, who's that?
KP is
Taking the
part of the
emotions
Finn
out,
Tailgate
giving the
family,
whole
right?
body of work,
Lou?
and the end result is still a
Yeah, he's a
first
part of the
round
family,
exit.
Shake.
All I know, KP is killing whoever that dude he's arguing with. That's all I know. He killing that dude in the chat.
So EM, you think they're gonna pay and run it back? Anybody else got a thought on that? They're gonna run it back, or is it?
Yeah, they go.
They're running it back, man.
I don't understand why you wouldn't. Why shouldn't that be
If you
the
asking
priority?
me, it sounds
Why
like a
that
bunch
should?
of young. It sounds like a bunch of young people trying to convince an 87-year-old man with a lot of money in his pocket and a bucket at the end of his room what he should be doing. That's the mystery in all of this. We don't know how his irrational mind thinks, or an irrational mind of a person that's got that uh, clock ticking on when he could be trigger happy. Anything can happen in that situation.
Because
That's
we
all I'm
know
saying.
Ross
87-year-old men with a lot of money in their pocket don't think like young men with a lot of money in their pocket. That's all I gotta say.
So
They don't exercise the same patience that we think they should exercise.
So I just don't get why people don't think that should be the priority. I mean, why wouldn't you want to bring
It's
back?
not about whether us as a collective wanted to be a priority. It's a matter of not knowing, confident that an 87-year-old man with a lot of
Man,
money in
stop
the
it.
bucket at the end of his room would do that.
He been trying to win, bro. You know damn well Ross is gonna
Which
run it
means
back,
he would
bro.
be even
He
more
don't mind cutting that
impatient.
check, Crypto. What are you talking about?
It ain't about him cutting checks. He cut checks and moved out people all the time.
What is it? Okay, so what you're saying is you don't
Cutting the
think that's
check
going?
is not the issue.
What's
It's
the
whether or
issue
not
then,
he's going to get
Crypto?
trigger happy and
What?
move off people
What?
and start
So is that what you're saying? I need the toe.
things.
I need some toes on. I need them 10 toes on. Are you saying that
I'm
he's
saying
not
I
going
don't
to
know
run it
what he
back?
would do. I
Okay,
don't
I just
know.
want to
That's
make
the
sure
biggest
now.
mystery.
Okay,
We
and
can't
all
sit
I'm
up here and say
saying,
definitive that he will. That's my problem.
and all I'm saying, it's a more probability that he will, based off again
Based on what history?
bro. What are you talking? He don't. You mean to tell me Ross has had a problem with paying higher end players?
You see, you moving the goalpost. I'm not saying paying anybody. I'm talking about moving out people. As far as changing direction,
that's not even a
moving off
consideration.
coaches,
Who are you
firing
moving
general
off of?
managers because he's mad because he didn't win a playoff game.
No, bro. I think
First of all, he can just immediately just fire Greer and fire everybody.
Has it, bro? Chris Greer ain't going nowhere. He's not going anywhere, right? Chris Greer been here 30 years. He's not going anywhere. He ain't. So are you saying? Are you trying to? Are you trying to say that he might move off? He's more likely to move off of Greer after this year.
If we don't get the result and we get a bad Raven-like loss on Saturday night, I'm sure he will.
I don't know. I think the injuries excuse is going to be used for another year. The real question is, are we paying?
He's Ross has been ahead of teams that's had a bunch of injuries before, and he moved off guys quick.
Are we paying Tua this offseason or next offseason?
That's another one. And then I'm hearing EM. I don't know if your ear on the floor, but they saying Xavier Howard done played his last game with the Dolphins.
By the way,
yeah, they may just cut him. Is EM talking?
He's got to work within the salary cap structure.
That's what I'm saying. It's some hard decisions of like, and the only thing I have to the running back is some of these injuries are massive injuries, right? That we don't know if those players going to be the same players once they come back from their injury. Not everybody recovers the same.
Oh damn, Ian left.
Oh, EM done got the hell.
Exactly.
I don't know what's going on.
His battery probably
Shake,
died.
you didn't boot EM.
Yeah. I don't.
Wow,
I
that's
don't
how
boo
they're
nobody.
doing EM. That's how they're doing. No, but realistically speaking, guys, do we
It's
pay
about
2 up
time. I
this
don't know what
offseason
took so long.
or next offseason?
I know Lewis was gonna say that. We were having a decent conversation. But no, I would answer the question. I don't know. I think to Crypto's point, if it's another embarrassing loss, some people live in the moment, especially people that got money. And like, they like,
Right.
hey,
They get irrational, start doing irrational
doing
things.
crazy stuff. Like, hold on, wait a minute now. Like, this another year. And I can see somebody like Ross. You told me if this guy was healthy that, we would be there. And we got embarrassed again. Like, if it's an embarrassing loss, I can see some people moving. I can see some furniture moving. I'm not saying Tua or nothing, but I could then buy into the Xavier Howard thing. Because remember, there was some tension with that contract from the beginning, right? Like, they didn't really want to pay him that much money at first. So it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if they
Yeah, we
let.
just got to start bracing our mind for
Hey, by the way,
irrational behavior by a lot of people that's not necessarily football guys like Ross.
by the way, I heard
Yeah, Ross
EM
is a businessman. That's
is
what I
on a
keep telling people.
platform.
Business is cold. Everybody keep thinking because you see people smile on TV and doing little dances. That don't mean that they ain't cutthroat. Child, bye. Business is just
Hey,
business.
Right. They
It,
can knee
it
jerk and next thing you
yeah.
like
Oh,
what
he doing
happened?
the waddle,
That's
so he's
true.
gonna sign him to a lifetime deal.
Everybody was floored when Flores got fired.
I know I
The
was.
Nobody could say they
whole
saw that one coming for a
nation was
mile.
shook. The whole nation was shook when he was fired.
by
When
the way,
you
real
go,
quick,
what's funny about that? If you go into when the Dolphins
can you
made
hear
that
me?
announcement on Twitter,
Yeah, we can
there's
hear you.
a different response from people than what it is now. And there's some people
Yeah, it
I see their
was. They
faces.
caught
It's a
everybody
totally
off guard. They're
different.
like, huh?
There was a totally different experience. But I'll be honest. I think the lawsuit had a lot to do with it. I'm just gonna be called a bean.
It
A
was
No, the
bean.
after the
lawsuit didn't
fact.
happen
It
to
was
after.
after.
That was after the fact.
Yeah, that was
When they
That's
after
what
the
I'm
start
fact.
saying.
soiling his name in the media.
Why people start
That's when the
step kicking
lawsuits
it back
happened.
around and on him. Because at first everybody was shocked because they said he had 2 winning seasons out of 3. What I'm saying is I feel like all my questions are 2 if we lose. I want to change perspective.
Can you be? Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Nene.
if I could always check myself at the door. I have no problem looking at that mirror and that image in the mirror and say, look here, straighten yourself. But if we win, I just think it buys people more credibility. I think then you have some cachet because now you won a playoff game, the first game in over 20 plus years. So I think you get more cachet
So they
of
both
what.
get extended to like 5+ years.
I don't
McDaniel
think
and
I ain't
Tua.
going that far, but I don't think if we lost, what happens. I think it gives you more wiggle room about the injuries and stuff like that. Winning changes things. We see it in our fan base, right? When we winning, you become blind to a lot of stuff that's already in
Yeah,
front of
as a
you.
matter
When
of
you're
fact,
losing, everything else is amplified. It comes up as sewage. So yeah,
as a matter of
if
fact,
we win that
if
game,
Urban.
to your
yeah, if
point,
listen,
Miss Fender, we win that game. I
I
think it's
know,
possible to win the game. They
I
have
heard
to
from
go. They can't
sources,
beat themselves. I
I heard
think
from sources
Mahomes
that
is vulnerable. I don't think it. I have never seen him this animated with his teammates in the losing side of it like he has this year. I think they're vulnerable. If we're being honest, forget all
yeah.
the weather and stuff. I think this team can be beaten. But the question is, what team is going to show up in Arrowhead and our team? Because we can do it.
So as far as by the way, EM is gonna do what's that? After
Now,
hour
AB is
Kids
a
After
liar,
Dark.
and the truth ain't in him.
Um,
Y'all read AB's
can
comment?
I talk for a little
That
bit,
is not true.
Nene,
Nene,
can you
please?
hear Shake?
Thank you.
No.
Oh, I don't think she can hear you, Shake. That's why.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Nene?
No, she can't hear
Nene,
you.
Nene, can you hear me?
Yeah, it
Oh,
looks
my
like
bad.
I think she's gonna come back. I think she couldn't hear us. Go ahead,
Okay.
Shake.
No, I would say um that you have that off the after hours, right? Whatever. I was listening to that platform, inside the NFL, and the one thing he said that made sense was, look, at the end of the day, we're gonna, whether we like it or not, Tua is gonna get the extension. So the best thing to do is give it to him now, so we could start. If we try to tag him, or we can't restructure the money, so it's better to sign him now, so we know what contracts. And even Joy Taylor said we need what contracts. If we give Tua the money now, we know what contracts we need to adjust, where we need to fluctuate money. So it's better now to give him the money than later, because it's going to happen, whether you like it or not.
Well, Shay, even if it happens, do you think they bring in better competition to compete for the QB1 spot, or is just we gonna have the Matt Whites and the Schylers of the world, so they're gonna have job security through his contract extensions?
Yeah, but Chris Greer says they want to bring in competition, but that's all freaking, here's GM speak, I guess, because at the end of the day, if you look at, do they bring in competition for Patrick Mahomes? Do they bring in competition for Lamar Jackson? Do they bring in competition for Joe Burrow?
No.
You know what I mean?
No, they don't.
Real quick, Shake. Hey, my battery died on me. That's why I had to exit the pit. But don't think I didn't hear them snide comments. Nay, Miss Finn, that Casual Lewis, as well as you, Crypto. Don't think I didn't hear that. But go ahead.
Man, that was a great day in America when that battery died.
About, your show, man, this Saturday. I can't wait for it. After dark.
Oh yeah, Dolphins After Dark. It's gonna be off the chain on
We're talking about EM OnlyFans. OnlyFans. What are you talking about, Shake? What the hell are you talking about? EM OnlyFans.
Dolphins After Dark, baby. It's gonna be on and popping. Why I keep saying Sunday, Saturday, right? We're gonna have that We're gonna have that panel after the game. So y'all tune in, because it's always gonna be.
Wait, EM, you got a channel, or you gonna be on somebody else's channel?
Well, it's a collective for the most part. But we're still in the preliminary stages of trying to figure out that type of structure. But for the most part, it's not only me on the panel, but it's me with with several other individuals, right? Really, myself, Reason, Ball Game, Cap, had a cameo last week. Martin is on there, and those are the only ones that really matter in the community. So, yeah, it's definitely a banger.
That's what we doing. That's what we doing. All right, bet.
Those are the ones that's really shaking. Those are the ones that's really shaking shit in the community. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day,
you gonna let them do you like that, Lou?
But at the end of the day, y'all pull up
in a certain way too. If I bodied them tonight, that
yeah. So y'all pull up, man, and because it's a play. Well, kind of. If I can, real quick, Shake. We kind of the vision of the platform. It's it's going to be unfiltered. The vision of the platform is a little different than a lot of Dolphin centric platforms, right? We want to create an environment of freedom, of uncensorship, right? If whatever topic that anybody wants to discuss, it don't necessarily have to be about the Dolphins, but just in sports in general or in life in general, right? We are, myself and the individuals that are affiliated with the platform, we want to, have the freedom to really address anything and everything at any time. So, obviously it's going to be Dolphin centric because we're all Dolphin fans for the most part, but it's a platform of freedom, and we just want to be, we just want to be in a position to where we can discuss pretty much any topic on the table.
Hopefully one day I'll get an invitation. Hopefully one day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Shay. We looking for that fifth guy. So we've been kind of trying people out on a trial basis. That fifth guy. Like I said, myself, Reason, Ball Game, and Martin. Right. The four guys. Right. We're still searching for that fifth week. That
Yeah.
we're still looking for somebody to sit in that fifth seat. So we've been trying people out here and there, and we on a trial basis. But Shay,
Man.
yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna extend that
Hey,
invitation to
there
you at
was
some time.
there was a Cuban dude on the Sunday edition that he was off the chain. I like him.
Oh yeah, who?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was a Cuban guy. I can't remember his name, but
much, bro.
Okay.
At the end of the day,
he was off the chain.
look at that! Look at that man right there.
Oh.
Hey, Lewis, I hope you took down that Christmas tree now. We halfway in January.
Nah, he got
wait a
till
minute.
February.
Damn.
He got till February.
Listen, I've been working my ass off, and plus we had to keep it up because I forgot what the 6th is. We celebrate something else on the 6th.
Three Kings Day.
Yeah, it's
Three Kings Day.
Yeah, there you go, right there, Three Kings Day. So it is what it is. But
It's staying
I'll
up
be
to
working my ass
February.
off.
It's staying up to February.
No, hell no, that's coming down this weekend when I finally get a break. I'll be working my ass off, Nene. God damn it.
Hey, listen, if you never take it down, you don't have to worry about putting it back
just
up.
leave it up
That's
until
all.
next year. Yeah, exactly.
Y'all wrong. Hey, EM, I gotta ask because it's appropriate. Y'all opening up women to this platform. Is the females in this community?
You know something? I think I it's funny you bring that up, Nene, because we kind of had discussions on because we do want to implement a female's perspective, right? Because pretty much all of, with the exception of McFinn's and a few other people, y'all don't really have a big representation in the community, for the most part. You got legends like Phin-Addict and that have kind of paved the way, and you got McFinn's and you got a few other people, but we were looking, we were kind of discussing. We're open to the possibility of female representation on the platform. So yeah, that is definitely something that's being discussed. So
yeah,
all I gotta say is stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Okay, but hey, we need the link. We need a, how y'all say, put a name on it. I need a link to that because after the game, I'm gonna be probably on the Finn's tailgate because they have a lot of stuff during and after the game.
Where's that? Where's that?
The Finn's tailgate. That great.
Okay, I'm not familiar. That must be a newer platform. I'm not familiar with that platform.
You've been a guest over there.
I'm not familiar with that platform. So
you know what? We got a lot of amnesia. We sure we got into 2024. We're leaving up Christmas trees. We forget people's names.
Listen, life as a Dolphin fan. Life as a Dolphin fan is amnesia because there's a lot of games that we want to forget.
Now I ain't wrong about that, but Shake, I know that Larry probably like his show went 4 hours. I know you was trying to cut it to 2, but we don't went past that part.
Yeah.
I was like, Shake, I'm sorry, bro, but it went from 2 to 2.5 to 4.5. Like, sorry, but it's a great show.
Listen, at the end of the day, listen, once you get a good platform rolling, you know what I'm saying? What the hell?
Hey, Shake, I meant to tell you, bro. I took care of that block party for you, man.
Okay.
I took care of that, so you should be good.
Yeah. I was on there today.
Oh, okay. That's what's up then. Yeah.
Well,
that's what I wanted to bring up about. That's why I brought up to his money. He was saying that it's better to pay him now so you can maneuver the money, because if you tag him or you put him on that 5th-year option, you're kind of stuck with you can't really fluctuate. You can't play with the money. It's easier to manipulate the money, the cap money, if you sign him now, because it's gonna happen whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
and to be honest with you, he's earned an extension. I mean, now has he earned the right to be the highest paid and reset the market? Well, that's a conversation I'm willing to entertain. But in terms of a foundational extension, he's earned that. He's earned that. I mean, I don't think that's open for debate.
So EM, that forms another question, because we seen in season they gave Austin Jackson his extension right away. If what you're saying is true, why haven't they given it to him already?
Well, I think they wanted to see if he could, be healthy for 17 games first and foremost, right? This is what allegedly this is what they instructed his representation. They told him, allegedly. Now this is what's been reported. So he's done that. His play got better statistically, right? This year, 2 years in a row now. So I just think, and who knows, Tua might have went to them at some point this season and told them, look, I can wait. Y'all go ahead and figure out, but he could have given them a ballpark figure of what he's going to be looking to get, right? And giving them the freedom to work around that to sign these other guys. Again, who knows? I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying it's a possibility. Anything is possible. So I don't know, to answer your question specifically, why they haven't paid him yet, but I do know, at least initially coming into the season, they wanted to see if he could stay healthy for 17 games. But as of right now, everything is on the table, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's why I get a little. I'm the kind of person, until it's done, it's always doubt on why it's not done. So maybe they're waiting for the season to commence. So you're expecting when the season is over, whenever that is, that we would then get some breaking news from Adam Scheffler or whomever that he has signed this deal, maybe 3-4 years, or you think it's, because I really don't know for football, to be honest, how these like mega deals work. Is it 3 years, 4 or 5? How does that work? I'm more an expert on the NBA side. I'll be honest.
They normally go on average about 5 years, I would say, like 3 years, like generally fully guaranteed, or the more, well, it depends on the structure of the deal, but I think the duration of the contract that they've been given was been 5 years for the most. It could have been give or take, but 5 years with like the first 3 years it'll be more and more of guarantees, and then you got some flexibility with the last 2 years of it. That's generally how Chris Greer likes to structure his deals. He likes to front load a lot of his, but that might be an issue because of our salary cap issues, that we're going to have, right now. I mean, they can easily get out of those, address those issues, but as of right now, they don't have any, surplus of money to be flexible with. So it'd be interesting how they structure his deal, but generally Chris Greer, he'll give that 3 to 5 year window, and the majority of the money up front. Like Xavier Howard's contract, Jalen Ramsey's contract, they restructured that one and guaranteed him more upfront money. That way it gives him flexibility on the back end of the contract. So, but who knows? I mean, everything is on the table, but we'll see how that.
And
I got the fakes, Nene. I can answer that for you. We're gonna pay Tua $1 million next year. Okay. Well, he's gonna get his $23 million, but we're gonna give him the extension. It's gonna be 7 years. It's gonna be $300 million. We're gonna make the first 2 years $1 million, so we can have everybody pay, and then we're just gonna extend it and rework it in year 4. That's it. There you go.
No, we could do like the Patrick Mahomes, give him a 10-year deal.
Yep, 10-year deal, $300 million, fully guaranteed.
Can you imagine what this fan base would be like?
Oh, y'all ain't willing to do that. Y'all know y'all not willing to do that.
I've been calling for this man.
You know damn well y'all not willing to do that.
Jesus, stop it, EM. I've been the only one saying $300 million this entire season. So don't tell me I haven't. I know I have.
I don't know nothing about that, Miss Fans. I don't know nothing about that. But but I think the fan base.
How many years at 300 million? 10 years.
10 years.
Listen, I know we're all due and that's fully guaranteed 300 million.
Fully guaranteed 300 million for 10 years, Louis.
10 years.
And Miss
fully guaranteed. Wow.
Miss Finn, you know how I feel about you, right? And again, I mean this with all due respect.
Don't you believe that, Miss Fans? Do not believe that. Don't you dare believe that. But go ahead.
Listen, we've met in person, right, at the game, right? It was great meeting you. You know how I feel about you. Don't let EM do that. But respectfully, you have lost your goddamn mind if you think we giving to a tongue about low 300 million.
See how he turn on you, Miss Fans? You see how he turn on you? Look at him.
Okay, you know what? Then how much is he worth then a year, and for how long? How much do you think up to now Tua is worth a year? Come on. What are you?
Well, Batman said $10 million in the space.
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
I'm going with the Batman number.
Batman did not say $10 million. You're
How much? What did Batman
Mr.
say?
Everyone but Tua?
He said
He said $10
$10 million.
No, he did not. No, I
Yes,
don't
he
believe
He
it.
said
did.
we have a $10 million quarterback.
No, not from
He
that
did.
man. Not from we got a Tua. There's no way that
Yeah, I
came out of
guess
his
That's
he
mouth. I
that
getting
don't
a
believe
two
it.
Batman.
at a discount. He said $10 million.
$10 million
I can't.
quarterback.
Nope. Man, I'm floored right now with that. I
No,
don't believe it.
Tua, again, I said it in the Twitter space earlier. Anywhere, and I always talk about the guaranteed money. I could care less about what he makes per year and how many years. I leave that up to y'all because I think, we don't, for me, it's the guaranteed money. And I'm going to say anywhere between 185 million guaranteed to 200 million, maybe guaranteed. I would entertain that. I'm not getting to the 220s though, 230, 240 guaranteed. Nah, again, and that's not a Tua thing. I don't think no quarterback, unless your name is Patrick Mahomes, that's the only one I think. I don't care about Burrow, Herbert, Lamar. There's a lot of good quarterbacks. I don't believe no quarterback is worth, 230, 240 million
So they're
guaranteed.
gonna reverse
Miss
it though.
Fans, turn up, Miss Fans. Don't take that from that dude. Put your
30,
foot on
30.
his neck.
I
300
was just
million
Finish
gonna.
a
him.
I'm like, wait
year.
a minute.
I
Wait a
want
minute.
to
I don't
see
know about
foam
that.
coming out the
Stop
side of his
it.
mouth. Put your foot on his
I can't.
goddamn neck.
This man. Listen, but hold up, because I understand that, not giving them these giant contracts fully guaranteed. So do you think that's more on the owner saying we're not doing that? Browns kind of pooped the bed and gave this man 230 million fully guaranteed. We're gonna go back to how contracts are supposed to be. Maybe 200
That's
million,
what
but
I
like
asked earlier.
150 million guaranteed. You know what I mean? Not this ridiculousness. Is that where you think it's gonna go now, Lewis?
What was that, Miss Fans? I cut in and out on that. What was that?
No worries, no
Yeah,
worries.
he choked up right now. You got him on the ropes.
Um,
You got that man on the ropes, Miss Fans.
I didn't hit.
Finish
Man,
him.
stop. Yeah, I know. Listen to him.
no, what
Listen
I
to
was
him.
saying is, you think it's the owners that are saying we're not doing these ridiculous $200-300 million fully guaranteed contract. We're gonna bring it back how it used to be, of maybe like 200 million, but you're getting 100, 120, 150 guaranteed.
No. Well, again, see, I think the Chargers made a mistake because I got corrected in the space today, but I was on phone calls a little bit earlier, and see, Justin Herbert got 217 million fully guaranteed. Justin Herbert's not worth that, bro. And just because the Chargers messed up, I don't believe the Miami Dolphins have to mess up. Like Joe Burrow got 18 or 19 million. He didn't even finish the season.
Yeah.
Right. So again, he's not worth that money because he's only been in the league 4 years, just like Tua, right? There's 2 seasons where Joe Burrow hasn't played 17 games, right? So he's not worth that money neither. So again, when I look at the fully guaranteed contracts, I look at a guy like Lamar Jackson. I believe Lamar got 170 something plus million guaranteed. I think Jalen Hurts got like 170 something as well, 180. That's where I believe Tua should fall in. And again, this is where people in the Twitter space called me a hater and this and that. And bro, 185 million to 200 million dollars, right? Fully guaranteed. That's generational wealth. That means Tua and his family is going to be fine. Tua's kids are going to be fine. Their kids are going to be fine. You see what I'm saying? People think I was being a hater because I was saying give Tua 185 to 190 million fully guaranteed. Like, no, I think that's fair. And again, I think Cincinnati made a mistake giving Burrow all that money fully guaranteed, just like I think Herbert. And why do the Miami Dolphins have to do that? The Philadelphia Eagles didn't do that with Jalen Hurts.
I think
The Eagles didn't do that. Baltimore didn't do that. Baltimore said, no, this is what you're worth, Lamar. This is what you're going to get fully guaranteed. Take it or leave it. And he ultimately took it. And where I will give Tua credit, I think Tua will take that kind of deal as well.
But you got to look at
Shake the link for Nene.
But you got to look at Lamar.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Lamar had, they were hanging that durability concern over Lamar's head, and I don't know why Cincinnati did not do that with Joe Burrow, right? Because he's been hurt. What? He's been in the league 4 years now, and he's been hurt 3 of those two. No,
2 out of the 4. 2
2 out of those 4 years.
He was injured his first year too. He's
But
been injured every year.
But he does have a good counter. Hey, I took this team to the Super Bowl. Since I've been here, I've made Cincinnati Bengals relevant. You were virtually a wasteland before I got here, and he had a valid argument on his behalf as well. But it's specifically with Lamar, why they hung that over his head, bro. And his style of play had something to do with that as well, which is why they try to make him. Which is why they try to make him a more pocket passer this year anyway. But go ahead.
I would agree with your last point about the I just had it. Either way, though, right, to your original point about Lamar
about
and the
Burrow.
injury
It was Burrow. He was talking about Burrow.
Well, with Lamar, though, and about the injury concerns, and that's why they use that as a bargaining chip. Don't you think, EM, and I'm just posing the question, don't you think Miami should use that in the bargaining chip for Tua?
Oh, absolutely. Hell yeah.
100%.
Oh, for sure. And don't think that they won't. Don't think Chris Greer is not going to do that. Right? So, yeah, that should be the strategy. I think it will be the strategy.
What Aloysius is doing?
Oh, Aloysius, what is that? What you talking about?
That's
name?
Christopher Aloysius Greer.
Oh, is that his name?
Yeah, that's his name.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
I love it what you said. It's hilarious.
I think he put me in the Matrix. This thing started singing off music. I'm like, what the heck going on? But what did you say, EM, that what they're going to do with Tua? I didn't get to hear none of that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the strategy. They're going to, and again, they should, from a business perspective. Injuries. Yeah, he only been healthy 1 out of the 4 years. He only been healthy 1 out of the 4 years he's been a quarterback. And yeah, we appreciate him that he was healthy. But at the end of the day, that's not enough for us to ignore and just absolutely take that out of the equation in terms of the negotiation. So I think that will be the strategy.
You think he turns it down and then bets on himself?
No, I think Tua really want to be here.
The numbers will look similar to what Lewis was talking about. They're using that as a bargaining chip.
No, I think they're going to find a common ground. I think Tua really wants to be here. He loves what he has around him, coaching staff, the infrastructure, the personnel. Tua ain't no fool. Where is he going anyway? If he gonna turn his nose, where is he going?
Well, according to some fans, there's some countless of teams lining up to get Tua. According to some fans.
I heard that.
I don't know which teams they are.
I'm not. They said it's a long line.
I do think Tua, if he hit the open market. Yeah, I think teams would be, Tua would. I mean, he would get. You think Washington Commanders wouldn't take him? You think the Las Vegas Raiders wouldn't take Tua?
They got Tom Brady. They're good.
Sean Payton is a West Coast coach, West Coast system coach, right? In Denver, you think Tua is tailor made for the West Coast system? You don't think Sean Payton would take him? Stylistically, and again, especially coming off to that 70 points he put up on your defense, you mean to tell me Sean Payton is not entertaining that quarterback that did that to you? Okay,
but EM, do you want to put Tua with Sean Payton after how he humiliated Russ? We know Tua don't like the coaching humiliation. So
Miss Finn said who would be. I didn't say whether or not what Tua's preferences was. She said who would be lining up to take Tua, and I'm just saying. I just thought. But real quick though, I see before we move forward, I see Thomas in the chat, and I've been seeing them cute comments you've been making all night. Don't worry, I got something for you. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look out for you next time. Thomas. Hey, when I cut the next time I hit Twitter, Thomas, I got something for you. But yeah, we can move forward. But go ahead. I just want to let him know.
Thomas.
I just want to let him know I see everything he's doing right now. I see how you're moving.
So I heard differently, EM. That's why I'm glad this conversation is going on. I heard that Tua hasn't always been happy here, and it's not just Brian Flores that he did feel a certain type of way on some of the recruitment of the owner, going after and fishing for quarterbacks. I'm hearing that the agent he hired a particular agent that is known for brokering deals that ain't hometown discounts. So that's why I'm glad this is a good conversation to have. Like I think a lot of
Yeah,
people
that's fair. That's fair.
because you know why I say this. Remember, everybody was so convinced that Christian Wilkins was just going to give us a hometown discount, and it would have been boom, boom, boom. And here we are. He still ain't signed. So it's a business for the
So
players too.
we pay him. Do you think Aloysius will be able to restructure maybe some of those other big contracts?
Aloysius.
he
Y'all need to
look
stop
like
with that fool.
Aloysius,
Y'all need
son.
to stop with that damn foolishness. Call that man. His name is Chris. Ain't nothing
Christopher.
but foolishness.
Christopher
Aloysius Poindexter
the third.
The
the third.
I took out that whole space when I said that, man. Everybody was just like, "What you call him?" I said, "Look at him. He don't look like his middle name Aloysius. He just look crooked."
But do you think that with that being said, and we do pay Tua for, let's say, a 5 or 6 year deal, right? Thinking like Lou was saying, 170, 180 with that injury clause and stuff. Then do you think that he would go ahead and then take a look at the other guys like a Wilkins, like a Ramsey, even though I know Ramsey, we got him for a couple of years, but we still gotta pay the younger guys too. You think that we will have enough to be able to go ahead and take care of those other guys as well?
Not all of them. Not well. Personally, I think this is my opinion. I could be wrong though. I think once Zach Seiler signed his deal, I think that's about how much they, maybe a little more they want to pay Christian Wilkins. But the fact that he turned his nose up at their initial offer, I think that Seiler's contract and his elevated level of play this year virtually sealed the possibility of him getting anything north of 20. Now, I don't think he's going to take that. He's probably going to stick to his guns because he was productive this year too. I just think Seiler was slightly better statistically. So I think he's going to want to get that bag, but I think they're not going to sign Christian Wilkins, not for the money that he's looking for.
What? They're
Wow.
gonna split up
Yes.
salt and pepper?
Hey man,
Wow.
don't nobody give a damn about no salt and pepper. Nobody give a damn about that. No, this is business, Hey,
More
listen.
like Millie Vanilli.
Hey, they want to sign him, but he turned his nose up at it. Right? That's what he did.
So EM, he
Allegedly,
not
18
gonna
million
give
was on the
us.
table for that man. He said, hell no, I want 24. Man, please. You really paying Christian Wilkins anything north of 20 million?
No, when I
Come
got
on.
a guy, I just paid 13 million, and he's outproducing him.
100%.
I mean, I get your point, but what about the younger guys though? Forget Christian because that's one player. What about the younger guys? The Jalen's, and the Jalen's. We got too many Jalen's. So what about them guys? Like, how do we get those guys here?
Who
The
was that, Miss?
Waddle, the Phillips,
Oh,
the
well.
really young players, the Kohus, you know what I mean? Nick Needham, do we bring him back? Having his mom this morning in the show,
No,
you know what I mean? Like, I
listen.
want him, I want
Hey,
him back. I want.
Hey, I love Needham. We all know how I feel about Needham, right? Hey, man, that's my guy. I think I was one of the first ones in the community to really put him on the map for the Dolphins prior to that draft year. But at the end of the day, I think Needham's best days are behind him. He's coming off that Achilles injury. Already he's somewhat, athletically speed challenged, right? He's not the most fast. He's not the fastest guy. He could make the conversion to safety, but I just don't think the Dolphins are going to want to make a Vic Fangio specifically, right? Because I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not in those meetings or whatnot, but he hasn't spoke particularly glowingly about Nick Needham. You know what I mean? I mean, even publicly.
Either in the offseason because
that is true. That is
he was
true.
injured, so that's not on Nick himself. If you're seeing somebody coming off an Achilles, you know what I mean. But having the tapes are there. I think I'm with you. If he were to convert to, let's say, one of our safeties or even like a backup to like Javon, I think that would be an excellent position because he is able to play multiple positions as a DB. So
yeah, he could do that. I just don't think I don't know. I just don't think Fangio is a fan of him, a big enough fan for them to want to make him a priority in the offseason. I mean, you got you got the emergence of Brandon Jones. I think at this point he's more of a priority than what Nick Needham is, in my opinion, based
Wait,
off
but
his.
I was told Brandon Jones was gonna get up out of here halfway through the season. Everybody was saying how he's not gonna be here next year. So now you mean to tell me he's gonna be staying? Is that what you think he's gonna?
Well, I don't know what those individuals said, but I think based off his elevated level of play, especially here recently, and again, when coaches take an opportunity to highlight players individually publicly, it's for a reason, right? You know what I mean? And we all know coaches don't necessarily do that often, and especially Vic Fangio, and he made it a point twice to highlight Brandon Jones' improved play. So I think based off what they've seen the second half of the season, Brandon Jones, in my opinion, is because again, Nick Needham he still has to make the transition to safety. That takes time, right? They're not going to need a corner, right? They already got cornerbacks. They got young guys, developmental guys. So Needham is primarily still a corner. So making a transition to safety. So, but you got Brandon Jones who's playing at a higher level right now, right? Than Needham, in my opinion. He's already playing that position. So why would you sit there and wait? Because again, you can forecast a learning curve. You can forecast, him development with Nick Needham making that complete transition to safety. I just don't think at this point in time, I just don't think he's going to be a priority. And I really don't think Fangio is a big enough fan to really want to make him a priority. I could be wrong, but that's just where I think what my position is right now.
And it's been documented that Fangio said earlier in the year that, basically like this is not his guys. Like he kind of inherited the people that were here. What are some names of people that you think that Fangio will want, to be in Miami under his defense?
Well, I think coming into the season, I thought it was a pretty much a foregone conclusion with the addition of David Long in free agency. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that Jerome Baker was they printed his bus ticket was already printed up, right? But I don't know, man. Looking at this last Hard Knocks episode and look at Baker's play when he's been on the field. Him and David Long as a tandem, they've been they've been very complimentary to each other. And again, as starters, as a tandem, I mean, again, they're one of the best run defenses in the entire National Football League. And keep in mind, Jerome Baker is still only 26, 27 years old. He's still a pup, right? He's a player that's gotten better. And you know me, I've been always critical early on in his career about Jerome Baker. I was like, you need to move him to a different position, which they ultimately did that. But Baker's gotten better every year. But to your question, I think Fangio might want to hang on to him and keep him as a centerpiece, especially when you consider, you don't have much depth behind him. I mean, you got Duke Riley, kind of stepping in here lately and playing, at a decent level. But beyond him, there's virtually nothing behind him. And now you can always supplement that position in the draft, but that's a young player. And again, we got to consider, I think the position the Dolphins are going to take with their players, again, they're in win now mode. So that's going to kind of influence how aggressive they are in free agency. So, but I do think Baker is one of those players. I do think Brandon Jones might be one of those. He's trending in that direction. Brandon Jones might be. I would say Christian Wilkins is a priority, but not at 20, anything north of 20 million. I don't think Fangio is going to make that type of investment in him. So, but
let me add to that real quick, Ian, too, if you don't mind me.
Go ahead.
I think it's kind of interesting, and I don't know if you guys saw what I saw, but since the second that Jerome Baker got injured and one was on IR, did you not notice the defense having more communication issues, or is it just me? And the minute this man came back,
100%.
you saw like either in practice or you saw in the game instantly how there wasn't as much issues with the communication. And a lot of people forget. And I know we want to talk about Javon Holland being, that young player, that young safety that's going to be running the secondary and things like that. But in reality, your field general is Jerome Baker. He's the one calling out all the changes they need to make. And to me personally, he's extremely vital. So I thought that's one of the major reasons why our defense at times looked a little out of sorts because they didn't have that good communication, being that he specifically was out. And you could tell with this last hard now, man, they really like him. And I'm glad because he's been the number one tackler. And I gotta remind people, although sometimes he pisses me off in some of his tackles the way he does, but he's been our leading tackler 3 times since he's been in the league. So it's not like this man isn't a good player. So
it was to kind of piggyback off your point about the Hard Knocks episode, man. You saw how the players responded to him. I mean, I never
right?
again early on in his career, I never would have thought Jerome Baker would have commanded that level of cachet on the team. But man, and again, that type of respect and continuity, leadership, you can't quantify that, right? That's invaluable. And that's why I was like, well, you know what? Baker might be around a little long. Again, he's still only 26, 27 years old. It's not like he's on the other end of 30, right? So I do think, and me personally, I would make Baker, we need to have a serious conversation because we really want to keep you here, for the long haul. So
what about Andrew Van Ginkel? Even though he got that injury, like, what do we do with him? That's somebody that I want to keep.
Van Ginkel too. Van Ginkel's another one too. But see, here's the thing though. If you don't give Christian Wilkins that money, because I don't think I've heard stories about Van Ginkel, what he potentially could be asking, what he could be asking for. I don't think that's realistic. But see, and again, I don't want people to think I don't want Christian Wilkins. But if you don't pay him that, anything that the salary that he's wanting, you can spread that money around for the Jerome Bakers, for the Andrew Van Ginkels, for the Robert Hunts. You know what I mean? That'll go a long way to kind of, to locking up a lot of these other key positions on the team. And again, I ask y'all, it's not just the contract you're giving Christian Wilkins. If you give him that contract, it's going to cost you Jerome Baker. It's going to cost you Andrew Van Ginkel. It's going to cost you Robert Hunt, maybe even Connor Williams. Is he really that type of player that you're really willing to not only pay him, but lose those other 4 key players on the team? Is he really that good?
Must be sleep because this is his topic all day.
No way.
I mean, I think he put a great point. You pay Christian Wilkins, you're losing out on the depth.
I ain't doing
it. You lose out on the depth, and those are the guys that you need because they already been in the system and they already know how to run it efficiently.
So my guy Christian Wilkins need to start packing up his bags and taking his talent somewhere else. He done priced himself.
Yeah, he's already got his bus ticket. He'll be in New England next year to be a Patriot.
Oh yeah, exactly. And by the way, listen, man, we hit the 5-hour mark, man. I got to get some rest in the morning. I appreciate it. Hey, man, thank you, Q. Appreciate you, bro. So, man, hey, listen.
Hey, that's the homie right there. Shout out to the homie Q, bro. I see you down there always representing, baby. I see you. Salute to you.
Hey, like I said, Q, man. Tomorrow, this Sunday, I'm a Steelers fan.
I think all Dolphin fans are Steelers fans.
I have a yellow dish towel. I ain't going to buy no terrible.
Well, I had my best friend passed away in 2015. That's his terrible towel, so that's why I have one.
Oh,
may
rest in peace.
Yeah. So,
awesome.
All right, man. Appreciate you having me up, Shake. It's all, hey, bro. It's always respect. You know what I'm saying? You let a casual come up here amongst all these brilliant football minds. I appreciate it, man. Good looking out, bro.
Damn, Dana, you heard what he called you?
I said you let eight. No, I said you let eight. I'm talking about myself as the casual, right? I'll fall on that sword. I'll fall on that sword. That's cool. But yeah. Hey, man, respect to all of y'all.
Hey, EM, you ain't hanging backstage, homie? That's what you running? You done?
Is that what y'all trying to do? Is that what y'all trying to do?
Yeah. Hey, we'll do that.
All right, man. It sounds like you dunking, homie.
I will say this, guys. If y'all can help me out tomorrow morning, I got the game preview. Come check out Miss Fans. And anybody that wants to become a member and wants to support the channel, I really do appreciate it. Also, too, Larry K finally got out of jail for YouTube. So can we support him? Can we get him some more super chats?
Already a
Become
member,
a
dog.
member. Like he's putting out great content with people like Shake and inviting all these wonderful guests and the Anthony guy and stuff. So you got to also support the channel, guys, because as a content creator, I can say it's a lot of work back, in the back end, and having great guys like Shake Money and Larry doing everything they're doing. Please support them because they're going to continue to put out great stuff. So thank you for having me, Shake. I am honored to be here. Thank you so much.
I'm honored that you're up here.
Hey, Nene,
by the way,
don't go nowhere when the show closes. Just stay right there, Nene. Don't leave.
And by the way, listen real quick. Hey man, one thing about one thing I like and hate when the first Buffalo loss, right? I took a picture with Zach Thomas, right? And the second Buffalo loss, I got a picture with that's Mr. McDuffie.
Juice.
What that? You need to put that Joy Taylor picture up there. That's what you need to do. Where that Joy Taylor picture at? I don't want to look at no damn. I don't want to look at no damn OJ McDuffie. Hey, I got respect for OJ. But where Joey Taylor at? Goddamn it! No, I'm kidding, Chase.
Listen to him. Listen to him.
All right, guys, y'all be safe. Hey, listen, I want you to pay attention to the last throw that Tua did on this highlight reel. That throw was outside the numbers. So anybody who says he can't throw outside the numbers is full of shit. All right, y'all, be easy.
I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K. I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K.